going to give you a quick demo of our CTN Network website, ctnnetwork.net. Join our community. It is free. You just type in ctnnetwork.net, and this is the homepage right here. And if you want to create an account, you would just click up here and create new account right here. Sign up with your email, or you can sign up with just clicking on Facebook or Google. So you can sign up with your Facebook account or your Gmail. So I'm already signed up, so I'm going to click in Gmail right here, and it's going to log me in. And as you can see, this is our homepage. Click on creators right here, and this shows you all the CTN family members that are content creators. Everybody is on here. If you want to go to one of their YouTube channels, for example, if you want to go to Crypto Talk Now, just click on channel, and it takes you right over to the YouTube channel for that particular creator. And you click on community. This is our community right here. We do have a forum, and this is a forum where you can post things, you can interact with one another. And there's also a blog right over here that we post our own content on. And if you click on CTN Studios, you can watch our live show and other content creators' live shows right through this CTN Studios. We do have advertisements for some of the content creators. There's the Crypto Smith, there's Waddy, the Crypto Hunter, and we also have live charts for the ISOs right in this box right here. We have a feature where you click on the heart if you want to donate to us. You can donate with Ethereum or Binance, BNB. And also, if you click on this button right here, we're going to have a call-in feature, which is already live. If you want to call us, just click on the green icon, the green phone icon, and click on call now. And during the show, between 9:15 and 10, when we announce it, when Max is on or when I'm on with Max, we will start accepting phone calls, and you guys can be live with the show. If you want to turn your video on, you can come on camera as well. So good stuff there. Now back onto the homepage. If you click on members, you can see all the people that are members here. All these people here, like Chaka just signed up, Gills33, Miguel. All these people here are members of our community. So you guys can sign up, and then you can chat with one another. So you can either click over here, message right here. So what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm just going to welcome him. I'll send him a quick message, and then I can click enter or just a little arrow. If you want to message somebody else, you can click on message, or you can go right over here into members chat and go ahead and message them and create a new chat if you want by clicking this little button right here. Now also, if you scroll down here, you can see some of the past videos that our content creators in our content creator family have created. You can go in here and watch some of the recorded videos. They're scrolling down here. Just choose one to watch. And that's it, guys. Thank you for watching this brief demo. Make sure you sign up so you can interact and be part of the community when we are not on the live show.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Crypto Talk Now. Glad to be here with you guys tonight. Thank you so much for staying around for that short delay we had. I was going to start at 7 my time, which is 9 Eastern, but basically had some minor interruptions. Glad to sort it out and get back in here and so on. Hopefully I don't have problems with my camera again. That's getting really annoying, but I got it sorted out for now. It could happen again, so just bear with me. We have a lot of news that's in store here tonight. And if anything, I am going to just fix a couple settings. But yes, some of the headlines, believe it or not, is Cypherium. A little bit in regards to news in regards to ISO 222. Mike has shared with me some clips. Brian Dowie. We have everything that you see tagged is basically covered. So glad to be here tonight. Let's go ahead and welcome a few of you guys before we kick it into the news. And by all means, smash that like button if you haven't done so already. Definitely helps with the YouTube algorithm by recommending the show. I realize there's some other content creators that got live shows as we speak, but we'll definitely do our best to, get some people tuned into CTN tonight. All right. Want to welcome Rafael Santos. He says, good day, guys. I want to make an announcement in regards to Mr. Rafael Santos. And again, please smash that like. I heard a few of you guys did donate towards the fund. If you're wanting to just send it directly to him, obviously that's fine. You already did that. So Yeah, send Raphael a DM if you're interested in regards to that. He's dealt with nothing but a lot of bad news over the course of last year going into this year, whether it's a typhoon destroying his home, a mudslide, but the worst of the worst was his house basically being burned down from a fire. Really horrible stuff. I myself, um, you know, donated $100. I have a problem at the meantime getting it sorted out, but he's going to get it. But I really want to thank you guys for, uh, those of you guys who've done that and so on. So if I'm not mistaken, I think it was like maybe Tim Shea. There might be one other person that I might not be mentioning, so I apologize. But yes, if you want to help out with the CTN Family Community Fund, basically towards helping a brother of our community, Rafael Santos. You could either message him on Twitter, or if you don't happen to have that, you can send a DM on our CTN site. I can show you how to do that real quick. Here it is right here. So after you have made an account on ctnnetwork.net, all you have to do basically is you go to, for instance, members, right? And then from here, you could, do find a member. So you type in like Roth. Hold on a second. There he is. Wait, I'm not following him. Sorry about that, Raphael. And then you just send him a message like this, pops up right here, and be like, Mike Cornwell will say, yo. I mean, that's one way of doing it. Or you can send him, a tweet on Twitter, whatever you prefer. But yeah, glad to be able to, help him in regards to these tough particular times, because it's one thing to try to buy on the dip, and it's another thing just to not even have a home. But of course, he's got some of his family helping him out. I think his brother, he said so on. So it was nice to hear that. But man, sometimes it's hard to ask for help. Glad to be able to help. So that's the update in regards to Raphael. Like I said, we're going to be doing this at least for a week, until like Thursday of next week and so on. But yeah, glad to be able to do that. Just thought I'd give you guys that particular announcement. Going to go ahead and get back into the comments for a brief bit. And I also want to welcome Rayan. It says, please thank Millionaire is having good rest and no stress for anything. Men, the worst thing is when you are waiting money, someone with no idea where they're going to get that money or not. Fact is, I am confused. Okay, no problem, Ryan. Good to have you here. If you can see that, there we go. All right, Crypto McDizzle for Shizzle Manizzle for shows here. He said, yo, who's buying the sale? I was hoping that it would even pull back more. I should have just went ahead with it. I saw that Polygon went, I think, down to 96 cents and pull back up. There's so many of them, but I want to show you guys the standout ones for the day in regards to sales on ones that we cover. So here it is. Obviously, LCX is significantly down, right, compared to where it was yesterday. How do we know that? Well, if you look at the 7-day chart, for instance, you will see that, this was like over the 10, 11 cent mark, right? And earlier today, this was all the way down to here, about 0.8037 roughly, right? But the whole point is it's below 9 cents. And we haven't seen this for, as you guys would say, a good minute, or the young guys, right? So I wanted to point that one out. On top of that, I wanted to point out Cypherium. There's quite a few, right? I mean, there's obviously quite a few. Cypherium this morning was in the threes, all right? So Cypherium has had a pump since then. It's now at the fours. It still is a good entry point, technically speaking, compared to myself and others that came in at, I came in the fives. Some people came in the sixes, right? So still not too shabby. I wouldn't I want to enter in on a green candle, but I wanted to point that out. Anyway, there's a lot more, obviously. Filecoin has some nice pullbacks. Stratos has some nice pullbacks. Lots of opportunities out there, right? Even Bone, nice pullbacks. All right, let's go further down. Everyone's praying for Raphael. Thank you for that. Crypto Holmes is in the house. He says, hello, everyone. Good to have you here, Mr. Crypto Holmes. Kev Cleveland's in the house. Good to see you, Kev. Always a pleasure to see you. Glad that you could join us on a Friday night. Guys, I want to say this much, right? Congratulations. You made it to Friday, the end of your work week. Pat yourself on the back, right? Kick back, relax, enjoy a brewski or whatever it is, or if you're not going to do that, you're on a strict diet or something like that. Like as Rayan would say, don't drink the fat juice. Maybe just have some water. That's the route you want to go. Shout out to Rayan. But anyway, yeah. Welcome, Kev Cleveland, everybody else. You made it this far. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. Let's try to tick up to 40. That'd be great. Boomer F and Sooners here. I'm sorry. Did I just say Boomer F and Sooners? I meant to say Boomer F and Sooner. He's here. All right. Let's go further down. Yep. Thank you very much. He says to Larry too. KK's in the house. I did see your comments earlier. Thank you, KK. Magic Power says Guten Tag, Liechtenstein Exchange, and Jasmy in the house. All right. We're gonna go further down. JG says, "Hey Max, good to have you here. I actually did skip Menelec. Didn't mean to do that. Hello, is it Menelec we're looking for? Lionel Richie. Yes, thank you very much. Yes, your bone is looking good. The Shiba Inu bone. Yeah. All right. Also going to welcome Sobo. Glad to have you here, Sobo. Always good to see you. McDizzle says, what's up to his friends? Did I skip River again? Why is that? It's like him hunting, right? Obviously he hunts, there's nothing wrong with that. I used to like doing like bird hunting, right? Duck hunting, quail, shucker, stuff like that. But for whatever reason, just like camouflage, your avatar just blends right in with everybody else's, which is fine. But for some reason, that's like 2 nights in a row. I just skipped you. Good to have you here, River. All right. Glad to have you join us tonight. If I skipped anybody, it wasn't intentional. Drop a wallet Addy, maybe. Yeah, here's the thing. I'd rather you guys just maybe just message him directly, or if you want to get for me, you could do that too. I just, so every once in a while we get some kind of crazy Yahoo that comes in here, and I'm looking at it from a privacy point of view where I don't know if I really want that in the chat, if you get what I mean. So, all right, let's go further down. Yeah, thank you for that. All right, so Malik says he bought some assets today. Very cool. A few $100 only. My bags are packed, but I cannot help buy that's where I'm at. My bags are packed too, but I cannot help but to buy those particular dips. So many to get into. And, there's a couple I still haven't had a position. Obviously, you still do need to do LCX and so on. I got to re-upload my ID for them. I might just do a whole, and then Coinbase is being a giant pain in the butt. They want me to make a whole brand new account. It's really ticking me off. So I do have a Kraken account. Might have to do that particular route. I don't know. So what I'm thinking also is just like, why don't I just send like USDT from KuCoin straight to LCX, then just purchase it that way. If that's what the whole big issue is, I'll just do it that way. All right, Magic Power says we can buy the last time to very good prices. After that, the bull run will begin. Yeah, I think, that's what a lot of people are hoping for. Oh, man, that'd be nice, huh? That'd be very nice. All right, see that we're over 41. Thank you so much for that. Wow, Stardog's in the house, man. Hey, how about this, guys? Mad props to Stardog. I've been wondering about you, man. I haven't seen you, on some of the DMs and stuff like that, man. But, always a pleasure to see you, Stardog. Long time supporter, CTN. I imagine that you were here for this particular show because you had the weekend off. Because normally speaking, I don't really see you during the week. You usually watch the replays and so on. But, man, Stardog, you put a smile on my face, man. Very good to see you. Props to Stardog. Brian Dowie says he's not on the diet. Lol. Drinks on him, I guess. All right. Tim Eloa, who is Evo. Oh, wow. Tim and Brian Dowie are more than glad to share who that is. All right. Coochie Boy's in the house. Good to have you here, Coochie Boy. Sir Max, we're going to get into the show here in a bit. All right. Let's see. Just making sure I read this. So Tim Shea says, thanks, Max. Love my bone, too. Yeah, you guys did pretty well on buying Bone at what, 35 cents last summer, something like that. Man, I don't know what the heck I was probably like buying a whole bunch of other things at the time instead of loading up on Bone. Should have done it, but every once in a while one gets away. At the same time, I get into some projects in which got away from maybe some of you guys. Perfect example, the graph. Thank you very much. The audio. Thank you very much. Anyway. All right, so I want to welcome Mr. Selmo Fudd. He's saying what's up to Menelek. That's fine. Good to see Selmo. All right. We're going to see who else is here. Just real quick. Any comments? Menelek states, anyone buy that 105 quant or better? Man, I didn't get a chance to get 105. But anywhere from 105 to like 115, I think maybe that'd be a good point. We haven't seen Brittany in a long time. I hope she's doing okay. All right, Star Dog gave us an update. He says, well, actually, I'm back DJing after all that COVID shiz. So I'm home now and obviously still up. Good to be here. Well, cool, man. Very, very cool. We got subterm. Hold on. Subterm Ina Lopennings. Hope I'm pronouncing that right. Welcome. He says, good day from Australia. All right. Well, good day right back to you. Probably not pronouncing that right. Consider changing your avatar. Something speaks more about who you are and what you're about. And guys, let's welcome. I'm just going to say subterm from now. For right now, just until you get some clarification on how to pronounce that. All right. Let's see here. Menelek, I picked up some quant on this dip. Well, you guys always take advantage of the opportunities. That is good. This is towards Menelek. I will read this. So Selmo says to Menelek, he's waiting for it to go under 100. Was very tempting, though. Very, very cool. I think a lot of people are waiting for that, maybe 90, 95. Salamander's in the house. Good to have you, Salamander. XDC Commander, Quant Commander. All right. This is a small push up before we dump. So you think it's a fake out? Very interesting. Happy Friday in honor of Brittany. What happened to Brittany? I hope nothing bad happened to Brittany. All right, Brian Daly says, if they were going to mess with Tether, this would be the time. You and your Tether. But yes, I hear what you're saying. All right, come on, Max. It was only 3 words, LOL. What was 3 words? I don't know what's going on here. All right, let me go ahead and highlight this, and then I'm going to get into the news. So let's start things off the right way. And that is getting right into, getting the juices flowing. So I saw this, and of course, I don't wish death on anybody. I mean, yeah, I think Gensler is a scumbag and so on, but I don't know if I can have the heart to just go out and, take a 45 to him or something. Some of you guys, all right, not picking any names, might want to do that. Some content creator out there made this particular clip very, very talented. So let's get the juices flowing, right? Smash that like if you haven't done so already. Maybe you've already seen this. I thought it was pretty interesting. Very talented person here. This is from X Comedy Art. He deserves to get a follow from me. He does. Are any of you guys following? Mr. J Crypto is following him. So shout out to him. It says the justice is coming for Gary. There's a lot of reference here, of course, to The Shining, right? Mr. Jack Nicholson, aka, hey, how the hell are you? All right, so is justice coming for you, Gary? All right, so let's go ahead and blow that up. This is only about a minute, and then we'll get back into the news. Here we go.
Gary, are you there? Gary. Gary, are you there?
All right, pretty crazy stuff, right? Yeah. Guy kind of looks like Greg Lunt with a man bun. I don't know. I just want to point that out. All right. We got a little bit more for you. So you know how I always talk about this whole thing about, XDC and R3 and Corda and how big it is and so on. Well, it is, right? But check this out, and shout out to Quant Papa for sharing this, right? So it says Quant, R3, Corda, Overledger, and so on. You got some big players being interviewed here. And we, a while back, showed a little bit in regards to this. Maybe not this exact clip, but it's just a little brief outline. Quant Papa chopped it up, did a very good job. It's about 2 minutes and 20 seconds, but you have to hear some of these things. And then, of course, draw your own conclusion on what's coming here soon. We'll get into that. Smash the like. Thanks for being here on this particular Friday night. Like I said, congratulations, you made it. We're at 53 wonderful people. Maybe we'll get to 60. It'd be great. But yeah, let's go ahead and get right into this. 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Check this out. Something else.
How Overledger will work with other blockchain network providers like R3 and
creating a battle to create the dominant technology which everyone's going to adopt, because it isn't going to work like that.
Because there's no one blockchain that's going to rule them all. There's no one monopoly that's going to be blockchain for everyone. Everyone needs choice.
Also be linked to a quarter DLT that a bank is using internally, not an external DLT. So we're bridging the permissionless world very easily.
There are going to be different use cases and different forms of DLT which will be more appropriate.
Different types of blockchains for your user cases, your requirements, and what we're allowing people to do is combine all the different features of blockchain so you get the best of all of them, but also try and find the right blockchain for you. And so you don't know if it's a blockchain A, B, or C. You can use Overledger, try that and find the right one, and go with that, and then have the option to move between blockchains as well.
For particular use cases, what's important in asset classes, what's important is that we don't end up creating a series of more silos.
So we can't be siloed. We can't be closed off from each other. We need that as a society, and we need that for our networks. And so that's what we've set out to solve, and we've done that. We've solved interoperability at scale.
More silos.
Because enterprises don't like to be locked into one blockchain. They don't know which one is the right one. And so they're using us to have access to all the blockchains and be cross-platform regardless.
David Rutter talk about interoperability with Ethereum and with other.
We've interconnected Quarter with other DLTs, and we're doing that with partners of ours that have closed loop private digital assets running on Fabric, for example, that need to be unlocked and operated on other networks, external networks, for example. Our technology is the bridge to be able to securely interconnect. And
are running, let's just say, Quarter and Hyperledger. How do they talk to each other to do a trade? How do they do a transaction? How do they move digital assets? And that's where we come in. We're interconnecting all of these networks.
Is incredibly healthy and very positive.
Quarter.
And a very grown-up development for the market.
No, it's a compilation. Don't get me wrong, but let's face it, very well put together. I liked it. Gives you kind of like a brief summary and so on. Take it as you will. Coochie Boy states his name. Oh, okay, that one guy who I didn't pronounce his name right. All right. Thank you for getting that algorithm going. We do have some better content and so on. Don't worry. But yes, let's see here. Salamander, 2 million XDC yet. 1.5 million. Wow. That's incredible. All right, MetalX says Gensler is playing his role in the simulation. Crypto regulation should have started in 2017. Yeah, we're behind, aren't we? Thanks for pointing that out. Amaya, who is the name of one of my students, so that kind of makes me wonder. All right, what's up with TrueFi? That's a good question. Welcome, by the way. Nice custom avatar. Let's see what game is that from. I don't know, but welcome. Obviously, you're not one of my students, but thank you for being here. Amaya, not to be confused with my actual student named Amaya. But anyway, KK's here, says expect some kind of FUD attack every day, just the way it's going to be. Very good point. Metalink, I agree? Do you think something happens before March 20th? Man, I hope not. I really hope not. All right. Yeah, that was kind of freaky, wasn't it, Stardog? Mark Williams says, do you think Circle is going to push Ripple and XRP out of this space, especially as it is in bed with Goldman's and Gensler? So the way I look at it when it comes to the whole thing with Circle is, you know, for the longest time, everybody was saying, like, if you had to pick one of the two, you know, Tether or Circle, you go with Circle, right? Seems like the safer bet. But then, you know, as we know, there's this whole thing, right? And so my thing is, I think it's going to be a perfect case of we're going to have to wait and see. I don't really have a direct answer in regards to that. Just kind of like it's a wait and see moment when it comes to everything coming out in fruition with Sam Bankman-Fried and the late night phone calls. Yeah, there's not like, 10 of them, but there's at least a couple that we know of. Sorry to say, I just think it's a perfect case of wait and see. All right, Bobby Jones says XDC. Menelec, he says there will not be a sole blockchain, but there will be 3 or 5 that transacts 90% of the value. So let's talk about that real quick. Okay, I'm gonna highlight that. It's a perfect segue to open up what we have for this particular outline tonight. So I'm gonna jump into some of that right now. Give me just a second. Here it is. That wasn't it. That wasn't it either. But what I was going to show you guys in regards to not specifically that, but it's this right here. Excuse me. All right. So let's start things off. I'll give you guys some more of that quant news in a bit, but I do want to start off this way. So Crypto Mike refers to, he says, mouth wide open, La douche pad. Look at this. And it states, changes to support market evolution, digital assets, and currencies. As part of Standards Release 2022, hear me out. The securities messages, category 5, especially if you've been following this, were enhanced so that they can cater for digital asset identification, and new token-related features were added, including the addition of a 30-digit accuracy number to allow for the granularity needed for fractalization, and the option to use a wallet blockchain address instead of a safekeeping account. As part of the standards release in 2023, imposing the presence of a blockchain address or wallet account number for the uses of digital token quantities will be relaxed. This means that a regular safekeeping account can also be used to safekeep digital assets. That's good, right? That's progress. That's huge. A market practice on how to use category 5 messages for digital assets is being worked on by the Securities Market Practice Group, which is the SMPG. And we're going to get more into this. There's another particular page, but it does mention that in addition to all this, as part of Standards Release 2022, in the FX messages category 3, support was added to the messages for confirming and settling non-deliverable FX trades and even options in digital currencies that do not have an ISO, this particular code, 4217 currency code. Now, in regards to the format, it states the format of the digital asset identification field will be changed so it's aligned with the ISO 24165, which is a digital token identification DTI. And that standard includes an extra check character on top of the 8-character DTI code. Now, for some of you guys who are not into this, this may seem like a bunch of academic jargon, but it is important to understand some of the changes to support market evolution. Perfect example of market evolution is going from the MT standard to where we're at now with ISO 222. That's why we study some of these specific things. And specifically on top of that, digital asset identification and the whole idea of that the digital token quantities will be relaxed. Let's get more into this. As you can see right here, it's a little bit blurry, but I'll state it verbatim. ISO 222 messages, CBPR plus specifications are based on SR 2019. ISO 222 messages specifications available now include, which is referred to as PAX 0.002. You have some of the ones listed here, but check this out. Payment return PAX excuse me, 0.008 FI to FI customer credit transfer, and PAX 0.009 financial institution credit transfer. You have an idea of like things are coming here soon, and they're doing things that is not just limited to one specific area. We're getting more updates in regards to kind of like what you saw right there. Let's get more into it. So Brian Dowie was messaging me earlier today, and he said that Crypto Hulk basically verified the whole thing with Swift, did a deep dive. I saw a brief live before our show in regards to that, so shout out to him. But look at this. It states, Swift cross-border CBDC solution to progress to beta. Beta for what? Is it Ripple? Is it some, Stellar and so on? Well, this was, of course, part of his particular outline, but you're going to see, of course, a slew of other content creators covering this, right? It's big news. This was technically released yesterday. Yeah, we're talking about it today. Swift has been testing an interoperability solution to enable domestic central bank digital currencies, CBDCs, to be used for cross-border payments. Listen to this. It ran 12 weeks of successful sandbox simulations with the central banks of France. This is great because you don't want them to do what? Like release this, to the mass public, and then we have problems with a live system that wasn't properly tested, right? So this is good, all right? So some of those particular ones were central banks of France, Germany, Singapore, 15 commercial banks, and plans to advance to a beta phase. To me, this was all to be expected, right? To be honest, I mean, this is the proper way of going about it. Yeah, it's banking, but man, when you talk about time is money, if you have, I know I'm a gamer, hear me out, right? A lot of you guys game test things as well, but that's the whole point. If you're beta testing a game, you're working out the bugs. Why wouldn't the financial sector go about things in a similar way, but obviously a more serious way? Because I mean, we're talking trillions, if not quadrillions, of money that's going to be transferred like never ever seen before in the history of mankind. So you got to get it right, and you better darn well cross your T's and dot your I's, right? So it says one of the risks with, there goes my camera again. So I apologize. It's so annoying. That was the problems I had earlier today. Give me just a second. I don't know what the heck is going on with that today. Hold on a second. Just got to reset that real quick. Man, talking about the powers be attacking Waddy with his camera and attacking me, apparently. If you've been following this the last few days, super annoying. I don't know what the heck is going on with that, but I don't know if it's an update. I'll get it sorted out, though. So when I come back on Monday, you guys won't see that. But yeah, it's freaking ridiculous. I just can't believe this, to see some of this stuff go on sometimes. There we go. Oh man, see what I'm saying? Like I do an update, and it just goes bonkers for some stupid reason. Oh my gosh, give me just a second. All right, I am back. I apologize for that. I don't know what the heck goes on with this thing sometimes. It's so stupid. The nice thing about having a software update should be to benefit and have better features. When they come out with particular updates that just make things worse, I've been working in IT for over 20 years, and things like this just gripe me like you have no idea. All right. I know we lost a few people. Thanks for being here through the technical jargon of bull crap, basically. Got to get back into that. So, yeah, we're talking about this whole thing in regards to Swift. And I know I'm like super behind the comments and probably won't be able to get to everything. I do apologize for that. But I do want to get into this because this is good stuff. So this is part of a particular outline. And I'm going to get through it no matter what. If I get rugged and I have to do audio, I'm going to get through this darn thing. So let's get into that. Here we go. Hopefully you guys can hear me. I'm going to double check the screen. All right. Yeah, you can hear me good. All right. So let's get back into this specifically. Just double checking some settings, guys. I just want it to be going well. All right. So in regards to this whole thing, right, we're talking about, you have, France, Germany, Singapore, and 15 commercial banks and plans to advance to a beta phase. I was talking about for instance, gaming, they have beta phases and so on. You got to work out the kinks, right? The bugs and so on. Why would you release this to the public? This is a ton of money, quadrillions, literally. We talk about trillions, but literally, like, there's going to be the first time in history more money moved than any other time in history. Over the course of many months, the next couple of years, right? So it says one of the risks with digital currencies is fragmentation. We've been talking about this for a while, as each digital currency network is potentially an island. Hear me out. Hence, interoperability is crucial between conventional systems and digital currencies, and particularly for cross-border payments. Much like Swift's role in conventional payments, Swift provides a hub for the interlinking solution in which messages are sent between parties. CBDCs never leave their domestic networks. Now, look at this particular quote from Tom Zash, the Chief Innovation Officer at Swift. It says, our experiments have shown the critical role that Swift can play in financial ecosystem in which digital and traditional currencies coexist. Some of the banks involved included, now hear me out, this is some of the good stuff, included BNP Paribas, obviously HSBC, we should know about that and so on. There's a few other ones mentioned here, but listen to this, Royal Bank of Canada, right? So they're definitely on board for this. I think that's one of the main reasons why Brian Dowie sent me some of this information. But look at this. An open, interoperable architecture is essential for secure, frictionless, and evolving cross-border payment flows in the digestion of currency, said David Rijo, who is the global head of payments at Standard Chartered. Interoperability between CBDCs, fiat technologies. The sandbox involved transactions between CBDC on a Quorum blockchain network and one of a Corda DLT network. Now, of course, we showed you guys that particular clip at the start of the show before we started having all these technical problems with my camera and so on. But I want people to understand some of the language used here. Constantly mentions interoperability. You do see, for instance, Corda constantly being mentioned here. Understand how big that can be, right? So when we always talk about, for instance, Ripple and Swift, we talk about, for instance, Stellar, we talk about some of these other ones, obviously Quant and so on. Understand, that, Corda with the XDC bridge, if you will, is huge. And I'm shout out to Quant Papa for packaging that together on that particular compilation. It says it is also included transactions between Corda and a real life gross settlement RTGS system. I was watching Ted from Lift Capital earlier today. He talked a little bit about this whole thing with RTGS as well. So the fiat currency wasn't revealed, but the involvement of 3 central banks means it was either the euro or the Singapore dollar. Now, if you're wondering about the next stage of development in regards to all this, it's a good thing to wonder about because there is going to be a next particular phase, and it says it's going to include Hyperledger Fabric and a centralized non-DLT CBDC. This is crucial. So this sandbox iteration of use Hyperledger Firefly, which is a middleware solution that supports the Quorum, Besu, Corda, and Fabric blockchains. Its core developer, Kaleido, was also involved in the Swift project. Before we close this out, I want you guys to see this. It says one of the keys to blockchain payments is atomicity, ensuring if one side fails, they both fail. Rather than using hash time lock contracts, which is HTLC, the solution involves escrowing. So the money is ready to go if the payments get, or if the payment, I should say, gets the go ahead. Now, while it states it's in beta, the sandbox will progress to include a variety of use cases, which there's already plenty, including settlement of securities, transactions, trade finance. Hence, guys, I keep pounding this home. I'm going to keep pounding home more. Trade finance. Think about the XDC connection there, right? You already saw, for instance, R3 Corda. So again, I just want to put a little emphasis on that, how huge it is. Like if you don't have your bags packed for XDC, maybe you want to consider, especially at these particular low sideways, was it 2.9, under 3 cents still? Consider it. Not financial advice. I get that. Don't sue me. But there goes my neighbor blaring her horn again. God, every day. But anyway, yeah, I mean, it's so undervalued and so overlooked. But literally, if we're connecting dots here, which we are, look what it says here. XDC is no joke. All right, so it says and conditional payments. Meanwhile, earlier this week, 3 central banks of Israel, Norway, Sweden, and even the Bank of International Settlements published a report on other cross-border CBDC solution, Project Icebreaker, involving a hub and spoke architecture, this time for retail CBDC. If you want to learn more about specifically Project Icebreaker, I'll show you something real quick. I did a recent video. Highlights this. It takes a lot of the research basically from Mr. Greg Lunt. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and get into that. Show you that just real quick, just, you know, where you could find it. Here it is. It's on the CTN network site. And it's right, as you see right here, just like we're talking about, Project Icebreaker, the Quant connection. He has 7 particular reasons for connecting Quant to that specifically. He stated that it's a 95%. It's, you know, Quant Papa feels as it's 100%. Other people responded. I myself am going with, yeah, it's definitely Quant. But think about how this all lines up. That's the key takeaway I want you to get from this particular outline that we had. And that is, you know, when you see statements like this, you know, earliest week, central banks, Israel, Norway, Sweden, and the BIS published that report on cross-border CBDC solution against solution Project Icebreaker, involving a hub and spoke architecture, you know, this time in retail CBDC. That's big, really, really big. So check out that whole thing in regards to Project Icebreaker. But another key takeaway is understanding that, you know, with all this talk about it's just Ripple and, you know, obviously, you know, Stellar and so on, I like seeing that we're connecting the dots here when it comes to trade finance, right? And you see specifically Corda being mentioned here and so on. And we have already done our research over many months understanding that R3 Corda bridge with XDC, how huge that is. All right, I'm way behind the comments and everything because of what happened earlier with my rugged connection of my camera. But I'm glad for those who decide to stay. Appreciate that. I'm going to get right to here. Mark William, welcome back. Says, I hope not, but Circle is very well connected to the banks. Yes. Brian Dowie says, Mark, I think XRP is connected as well. Menelec states, enterprises will gravitate to blockchains used by other large enterprises because they are risk averse. Mark also says he thinks that Ripple have made more connections in a global scale, certainly. Guys, if you haven't done so already, especially if you just connected, please smash the like. I know we lost quite a few people because of that darn camera, but maybe we could get some more. All right, Rafael Santos says, good days, guys. Sir Tim Shea, thank you so much. All right, awesome. McDizzle says, just wait until these ISO stackers start putting money into non-ISO after the utility run. Yeah, I literally mentioned that on Waddy's stream, just kind of joking with him, all in good fun. But at the same time, I'm not really joking. I'm being sarcastic, but I'm not being sarcastic. That's the way I look at it as well. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and highlight that. I'm gonna see on the other screen how we're doing, just in case I missed something, because I don't want to miss anything. All right, so I do have an announcement, and that is to Mr. Blackwood. Blackwood, thanks so much, man. Really, for it says here that you became a member. So, guys, shout out to Blackwood for becoming a CTN network member. That was super cool of you. Really appreciate that. And I know you've been watching the show for a while and so on. Thanks for sticking around with some of the technical difficulties we've had and so on. Really, really appreciate you. And we hope to see more of you continuously through this particular crypto journey that we're on. All right. Seeing the numbers are kind of going back up, which is cool. Rafael Santos says, Sir Menelek, Sir Brian. Appreciate that. Tim says, hi, Rafael. Glad to help out, brother. Yeah, thank you, Tim, and whoever else helped him out. McDizzle says, Max, 3 tags about TrueFile. Okay. Yeah, we can get into that right now. Let me go ahead and highlight that. So let's get specifically into some of that. All right. Gonna highlight some of this. This particular tag says nothing. Spam about some dog token named SHIK. Huh. Okay, so that's clearly not it. All right, so hold on, let me go further down. All right, let me share that one. All right, so let's pull this up from ISO the GOAT for Mr. Man. Okay, cool. Yeah, I like Mr. Man. He's a good content creator. Always dresses up as Spidey, right? It says JP Morgan managed to keep rank, I should say, as a G-SIB with the FSB. So recognize what the implications will be when it starts to fall. Kramer said GPM is a fortress. The chart looks like a dead cat bounce. Let's blow that up. So that is really small. Let me see if I can blow that up a little bit more for you guys. We'll do this like a little brief review on some of this. But here's that particular one. I blew it up bigger. So it says, Financial Stability Board back on November 21st of 2022. If you think about it, it's still not that long ago, right? This is a 2022 list of global, what does it say? GSIB, important banks. The Financial Stability Board, FSB, in consultation with Basel. Remember, there was a lot of talk about at the beginning of the year, like what's going to happen with Basel, right? So it says, with Basel Committee on Banking Supervision, BCBS, and national authorities has identified the 2022 list of global systemically, I can't even pronounce that tonight for some reason, important banks, GSIBs. The list is based on end 2021 data and revised assessment methodology, tongue twister words tonight, published in July 2018, which is applied for the first time this year. The 30 GSIBs included on the 2022 list are unchanged from the 2021 list. There's more detail. It says within the list, the changes in the allocation of the institutions to buckets largely reflect the effects of changes in underlying activity of banks. The higher loss absorbency requirement, established with this list will be effective on January 1st of 2024. Interesting. FSB member authorities apply the following requirements to GSIB. I'll blow that up right there for you guys a little bit more. Higher capital buffer. Since the November 2012 update, the GSIBs have been allocated to buckets corresponding to higher capital buffers that they are required to hold by national authorities in accordance with international standards. Ooh, maybe this is the key area. The capital buffer requirements for the GSIBs identified in the annual update each November will apply to them from January 14 months later. The assignment of GSIBs to the buckets in the list published today, therefore, determines the higher capital buffer requirements that will apply to each GSIB from January 1st, 2024. All right. So I know there's more. I need to comment on this real quick. So this is the way I'm interpreting it, and don't get me wrong, could be wrong, but I don't think I'm too far off on this one. So the way I'm interpreting this is, for one, you have Basel, and I do agree Basel is kind of like a supervision committee. How should I explain this? It's kind of like it's more than just supervising things. It's kind of like making sure everything is in compliance, if you will, right, from a international standpoint. On top of that, where it says you have this higher capital buffer, the way I look at it is you have to have certain guidelines and requirements for these particular central banks going into this new particular system to ensure that there's enough capital there for, let's face it, guys, oh crap moments, right? So, we see this particular outline right here. It says correspond to higher capital buffers that they require to hold national authorities in accordance to international standards. So again, some of those international standards are saying, look, unlike, I hate to say it, some of these exchanges that claim that they have proof of reserves, this is TradeFi. TradeFi has to have what? The proof of reserves through these buffers, if you will, saying, hey, we have the capital for the oh crap moments. That's the way I've gathered it. Maybe I'm off base, but I don't think so. There's a little bit more in regards to this down here, in regards to this whole situation. There's a lot, right? Let me see real quick. I'm trying to skim on some of this because there's just a lot of data. I will read this part. It says, number 2, the majority of banks reported data as of the 31st of December 2021. Exceptions include 3 banks from Australia, Canada, India, Japan. Japan was back on March 31st of 2022. That's to be expected of Japan. They're very, very transparent. How about this? Number 4, in the case of a bucket decrease, right, the lower level loss absorbency required will be effective immediately unless national authorities exert discretion to delay the release of the higher loss absorbency requirement. Again, Basel framework. GSIB buffers are part of the buffers in the Basel III capital framework, complementing the Basel III minimum capital requirements. The Basel III monitoring results published by the BCBS provide evidence on the aggregate capital ratios under Basel III frameworks, as well as the additional loss absorbency requirement for GSIBs. And we jump back to the other particular tweet from Mr. Cornwell. We have this as well. Let's jump into that. And here's the key thing. So it says GSIBs as of November 2022 allocated to buckets corresponding to required levels of additional capital buffers. Now, on this particular one, I will just state some of it instead of just blowing it up real big. You have an alphabetical order in regards to some of these particular, quote, buckets. JP Morgan Chase is going to take 2.5% of this. All right. So, again, this is my interpretation. All right. I could be off basis here, but I'm just reading off the surface. I just got this from Mike, right? So I understand that the original source is from Mr. Mann, but even with what he mentions here, JP Morgan managed to keep a rank as a GSIB with the FSB. So recognize what implications will be when it starts to fall. Kramer said JPM is a fortress. The chart looks like a dead cat bounce. Okay. But JP Morgan is taking 2.5%, I guess, in regards to a buffer for the amount of capital. To me personally, it seems like JP Morgan would be able to handle that. That's just me. All right. Maybe they can't. Maybe that's what's being pointed out here. Some of the other particular banks, as you see here, Bank of America, Citigroup, HSBC, of course, Bank of China, Barclays, and so on, Goldman Sachs, Deutsche Bank. And then, of course, the larger conglomerate, right, which is 1%. You have Wells Fargo, part of that particular group, and so on. Credit Suisse, Bank of New York Mellon. There's this particular statement. It says JP Morgan maintains status as world's most systematically important bank. I think a lot of people agree with that, whether we're a fan of JP Morgan or not. I'm not a fan of JP Morgan. I I guess is what they're referring to in regards to this particular fall. JP Morgan Equity Premium Income ETF shows that being reflected upon what Mr. Mann was stating. So that's interesting. Maybe there's another particular tag in regards to this. Let me see. Hold on a second. So Mike also had this one from Watcher Guru. Just in BlockFi crypto bank, 227 million in now collapsed Silicon Valley Bank. Okay, so that's in connection to some of this. So I think that's why some of these guys are pointing out some of it. My key takeaway was just I thought you wanted to have a highlight in regards to the buffer, if you will, to prepare for oh crap moments, but teach his own. I want to get into this as well. Here's one for Hedera. Might as well report this, right? Since I'm right here. Hedera mainnet is now accessible. A big thanks to the community for their help and patience. I did have a report in regards to that, so I have more details later on for a particular segment that has an official response instead of just a snippet. But thank you for that. All right, so shout out to Crypto Mike. I'm gonna kick it back into the comments. Stardog says, and this is I'm way behind, like way behind. 1.5 million. That's unreal. I was like, yeah, right, really. All right. Menelec states it's likely the XRP rockets or dips hard before Judge Torres's ruling. Well, then that's our last chance, right? Menelec. I mean, basically, if we're going to buy XRP for rock bottom rates and so on, I mean, for those who didn't get into it, that's basically the way I look at it, is their last chance or our last chance to do final DCAing into XRP, because once that blasts off, I mean, come on, I mean, XRP goes off, well over $1. Some people, of course, saying that, with the SEC loss and a win for Ripple, I mean, we're looking at like $10 per XRP. So, I mean, really, you're going to go put in $5,000 or more into Ripple at $10 a whack? Probably not, right? Maybe some people will. I know I won't. So my thing is, yeah, at these particular prices, why wouldn't you want to seize the moment? All right, no FUD intended. All right, Aravind Raja says Nexera. Yeah, we have a little thing in regards to Nexera later on. Thank you for being here. Never seen you here before. Aravind Raja. Brian states hope XRP, but could see more FUD and XRP dipping as well. Black Swan possibly. All right. I'm gonna see if anybody has any particular statements or questions. I'll read this real quick from McDizzle. He says you got 20,000 ELBT, but no airdrop on Uphold. What the hell? That's horrible. Yeah. I didn't have any problem with my KuCoin airdrop, so that's not great. Sorry to hear that, man. Stardog, let's see, we're starting to get back up. That's cool. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. He says, yeah, but it's the SEC, so they'll lose. Yeah, they need to lose. All right. If I'm really quick over a lot of the comments, it's nothing personal. I want to state this from Stardog. He says XRP could be insane if on-demand liquidity and apps building on the blockchain, bigger than anything. Could very well be. I really think, here's the thing, a lot of people who just blindly go into XRP do not realize the significance of what? ODL. To me, that's the main thing people should research more when it comes to Ripple's XRP. It's not just the whole thing of like, oh, it's fast and it's going to do all this for the banks and, it's not part of retail and so on. In 3 letters, all a person needs to do is just research more of ODL and then boom, game over, because that's really where it's at. It's understanding the whole concept of ODL and how significant that is in itself. XRP is your second largest hold. Very cool. All right. There's a question from Brian Now. He says SEC is corrupt for sure. Why would USA not want to use XRP if almost every other country is going to use it? That's a very good question. I mean, so the way I look at it is, hold on a second. Hold on just a second. Nothing but interruptions today. Sorry about that. All right. So Stardog says they are so corrupt. The SEC, they very well are. Magic Power, SEC versus Ripple predictions. XRP itself is not a security. XRP is a secondary market, is not a security. XRP is getting regulatory clarity. Some past sales of XRP by Ripple are securities. Very good point. Brian Dowie also mentioned this earlier today. So he says that the Bank of Canada is calling XRP and XLM stablecoins, and that in itself is very, very bullish. I mean, could we not recognize how huge that is? If you have any countries calling it officially stable coins or global stable coins, that in itself is very, very powerful. I did a video a while back basically stating about how the World Bank, remember, in that particular brochure from many years past, didn't even get like proper press coverage, right? I understand the whole thing, crypto Twitter, right? It's a great tool, but in reality, the reason why we point out some of these things from the past is because it didn't get enough coverage, right? So if you have the World Bank saying in writing, and you don't believe me, check out the particular video in our video section. It has a whole outline in regards to it. The World Bank officially in a brochure, pamphlet, where you want to call it, it's a PDF and so on, but it says specifically they recognize Ripple and Stellar as global stable coins. That was powerful and stuff. That video did very, very well too. All right. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to skip you so much. I need to kind of catch up. Crypto Medizzle says because the US wants you to think they ain't going to use it. Yeah, you pointed that out before. The monetary system been built in the background by IBM, which is an American company. And we also have to understand the whole thing with NDAs and so on. We all want them to come out and say certain things immediately because we want to see all this stuff just blast off. But in reality, I mean, for us to have to wait, a few years, the way I look at it, anywhere from, some people are looking at like all-time highs for crypto overall, maybe 2024, 2025. Are you kidding me? We're going to have life-changing, generational wealth within a couple of years. We bought into the whole system of, like I mentioned before, I say 18, but in reality, for a lot of guys, it's your early 20s, where the case be. You bought into the concept, you work at a great company, you get a 401k, and basically you're going to cash it out like age 65. So let's say it was age 20. Really? You're going to work in a place for basically 45 years, right? Let's not even say that you're age 18. You are 20. 45 years. So you're willing to wait for that, but you can't wait 2 or 3 years to see the most largest transfer of generational wealth in the history of mankind. This is why I don't understand why people are trying to trace, like as the saying goes, chase meme coins or chase God candles or whatever. It's some of us do, some of us don't. But at the same time, I still will go with this particular saying. Crypto shouldn't be looked upon as a get-rich-quick scheme. The overall media will basically set that narrative for it, but they're always just scratching the surface. They're not reporting on the utilities that we have basically done our research about. Whether it's Ripple's on-demand liquidity, Quant's overledger, you name it, right? XDC with R3 Corda, the trade sector. Again, you name it. I know there's some other ones, people say like we don't talk about IOTA enough. I agree. We probably don't. But the whole point is what's all tied into, what it all leads to. It all leads down to one road, ISO 222. That's why we talk about it so much. All right, let's go further down. Blackwood says, I guess now it's time to rebirth myself, probably because my connection got rugged. Yes, I got rugged. Yeah, it sucked. Close the, no, that's not what it was. I mean, that's what it, all right. You know what? That's what it was. That is exactly what it was. I might as well stop denying it. That's exactly what it was. I said to myself, you know what? I cannot stream this during an actual live broadcast. So what I need to do basically is I just need to go old school, LimeWire style, and completely just download all of it and put it on a separate particular external hard drive. That way I could bring it with me wherever I go because I'm a complete fiend. I cannot, no, I'm kidding, obviously. All right. Let's go further down. ISO Jetpack, welcome. He says his H bar. Okay, cool. Congrats, Blackwood, again, becoming a member. Yeah, we do really appreciate that, man. It's always puts a smile on our face to see that. It shows that you appreciate the content and so on. So, man, props back to you. you hit the like on my way in on all streams. Why not? Yeah, very cool. Jetpack has some history for us. He says, it's so funny, all this happening in March, and March 9th, 1933, the gold and silver was tokenized, I guess, and we were left with promissory notes. Oh, okay. Tim Shea, clocks move forward 1 hour here tomorrow night, Sunday morning. That's a good point. All right. I'm gonna read a few from you. Got quite a bit. So ISO says we have been using Ledger Tech, but in a different way. When you put something by registered mail or on a court record, you have something that could come back for proof, just like blockchain. Okay. Thank you very much, Blackwood. I'm not gonna be able to get through all the particular comments. I'll read some of Fudd's because I know sometimes he's like, you guys don't read my darn comment. Well, I hear you, Selma. So how about this? This is me reading your comment. Silicon Valley Bank swiftly collapses. Okay, well, thank you for that comment. I'm gonna highlight that. Let's kick it back into the news because if I don't, we'll never get into it. I also don't want this to turn into a 4-hour show, but I got a bad feeling it's going to happen. So I want to get back into some of our quant coverage. Shout out to Greg Lunt for providing this. This is pretty fresh for the most part. So a while back, I did some deep dives in regards to the Nexi group. This is a long-awaited update in regards to that specifically. So again, take a look at this. So this is brand new. And again, shout out to Greg Lunt, another local guy in the Phoenix area like myself. Nexi Group reports final 2022 earnings showing double-digit year-over-year growth in all geographies, all of them. Quote, there's been exceptional margin expansion and cash generation acceleration, says Paulo Bertoluzzo, who is the CEO of Nexi. As Nexi grows, so does Quant. Now, how is that? Well, again, in the past, we did a deep dive in regards to that, but I will state this also. For all the people who are saying this is all speculative, I think that's nonsense. Here's another particular example. If Nexi grows, so does Quant, and we look at some of these particular stats, and they came into Quant, a while back and so on, and have, as the saying goes, exceptional margins and reflections that if we always are drawing or connecting the dots and so on, a lot of these things make sense. Here's another perfect example of how this all makes sense. Take, for instance, the Quant connection with Oracle. That is big in itself. Yesterday, I reported about that one particular project that used Quant's Overledger to build, I guess you could say, through the ecosystem of Oracle, right? Big stuff, right? Again, it's not necessarily about, building a home and a house and trying to get somebody to say, hey, I want to give me a list of all the tools that are used and the brands and so on. All we need to know is that it worked and the thing got built and so on. Some bigger players work in the background. Again, kind of like what Mike Cornwell was saying. Some big players work in the background. You don't realize what's going on, whether it's the United States and so on. But another perfect example is Quant. If they're interoperable, a lot of times they do work in the background. But the point is built on Overledger. Now look at this. We blow this up. It says key consolidated financial managerial results. And look at the particular report. You have merchant solutions. Look at some of these increases, right? Issuing solutions, digital banking solutions, operating revenue. Some of these things went up and so on. But, look at their normalized net profits. Did go up 15.1%. Normalized, of course, pre-tax slightly under than what that is. But it's great news because I will agree with Greg Lunt. As Quant or as Nexi grows, so does Quant. As Oracle grows, so does Quant. This is why some people have stated if Quant is so interoperable with all these particular ones and so on, which is, if I'm not mistaken, 100+ blockchains interoperable, all those particular high quality partnerships across the board, big, huge names, as they grow, Quant grows. That in itself is big. And that is why you hear people state that if Bitcoin was able to go to 69K with zero utility, all the more for Quant that has more layers of utility than anything else out there when you put it all together with what? It being blockchain agnostic and also what they bring to the table with Overledger, right? Their particular operating system. All right. I want to get into this next particular piece that we have right here. I already read that one about it says Maxi Pad, aka La Douche. Look at this particular one. I did that. I want to get into this right here. On this particular one, I have to share it in a way so you guys can hear it. Brian Dowery shared this with me earlier, and I said to myself, all right, cool, let's share this, because we're always talking about, flipping a switch. What is this all about, flipping a switch? Well, these guys came together, right? And they talked about specifically just that. This is 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Listen to some of the key things being mentioned here. This switch is going to be turned on here soon, literally within less than a couple weeks, if I'm not mistaken, right? Week and a half, something like that. Thanks for joining us here tonight. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. Let's go ahead and play it. Here we go.
I'm 54 years old, live in Los Angeles, California. I've been a tech executive for 30 years. I started with IBM, and I've worked for Accenture for quite some time. At the time that I was heavily investing in XRP, actually, and I've also worked for FIS. Some of you know, one of the largest payments provider. I no longer work at FIS. I'm building a tech startup right now, which I'll remain nameless at this point. So a lot of background in payments, but one of the things that Bob and I talked about some time ago when I was at Accenture, one of the things, I'm no longer on NDAs, but the one thing that I was able to do is Accenture, just like everyone else, has a Salesforce.com, which is a CRM, customer relationship management software. And I was, as an investor, was able to go into and look at, and this is a time where everybody was doubting, Ripple's not working with that many banks. And that's the time Brad Garlinghouse was saying, we're bringing on 2 new banks a week. And I could look in Salesforce.com, because you wonder, how does a small startup like Ripple, who only has, at the time, 50 to 100 employees, how are they integrating these banks? Because that's a big project. 3 months, 6 months, a year. And the reason why they were getting them on so quickly is Accenture and IBM are the 2 largest tech integrators in the world. The Global 2000 use them for implementing any of the latest, greatest softwares. And so Accenture was a partner of Ripple. And I looked in our Salesforce.com, and I could see all 300 banks that Accenture had integrated for Ripple. Now, and I was pleasantly surprised at that. And we're talking big names. This was Bank of Australia, Bank of England, Bank of Canada, so on and so on. And so they're all primed, and they've been primed and ready to go since this was 2000, Bob, that was about 2016 I shared with you.
Yeah, I think it was 2017, 2018.
Yeah, somewhere in there. Minimum. And I could see them all. They were all, and that means they're all primed and ready to go. So you've heard Mr. Schwartz talk about the flywheel effect. You've got to have liquidity on both sides for this thing to work. And so, while I can't speak to a flip the switch moment, I'm not an insider. I won't claim to be, but I can just see what's happening. That there is a moment where something happens where they all start using it. And Bob.
So technically, like a flip of the switch moment.
And who's in control of that? To say go, your guess is as good as mine. But that could be the IMFs of the world, the BIS, all that. But. So that, that's all just Bob and I talked about. Bob, is that what you were hoping to hear from me?
Yeah, just because I remember the last time we spoke, you just jumped on the space and you were like, hi guys, my name's Tony, this and that. And you just basically said I do believe in a flip of the switch moment. Yeah. And you weren't necessarily alluding to I know for a fact. Right. But you were saying I could see why something like this would happen all at once, sort of thing.
I definitely could. Yeah. So yeah, I'm on board with that theory as a plausible scenario for sure.
All right, yeah, it's nice to have that perspective of the flip of the switch. I mean, was it on Monday's show for Utility Talk Now? Myself and also Crypto Smith, Sean, we were talking about the whole thing of Crypto Bill Weather's stance in regards to, he was stating that we're lied to with ISO 222. And, you see a lot of the things coming out, right? Whether it's, some of the positions that Crypto Lulu we mentioned and so on, or Verson Larja, or how about this, recently with Crypto Hulk, some of those guys, and so on. So I don't really think that we were lied to. I mean, I understand it's all about interpretation. I'm not downplaying, some of the things he said. I mean, I think we should be all researching, like you mentioned, into, more of the competition, and it's not just with ISO based tokens and coins, right? Ripple's competition, if you will. It's other projects, right, that have utility and so on. We should probably still do that as well, right? I should say probably we should. But when you hear this, again, it pounds at home more that, what? They are a big player that's part of it. So when I see people, and there's a few, I'm not gonna mention their particular names and so on, but there's one content creator in particular. He mentioned that he has sold 90% of his XRP and just went all in with Cypherium. I mean, I'm not gonna say there's anything really wrong with that. Like if you're a big Cypherium fan, don't get me wrong, I'm a Cypherium fan. I got into it. Why? Because for the same reason, like why get into other ones other than just XRP or other than just, Cypherium and so on. The way I look at it is I'm not going to pick and choose. I want to hold a lot of these because I feel as though with this whole, thing with ISO 222, it's good to have, a diversified bag of all these particular ones and so on. Why wouldn't you want to have that? But this whole concept that is only going to be one, and like some of these people were saying recently, no, we have been lied to. It's just Cypherium. I'm not with that at all. I'm not. At the end of the day, I mean, I guess it's possible they could be wrong, but man, I'd rather take my chances by having a diversified ISO portfolio than being all in on just boom, selling 90% of my bag and going to Cypherium. Not happening. All right. I'm gonna go further down, and I want to welcome Wayne Side. He says, will the failing of banks chasing people to crypto? Well, how about this? Let's go ahead and share this real quick. So I retweeted this earlier today, and I want to show you guys this. Maybe you already saw it, especially if you're following me on Twitter. But look at this. So Elon Musk actually tweeted this out. Check it out for yourself. It actually was him, 131 million followers. It says, crypto is a scam. Keep money in banks. Banks are scams. Keep money in crypto. Like, oh, what do you do? Well, what you do is, I'm not going to go with, the button on the left. I'll tell you that much. But it's funny you mentioned that. That's all. All right. I'm going to kick it back in the comments just for a brief bit. I'm way behind. But I do appreciate you guys being here tonight. Let me see where we're at. So ISO says the United States is based on full faith and credit. Yeah, especially if you're able to just keep printing and printing more and more money and raise the debt ceiling to, be the, to patch the hole, if you will, or release the patch of the hole, and then have more debt, but you have to raise it, and I don't know. It's ridiculous, and we just keep getting further and further and further into the debt. I mean, I remember when presidents used to run against each other, dating all the way back to George Bush, and what came after that. I'm running because George Bush basically got us in all these trillions of debt, and then the next president gets us in more and more debt, and then next and next. It's just like, oh my God, where is it going to end? Again, I'm not trying to make it political, but that is just telling it like it is. I mean, that is a reality. It doesn't matter what administration it has been for the last 23 years or something like that. The debt has just gone sky high. Last I checked, 32 trillion. I remember it was a big deal when we were in $8 trillion worth of debt, let alone $32 trillion worth of debt. All right. Let's see here. Welcome Plan for Zen. Boomerang for Senator says Elon is open to Twitter buying SVB, making it a digital bank. He said at 8:04. We're at 8:31 on my time. My God. All right. Tim Shea says nice. XR is still up over 13%. That is nice. Hopefully you guys took advantage of some of those particular dips. But if, let's face it, you can't exactly buy everything. Maybe you guys can. I don't know. Some of you guys are like retired and you got plenty of money to kind of go around and buy stuff, but that's all right. Someone's got a report for us. He says, sorry guys, but I gotta go. It's time for the Lazy Shaman show featuring Steve the Canadian. That's fine, I understand. All right, so Boomer says, per Watcher Guru on Twitter. Yeah, I saw some of that earlier. All right, so let's go further down. We got Gandalf the Great. I did respond to you earlier. I do recognize your name. He says, just bought some Rio, too undervalued, nearly a 50x to an all-time high, then beyond. We'll bring up Rio for just a brief moment. I did take a particular deep dive into that recently. If you guys want to check out that particular video, you're more than welcome to do so. Here it is. So I came out with this particular video on Rio. Shout out to Papa Mex X. Right, he was telling me all about it. He's like, man, you gotta get in. So I did more of my own deep dive into it and so on. It's a really long deep dive. It's like 54 minutes. But if you want to learn everything there is to know about Rio for the most part, check out that particular video. And yeah, on that particular one, actually I'll bring up CMC. Hold on a second. Let me share this tab instead. So on Rio, it's been really fluctuating lately. Like, I mean, when I originally introduced it to just talking on the phone with like Mike Cornwell, I think this was like, I don't know, 8 cents, 9 cents, something like that. And it's really like blown up over this last 7 days and so on. Like, I think we saw, 14, 15 cents, kind of like where we're at now. Actually up to 18 cents. That's right. But a lot of people aren't holding it for those particular reasons. A lot of people are holding this for, they feel it's like this is like a micro cap gem, if you will. Current market cap, it's not even at a full million yet. This is verified market cap from CMC, but it's only 983,000. So it's on my list of ones I still need to get. Kind of like I gotta get LCX still. I think that's about it. Rio and LCX. After that, I'm not really, I get DMs from some of you guys and so on. It's fine. I welcome it. But you're always like, you gotta get to this, you gotta get to that. And it's like, man, you gotta keep in mind, I'm already into like 50 different projects. So you guys are into like 100 or 200, So my thing is, I'm just looking to get into this LCX, and then after that, it's just stacking or doing like a power swap, maybe like, all in on Polygon. I almost pulled the trigger on Polygon earlier today, and I'll show you why real quick. So earlier today, in regards to Polygon, this was down to like, I think 96 cents. Yeah, right down here. Yeah, this is where I saw it, like roughly about, I see at 95, but I did see at 96. Almost pulled the trigger and put, I don't know, about 7,000 into this because of, I know it's buy the rumor, sell the news, but man, something about that ZK EVM that's happening at the end of this month. I'm telling you flat out, guys, hopefully you'll remember me saying this. If you haven't seen that particular video I did about it, Polygon could very well just blast off like something fierce by the end of the month. Find out more about ZK EVM. You're going to want to, especially if you hold Polygon. I hold Polygon, but I'm looking to get a huge position into it. So I want to hear a little bit more what's going on, maybe some responses next week in regards to like, some particular statements coming out and so on. I might just wait until the 22nd. What was it? Powell comes back out, I think on the 22nd, if I'm not mistaken. It's somewhere in that particular range. And then from there, maybe time it just right. But Polygon is on my extreme short list to do what I refer to as a power swap. Obviously, also Stratos is as well. But I didn't see it go below 50 cents. Kind of went back up. So anyway. Let's kick it back to the comments. We do have a lot more news for you guys and so on. It just kind of messed up the flow tonight with the whole problem that I had earlier, but that's all right. Work through it. We did recover some of our numbers, so that's good. Back up to like the 50s. Thank you for joining us here tonight. We do have an outline of the news in regards to ISO 222 for you. But anyway, yeah, I'm going to get further down and let's see here. Brian says, Boomer, bullish as F. Elon loves the letter X. Tim, I was going to say sup to them, but I'll skip for now. I guess I already read that some of that stuff. So we got the one you said about Rio. Thanks for being here, Gandalf. I want to state this much. This here change your avatar, something speaks more of who you are and what you're about. I always love seeing people come from the record to the live. So, man, thank you very much for that. Guys, let's welcome Gandalf the Great. Or you maybe just pronounce it just like, Lord of the Rings Gandalf. So maybe I'll pronounce it just Gandalf. Coochie Boy says, word is 50% of the U.S. startups has exposure to SVB. But how many are exposed to crypto metaverse projects? Okay. All right. Brian Now also states that he's seen a video on Twitter Space with Bob Way, and someone he knows said he's seen 300 banks are signed up with Ripple, and that was like 2017 to 2018. Can you imagine how many more are signed up since then? I don't know. I mean, I think honestly, Crypto Bellwether is a good content creator, but come on, man. I mean, I'm not going to sell 90% to go with Cypherium. I'm just not going to do that. I'm going to also hold Cypherium. Anyway, Simon Greco, SEC are constantly holding progress back. Take a leaf out of Japan's book on transparency and leadership. Yeah, I would totally agree with that. Some people agree with how they went about it and so on. Some people think that was too extreme on how they went about it. But at the end of the day, I think the main reason why they did it is because on paper, they want to have the perception that they are keeping the best interests of the Japanese citizens at heart, right? And by completely just blanketing everything, the massive ban that they did on forums. I got the CTN forums on my mind because we need to get that worked out. Foreign stablecoin ban and so on. As we know, that's going to be lifted hopefully by the end of June and so on. But it's huge bullish news for Japan itself, not just with Jasmy, but for Japan itself, and other projects that are working with that particular country. All right. Brian Dowie says Tim should get interesting with legal. I'll check in after CTN. They go 6 hours strong. Oh God. Okay. River says bought some BSV on the dip, and it's been almost a day since I transferred it, and so I haven't received it. Tim Shea, didn't you say something soon? So let me ask you something. What is the main reason why you want to get into BSV? Is it because of like some of the things that you heard Cool Cat Crypto mention, or do you did you take more of your own deep dive into BSV and you said to yourself, you know what, man, like this really is the real Bitcoin. This, 100,000 TPS, the fastest blockchain in the world, probably could be, right? And some of these other things they got going, like similar circulating supply, if not identical. Is it really the true Bitcoin and so on? Is that what you're looking at? Or you're also looking at it from the perspective of maybe you didn't take like a huge deep dive, but from enough that you saw reported here, other community members and so on, you felt as though you just why not take a chance on it? Because it's been a little bit mixed, but from my general consensus is that most people just have gotten into it is like the fear of missing out, if this saying goes. Like they just don't want to feel like that could really be something that could take off in the future. I'm also looking at it from the perspective, it is still in the top 100. They do have a decent amount of volume. I don't know, I'm just curious. So, hey, you're welcome. I wish I could give you cheers, but there's nothing in here. All right. Tim Shea says, River, before that one time BSV transfers were almost instant. That did take 24 hours that day. Tim Shea says, River, did you transfer the BSV too? And I think I'm going to go further down and see any other questions you guys have. You guys have a conversation with each other. So I want to welcome back Mr. Robert Hayes. He says, what's up, bro? Yeah, good to have you back. I remember you were here for Cryptivia. Thank you for that. Yeah, we have live shows every day, believe it or not, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. So we've been doing live shows since April of last year, every single day, if you can imagine that. That doesn't mean me on there every single day, but either between myself, Larry, it's been that way. So it's been pretty cool. But yeah, you caught Quant at $1.09. Man, wouldn't that be nice to get Quant at $1.09? $109. Got lucky. Did you buy a full Quant or do you buy like more than one? Kind of interesting. If you want to share that, you don't have to. I know you keep talking about XX, Tim Shea. So I got to look more into that because I mean, if you keep talking about it, that has me interested. All right, so let me go. Let's see. Polygon's gonna be sick. I want a bigger. Yeah, my thing is, man, like I should have tried to came in at like 95, 96 cents because even if it just went up to back to, this month's highs of $1.52, that would have been like with the position I was going into, like $7,000. That would have been basically about like 3 to 4K, right? And that's not bad for like a power swap, as I would refer to. Yeah, but we all want bigger positions. USDC lost its peg. Oh God, $2 super chat. Let me see if you have any other super chats came in. Let me. Sorry about that. There is another super chat that came in. It's from West. Peace to the CTN family, XRP, XLM. All right, I want to basically recognize both of you guys. So I'll get into that. Mike, thank you very much for the super chat. And also on top of that, I'm going to recognize Wes. Welcome back, Wes. I was wondering what happened to you. So peace to CTN family, XRP, XLM. Thank you very, very much. Let's get into that specifically. USDC Circle lost its peg. So let's pull that up. Let's see what's going on with that. So let's see. Here it is on CMC. We did see this market go from 921 billion all the way up to 956. So a significant decrease compared to what we had about a couple weeks ago with 1.13 trillion, right? All right, so Circle, here it is. This is not up today. I mean, it's 0.99. Oh, God. So right here. So it's just not fully reported yet. Yikes. Maybe I could pull on a KuCoin chart. Let's go old school and go KuCoin chart style. Let me pull that up. I don't even know if I can just pull that up right with KuCoin, but give me just a second to do so. Spot trading. All right. USDC. Well, this is a pairing. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to make that work. All right, I'll just pull it up right here, and I'll see if I can just transfer to a candle chart. Yeah, there we go. There we go. All right. Yeah, something interesting is kind of going on with this. I'll leave that up there for a bit, but yeah, that is interesting. I mean, if it went into like 9.7, 9.6 and so on, that would be very alarming. Is there any official outlets reporting on this right now? Let's see if there is. In real quick. 1 hour ago, Twitter reported something on this. So let's see what we have. All right, let me share that tab instead. Just tuning in, it says about 1 hour ago from DYDX, 200,000 followers. So, I mean, I would take what he has to say. Here it is. It says, in light of recent events surrounding Silicon Valley Bank, we want to clarify the following. DYDX will continue to function at any USDC, USD price. DYDX does not assume, of course, Circle equals USD. It says all positions, collateral, funding, payments in Circle are worth less in USD terms in the event of a USDC DPEG, just like any Circle held anywhere. Well, I guess that's their position. I thought that was about the thing being dropping down. That is not it. I apologize. It says in the event of a DPEG. Let's see here. I guess that's, hold on a second. Personally, I'm not in USDC anymore. Says, I mean, people are tweeting about it, right? But it's not, there isn't any huge, massive news. This guy says, no, I don't necessarily think this escalates into a full-blown DPEG, but I'm not sticking around to find out. All right, this other guy 2 hours ago, that was 14 minutes ago, right? This other guy says biggest USDC depeg since 2019 when it launched. Only way to fix it, more transparency, communication from Circle. So here's the thing. Some of you guys were mentioning this whole thing earlier, right? About, Goldman Sachs having ties to it. Scary stuff. This is also 8 hours ago. If USDC depeg Bitcoin will shoot to the moon. Okay. 43 billion of USDC will be trying to buy in orders of Bitcoin, ETH, large. That's a good point. People will take it, get scared, and put it into something like Bitcoin. At the same time, a large percentage of people won't. So I'm not fully on board with what this particular person is saying. Let's see if there's any more. Let's just view this on crypto Twitter. You're just tuning in. 4 hours ago, exit all stable coins. This guy says 3 hours ago, USDC depeg event could be a huge burning agent. The past months have been quite a ride. A Luna crash. Yeah, of course. 16 minutes ago. Personally, I'm not in any circle anymore. I already read that one. Is this the new Terra collapse? I don't know. Are we going to go that far? If it is, guys, Brian Dowie, you're pointing this out, but you didn't get the right one. You were saying it would be Tether. So I guess it'd be Circle, possibly. I'm not ready to hop on that bandwagon. But at the same time, maybe there's also Tether. So maybe Brian Dowie has something to go off of there. But it's crazy stuff, guys. Really crazy stuff to see this going on. All right, let's go further down. The software. But thank you again, Crypto Mike. Appreciate it. And I appreciate your sideline reporting. The crypto company. Hold on. The software crypto companies are where it's at. All right. Yeah, basically with Quant's Overledger and so on. That's the way I look at it. And I think somebody messed with the temperature in this house or something. It's just all messed up. There's only one other person lives there. All right, so let's go further down. Keep a good eye on the market cap. All right. We love the lows. We were born in the darkness. Bane's voice. I wish I could do Bane's voice. That'd be amazing. I said, F it. Yeah, the lows are blessings. Damn, Mike, we're going to dip a lot. We could very well. 0.9461, not too bad. Robert says, Ripple is definitely signed with so many. Hold on a second. 0.9461, not too bad. That's bad. If that's, hold on, let's refresh that. All right, I'm looking at 0.9943, and you're saying 0.9461. I mean, if it was down to that, to me, that's very bad. I don't know if that's a typo. You meant that. I don't know. You don't sweat it. Oh. Yeah, that's almost 5%, man. What about that H-bar hack exploit? Yeah, we're going to get into that as well. Actually, I can just pull that up right now. Hold on a second. You think it's all staged? It's all show? Yeah. Some of you guys have been saying that. And some of you guys also been saying that it's too much of coincidence with everything going on here in March for ISO 222. All right. Asuka129, I recognize you. The depeg looks like it's getting worse. Man, really? Let me see. Yeah. Yeah, we'll have to monitor this more. All right. Tim Shea says, Brian, I do have some crypto attached to USDT. USDT is at 1.007 at the moment. All right. Magic Power says, this is good info. Circle's USDC, the second largest stablecoin with 43 billion market capitalization, held an undisclosed part of its $9.8 billion cash reserves at failed Silicon Valley Bank. So that's not why that one guy was reporting about that. Okay. You said it was possible. Never said I never said you wanted it. If I accidentally said that, I didn't mean that. Yeah, but you did point out the whole thing with Tether. That's all I'm saying. I know you're not rooting for it. I don't think any of you guys would root for that. That's like rooting for people to, it's like people were in Terra Luna before it became classic, right? When it was like over $100 a coin. Like, oh, let's just root for this to go to hell. No one's rooting for that. You're looking at KuCoin, maybe it's different elsewhere. Yeah. Skull and Bones 322. Yeah, somebody reported this yesterday. Is Spring Equinox 322 the rebirth of the market? Brian, it's all good either way. Hello, welcome to Miguel. We're talking about the whole thing of the depegging of Circle's USDC, which is bad news, right? Very, very bad news. I'm going to refresh this real quick. Yeah, we'll have to get more of an update in regards to that. All right, so let's see here. When there ends, so life begins. All right, Tim, I believe there has to be a big crash before we can moon. And Robert Hayes says yes. All right. I want to welcome Dell. Good to see you, Dell. And USDC will win. All right. Let me go ahead and highlight that real quick. Let's kick it back into some of the particular news that we have for you guys tonight. We talked a little bit about Quant, XRP, obviously. We have some more particular news in regards to XRP. So let's jump into that. I'm gonna pull that up because I don't want to be all over the place, because sometimes I'll end up missing something because I have a nice outline, and that's just how it is sometimes. All right. So thank you for joining us again. Smash the like if you haven't done so already. We do share 24 hours cryptos content quite often. He's a good content creator. He has great clips, right? 10,000 followers, patience is virtue through XRP. So here is this particular clip. And I want you guys to pay attention to what this particular person is saying from, this particular interview from C-SPAN, right? Michael Barr, who's the Federal Reserve Vice Chair for Supervision. Now, it states, remember, you didn't get lucky with XRP. The only ones stacking are the ones following closely. We have entered a new phase of, diamond hands. There are 4.6 million XRP wallets, and 3.5 of them hold less than 500 XRP. Now, of course, we're not going to do the particular breakdown of if you hold this much XRP, you're in this top percent or anything like that. This is a minute and a half. Listen to what he has to state, and then we'll have some more comments here in a bit. Here we go.
I've been working on issues of financial inclusion for a significant portion of my career as a public official and as an academic.
A part of Ripple. Okay, this is back in 2015. Former Treasury official Michael Barr joins Ripple Labs. Okay, just to go over it. And then in 2022, he got nominated. Biden will nominate Michael Barr, a former Treasury Department official, to serve as the Federal Reserve's top banking regulator, the White House said. Okay, and this is him getting sworn in, and we got Jerome Powell there. It's only going to get better, folks. Okay, you're going to be shocked. So, and he talks about financial inclusion. Ripple accelerating financial inclusion through technology. And we got the Modulo Foundation. Ripple and the Modulo Foundation creating a more financially underlined inclusive future.
At a more basic level, we need to focus on access to fast, efficient digital payments. This is a matter both of efficiency and of fairness. Low-income households can ill afford to wait days for their income checks to clear, nor can small businesses. And I'm so pleased that we've made progress on instant payments under the leadership of Vice Chair Brainerd and Chair Powell. And I'm looking forward to doing whatever I can to support this work, including the launch of FedNow service.
And then we got Jerome Powell saying this.
And, I think we can get this into the hands of the public very quickly. And I think we'll have real-time payments in this country very, very soon. And so that's a good thing.
Real-time payments in this country very, very soon, and that's a good thing. Now, I know I reiterated this from yesterday, but why not? You're seeing more and more people chopping up some of what Powell says and some of these other guys from C-SPAN and whatnot. But the main point is, when you hear on one hand somebody like Jerome Powell mentioning, I'm going to go ahead and stop that share, but mentioning, if we go to the CBDC, this is going to zero, right? And then at the same time, it's like, okay, but understanding the technologies that are part of this, if you're going to say that, and then you're at the same time saying, well, to release to the public, we'll have real-time payments, right, being released soon. I'm immediately thinking, well, how does that even make any sense? It's very, I don't know what the heck you want to call it. It's it's not even, it's whatever the opposite of transparency is, or being contradictory of your statements, or am I too far off here? I don't think I am, because I mean, some people say, well, Max, that's just, it's NDAs, or it's one hand washes the other. I don't really think it's maybe so much in regards to NDAs, but it's so contradicting. And I think for a lot of people, when they see this and they hear about some of this, they think that doesn't make any sense. Anyway, that's the way I look at it, and so on. I want to get more into what we have for you guys for this particular outline. So, shout out to 24 Hours Crypto for providing that. Good stuff. Let's get into Stellar. And on this particular one, man, if you want some Stellar news and you're like, man, I don't get enough Stellar news, there ain't enough Stellar news. Well, guess what? Smash that like. This is the Stellar news you're looking for. So I'm going to go ahead and share this. So here we go. And shout out to this particular person, ALP.LSP. This is a particular thread, right? Now, it's important to be reminded, of course, about how Stellar Network is important, how it works, and so on. This is a very well put together thread. And then the icing on the cake will be from the Stellar Foundation. They had a particular update in a video, and I'm going to share that with you guys. So if this is what you're looking for, you tune in at the right time. So why Stellar Network is important? Well, multiple reasons, right? With the Stellar Network can revolutionize global finance by enabling fast and secure cross-border transactions at low cost, as we know, making it a valuable tool for both businesses and individuals. There's always the talk about, Stellar's right there at the doorstep of the payment rails, if you will, especially for the retail side of things. Definitely not so much for, the bank to bank. They're the peer-to-peer. But look at this. One of its standout features in regards to Stellar is the ability to convert any currency instantly at a low cost. And we talked about this, right? Especially with Nigeria and some other particular third world countries. If you have a mechanism put into place that will allow the native currency of those particular people from those countries to have and keep that value and not diminish it, and it's through the form of what Stellar provides, that is a huge thing. This is why I personally feel that in the future, maybe it is by 2030, I don't know, that you could very well see Stellar being the official cryptocurrency of the entire world. To me, that makes sense, right? Just the average Joe Schmo, you and me type person, people in third world countries, you name it. Perfect example is kind of like we saw here. So instantly at low cost, which means hassle-free money transfers without worrying about paying high fees. Again, think about Western Union, right? Western Union, you do have to pay high fees. You do have to take a big chunk out of, what you're sending and so on. And if anything, it's annoying. You go to pay somebody $1,000, I think they take out like 300, something like that. I don't know. I have to double check. And only that, let's say it is that missionary lady in the middle of the Congo. It's going to take about 2 weeks for that lady to receive it, maybe possibly longer. How about she gets it instantaneous at low fees and keeping whatever native currency it is in that particular area at a decent level, not diminished? I think this is something that's so overlooked when it comes to understanding decentralized finance and so on, right? So it says the Stellar Network's decentralization ensures transactions can occur without interference from governments or powerful entities, making it the resistant to censorship and corruption. When you think about the concept of Bitcoin, right? Some people say, well, Bitcoin's freedom, and so on and so forth, right? Well, at the same time, why aren't you saying that Stellar is not freedom? Stellar is a heck of a lot better technology than Bitcoin. And on top of that, nobody from the central banking sectors of the world are even mentioning Bitcoin in the same sentence of payment rails and cross-border payments and so on and so forth, right? Interoperability and things like that. It's not mentioned because it's an outdated technology. So making it resistance to censorship and corruption, businesses benefit from high scalability, processing a large volume of transactions quickly and efficiently. I totally agree. How about this? Financial inclusion is promoted by providing a secure, low-cost way for people without access to traditional banking services to participate in the global economy. How about this? Where without access to traditional banking services. With Stellar, you don't need to have a particular bank account and so on. We've done these particular deep dives. It's very, very true. Do you know of any other ones out there, for the most part, that stand out that will help these people keep not only the value of their native currency, but do it at scale and as quick and as efficient and as secure as something like Stellar's technology? There's not a lot of them. How about this? We were talking about IBM earlier. So already used by IBM, Deloitte, probably not pronouncing that right, and the UN World Food Program, the Stellar network will continue to have a significant impact on global finance as more businesses and individuals use it. And of course, as we get more and more adoption, again, this further solidifies why I personally feel at some point this will be the, cryptocurrency of the world. The decentralized and scalable in nature, this is the final one, of the Stellar network, combined with its fast, secure, and low-cost cross-border transactions, make it an important tool for global finance. Now, check this out. This is new. This was released 2 days ago. A lot of times we do report on these particular ones. And that is this whole concept of specific projects that build on Stellar, right? So this is founder stories. This is Tori Sample. She's the co-founder and CTO of Leaf Global Fintech, which is a project built on Stellar. And it's nice to hear other people's perspective. Like it says right here, we often talk about blockchain solutions bringing real-world utility to those who need it the most, hence those people in Nigeria and so on, all over the world. But we don't talk about the brilliant minds building these solutions nearly enough, right? Some other entrepreneurs like myself, you, and so on, right? The first of our founder stories introduces this particular lady. Now, in regards to her background, before we play it, she hails from a background in data architecture. Why would somebody in data architecture want to build on Stellar? Well, you know the answer, right? Well, in healthcare, before she and her co-founder teamed up to build a digital wallet services provider for people crossing borders, all on Stellar. Her expertise and insights have proved invaluable during her time as a senior product manager at the Stellar Development Foundation, working on Stellar 8 Assist. The biggest video I ever made for Stellar was in regards to the Stellar 8 Assist and so on. So you can learn more about her journey if you go to stellar.org/blog, Stellar-founder stories and so on. You can see it there. I'm going to play this. Let me know what you think. I think it's great that they, now and then are releasing more and more of these case studies about various different businesses who build on Stellar, because if anything, it's educational and gives you perspective of people's lives from other areas of the world and how beneficial Stellar is for them. Here we go. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. This is about roughly 2 minutes, and we'll be right back. Oh boy. I don't have it shared. Hold on a second. My bad. Here we go. Hold on a second. I do almost have it for you. Talking about the technical this is probably one of the most technical difficulty nights I've ever had hosting this show. I do not know why, but anyway, here it is. My bad. Let's play it again. 2 minutes. We'll be right back.
So I think any entrepreneur could look back and identify 10 to 20 pivotal moments that led them to where they are, because it is a mixture of skill and luck and timing, and so there are always moments that kind of shape your trajectory. But I think for me, there were some very early ones that made pursuing Leaf possible. My name is Tori Samples, and I am the co-founder and CTO of Leaf Global Fintech, which was recently acquired by IDT. Leaf is a provider of digital wallet services to people crossing borders, mostly in East Africa. We are live in 3 countries today with a smartphone version and a non-smartphone version, and it's all built on Stellar behind the scenes. One of the things that we're really excited about with Leaf is meeting people along the way at every piece of their financial journey. So we started with a cross-border wallet that helped refugees, migrants, and traders to bring their money with them across borders and send it back home. But we know that that's not the end of people's financial journeys. once they get to a new place, they want to start a business or send money to friends and family across the region or improve their financial literacy. So we're helping them to do that. One of the things that is great about being part of a larger parent company with IDT is that they already have a broad base in fintech and telecommunications technology from 30 years of experience. So we're leveraging that. We are hoping to bring the two companies together technically and integrate so that people can use IDT's tools to send money into Leaf wallets across the world. And then once the money is in their Leaf wallet, be able to do a wide range of things with that money in order to improve their lives wherever they are.
Love these particular case studies and so on. Glad to bring it to you guys. That was the most recent one that came out about 2 days ago. And when we get more of them, we'll continuously bring it to you guys and so on. I want to kick it back into the comments. Robert Hayes says USDC is the chosen one. And let's see here. On CDC, it is 0.9931, way better. Okay. Miguel says, thank you very much. You're very welcome. It has to be a show because it wouldn't be allowed any other way. All right, let me see. Yep, you already know, brother. Who can tell a truth on a platform controlled by a lie? Brian Alley says, Max, yeah, no problem. Deep, everything is so deceived. Everyone, according to Robert Hayes, he thinks that XRP stayed at 33 cents the longest ever. Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, if we're talking about consolidation, in which we have many, many times, I mean, it's hovered from 33 cents to 40 for the longest time, like you mentioned. And you want to talk about an asset that was strengthened. Can you imagine when that on-demand liquidity is being fully used? So many people complain about, Ripple hasn't done anything. Why would I want to get into that? I just keep shaking my head when it comes to this. It's like, do you not realize that utility has to be utilized? Oh, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. So I've heard people literally say that to me. That doesn't matter. Really? Because last I checked, it does matter. Perfect example, and I'm not a fan of Ethereum, but perfect example is Ethereum. Like Mark Cuban said, the gas fees, like the minting of an NFT, gas fee, boom, utility. Buying an ERC20 token is annoying. I had to get hit with a big gas fee, especially in the bull run, right? I remember people paying as high as $300-$400 on some of those meme token ERC20 projects and so on. But the key takeaway was gas fee after gas fee after gas fee, utility being used over and over and over. With Ripple's XRP, just because people haven't seen that utility used yet, key thing yet, doesn't mean it's not going to happen. This whole rollout of ISO 222 and, the central banks of the world using these particular technologies and so on, I always use this analogy, but I'm going to keep using it because I think it's a good way of looking at it from like layman's terms. Olympic-sized swimming pools. As we speak, Ripple's XRP is sitting at anywhere from 33 cents to 40 cents continuously for, like you mentioned, right? The longest time. Well, with that said, like this, 33 cents, yeah, the longest ever. Those are the droplets coming out of the faucets, if you will, right? Big, huge Olympic-sized swimming pools where they have those giant, humongous faucets to fill them up, right? So if that's the case and you have these little droplets of 33 cents, can you imagine when they fill up those pools? Think about the on-demand liquidity, right? Completely filling up the shallow end, completely filling up the deep end, right? Completely filled up because those banks are using these particular technologies, the payment rails. This is why people are so excited about this because, what was that other snippet that Mike Cornwell sent a while back? He was talking about some of those percentages in 2023 in regards to, ISO 222 and so on. I might be able to pull that up again. Let me see. I might have that particular one, but I mean, it's crucial to know some of these things. That it's not. Some people say like there's no money to be made in 2023, and this is all a fake out and so on. I mean, my thing is, I understand that people are upset about some of the recent price action that's going on. We basically saw a pullback from 1.13 trillion to where we're currently at now. But my thing is, I'm gonna pull this. I'm gonna pull this up right now. So I'm gonna share this again. Give Give me a second because I do have it. Here we go. So look at this. This, credit to Mike Cornwell again. I mean, I don't have blown up as big as I would like, but you have ISO 222 is being implemented across markets globally as the new benchmark standard in payments messaging. By 2023, is expected that ISO 222 enabled systems will represent, listen to this, guys, 79% of the total volume and 87% of the total value of high-value payments worldwide. For low-value payments, those figures are set to be 65% and 53% respectively. So this whole concept, like, no, none of this is going to happen, anytime soon, and it's not 2023. All the significant things are going to happen 2025. Are you kidding me? 2025 is when everything starts wrapping up. Like, is it November 2025? So if we have the prices of Ripple's XRP at roughly 33 cents to 40 cent range, right? And then you see this, one would think it's just a simple concept of, okay, well, this is being implemented. Some of these particular banks, maybe not all of them, are going to use these particular technologies. Utility being used. If utility is being used, even at a small scale, I mean, I know a lot of people are like, man, it's not going to be going boom real soon. Okay. So even if we lowball this, right, that is still an insane amount of volume that's going to happen. I know I mentioned the whole thing with quadrillions, but even if we don't say quadrillions, let's just say trillions. You're trying to tell me, I'm not saying you guys specifically, other people are trying to tell me that this thing won't move? That's ludicrous. That is absolutely ludicrous to think that way, And so my thing is, and I love some of my other fellow content creators like that, like Wadi, I think he's a great content creator and so on. But my thing is, yeah, it's nice. I think it's a great skill that he has to be able to point out, like what's going on with charts. I wish I could do that. I obviously don't do that, but to point out what's going on with the market, like Mike Cornwell mentioned, the utility run doesn't give a crap about that particular data. Why? Because this utility run is just like what you're basically seeing. This being implemented and utilized. So one thing about an implementation period, and then there's another thing about having that utility kicked into full gear blast off. That's my main thing. And of course, seeing what's tied into it, whether it is Quant with Overledger, with making it all interoperable and so on, whether it is Ripple's XRP from the bank to bank, or Stellar's XLM from the peer to peer, or how about this XDC in the trade sector? That trade sector, my God, why are so many people dismissing XDC? Makes no sense to me. All right, so I'm gonna get off of that, and let's see here. Let's kick it back. So Robert Hayes says, do you think that was a little wink and nod? Maybe. This channel reads all the comments and caters to the people with teaching us. Dope. Well, thank you. Yeah, somebody also, a while back, I think it was one of my friends, they're like, why you don't get many super chats? I'm like, okay, why is that? Because you read all the comments. I'm like, and I told my friend, I was like, we do get super chats. You get way more super chats if you just didn't read. I'm like, well, that's not how we go about things here. But thank you very much. ISO Jetpack J0229. Sometimes, our shows go pretty long, like too long. 4 hours of a show is too long. I will agree on that. But anyway, yeah, Jetpack says we learn from each other and it's free school. Well, thanks, man. I appreciate it. I'm you might not know it, but I actually am a teacher. I've taught all grade levels, to be honest. I've taught, believe it or not, kindergarten. I've done first grade all the way through 8th. I've done some high school, and I've also done college as a sub on an instructor, not a regular instructor. But yeah, my thing is, I've always loved to teach to those who are willing to be an audience to hear the information. There's some course grade levels that are very hard to teach. One that I do not really like teaching too much is 6th and 7th grade. Some about 6th graders. they're sweet angels at 5th grade, and then that summer where they jumped from adolescent, like early adolescence, to like teenager, if you will, and then they jump into the 6th grade, like the tween years, like you get the hormones kicking in and puberty. Oh my God, they just went from sweet angel to is this the same kid that I knew last year? No. Who is this? Who is this little person that I have no idea who this person is anymore? Anyway, but it's okay. It's all part of growing up. All right. I so agree. Best channel. Well, thanks. I mean, Ted of Lift Capital does a very good job too. So I don't know if we're best channel, but I do love the compliments. Thank you guys. I do appreciate that. Anyway, River says, I think Cool Cat is right about BSV. Okay, so we got an update regards to that. This is a late comment. 8:55, you wrote that. It's 9:17 my time. So, all right, you think Cool Cat is right about BSV? I only picked up a couple on the dip just to make me feel better. Been watching it for a while. FOMO, sure. All right, let's point that out real quick in regards to BSV, because when I saw it this morning, even I thought about picking up some. I didn't. I was just having a bunch of distractions and problems. And I think next time around, when I see it like really super distressed like that, I'll just say, you know what, the hell with it. Just go with it. But anyway, here's BSV. I share it in, of course, a way you can see it, keep forgetting. I try to bring my A game today, but man, when you get so many distractions, and on top of that, technical problems, it just messes up your whole flow. I know you guys, you wash and so on, but it does. You know what? This is a great time to come into it. I would totally agree. I mean, it was a bargain even at under 50. It was even that much of a bargain under 40. This thing's at 33.28. Yeah, I mean, it might just be a perfect situation, like you mentioned. Even if you picked up one or a couple. I mean, if Cool Cat ended up being right, and I saw his comment. All right, he mentioned something about like if like this could be very well the real. Let me pull up his particular comment because we did cover this a while back. So I'm gonna share this tab instead. Here's the particular video we did a while back. Bitcoin SV Satoshi Vision, fastest blockchain in the world, 100,000 TPS. Let's pull it up real quick. I'm not gonna play the video. You guys can go watch that in your own time. But I think he has a comment here, so I'm gonna like it. Here it is. So he says, load up on BSV now. The FOMO into BSV. This is 2 weeks ago. He wrote this. The FOMO into BSV is going to be legendary when everyone finally figures out it's the real Bitcoin. Great video, Max. Now he stated that he knows some things, because NDAs he can't discuss it and so on. I don't know. I mean, I hope to God he's telling the truth. I don't no reason to say he would lie about that, right? But he definitely knows some things, apparently, according to his point of view, that we don't know. So look at this particular question. So Mike Ike 7114. Obviously, he's a fan of the Mike and Ike candies. I love those candies too. I haven't had one in probably a couple of years, man. Next time I go to the store, I'm gonna pick up some Mike and Ikes anyway. So Cool Cat says, listen to this, or in response to this guy. He says, this Mike and Ike guy says, how much can BSV be worth per coin? I mean, that obviously means like at all-time highs someday, right? And don't get me wrong, I mean, it's not like Cool Cat Crypto is the end-all be-all, but he definitely knows a lot more when it comes to BSV than we do, right? I mean, he's very passionate about that. So I always give credit to anybody who's passionate about anything, even if they don't see eye to eye with me, especially with Quant. I mean, me and Cool Cat obviously have our differences when it comes to Quant. I think he's an overall good person. Sometimes I don't appreciate, like, he could be kind of somewhat rude, but I think overall he's a good dude. So it says the fake Bitcoin reached the fake Bitcoin, which is BTC, reached 68,700, roughly 69K, right? So it's safe to assume the real Bitcoin BSV will go way past that in the future. Not financial advice. Well, or not in financial information is what he's saying. Okay, that's interesting itself. So let's say this, right, guys? He's just one guy. But what if it doesn't go to that? But let's say, for instance, it only went to like half of that, like 34,000. That's huge in itself. What if it only went to 10,000? That's, that's pretty massive, right? So that's the way I look at it. It's like, yeah, it's that fear of missing out. Because if he's right, and we go to this particular, here I am doing a deep dive on freaking BSV. Gosh dang it. So if we go here, and you see some of this particular info, and I know I did a video on it, but it says what is BSV, all right? Well, and who are the founders? Like this guy named Craig Wright. Some people think he really is. Look at this, Craig Wright. Sorry, N-Chain chief scientist Craig Wright, who claimed to be Satoshi Nakamoto, has been a supporter of BSV since the split between Bitcoin Cash and BSV in 2018. Following the proposal of a controversial protocol changes by several BCH developers, there's all this particular information here, but like what makes it unique. And look at this particular one. Thanks to its unbound block size, BSV can scale to meet market forces and accommodate the demands of any application and payment network without resorting to second-layer solutions. In 2021, the BSV network mined the world's first gigabyte, 1,000 plus megabytes level blocks, reaching up to 2 gigabytes in August 2021. For comparison, 2 gigabytes is 2,000 times the one. Yeah, and I know that part. I mean, I work in IT. Block capacity of the BSV network is expected to continue growing. But look at this. Here's the key areas. I mean, I know we talked about it in the video, but I'll reiterate this just in case you haven't seen the video. So the team has already demonstrated that the BSV's network's ability to handle up to 100,000 transactions per second. That right there in itself makes it sound like it is the fastest of them all. I mean, I know Hedera is extremely fast, but I mean, come on, this very well could be the very fastest per second, and expects that capacity to be shown on the BSV mainnet and grow even higher in the future. With this capability, BSV rivals this and aims to supersede the payment processing capabilities of platforms like Visa, because in reality, even with Ripple and XRP, that's the same thing. Ripple and Stellar, right? Their TPS doesn't even come close to Visa. The only ones that come close to Visa is Hedera and apparently BSV. Now, look at what it says here. At a fraction of the cost to users, that in itself, it could be underlying utility that was never tapped into it. Now, here's where the debate comes from. I know I'm doing another freaking BSV video. Anyway, here's where the debate comes from, and I think it's a very good debate, and that is basically, you can have, and people say this many times, shout out to Crypto Smith, right, Sean? And if he's watching, shout out to you, man. Hope you're doing well. And that is, you can have the greatest utility in the world, right? Picture, I don't know, man, like, how about this? Like, this car company doesn't exist no more, right? You got yourself a 1956 Studebaker Golden Hawk in pristine condition, showroom condition. And back in 1956, that could blow the freaking socks off of Chevy Bel Airs and everything. It can. My dad verified that in the past. My point is this. If you have this amazing car or any super thing, right, in itself, and if it's not being utilized, it's just sitting there. It's this nice, shiny thing. Is BSV going to be that? That's the debate. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. But if it does get utilized, like it says right here, where it offers a scalable and product-ready platform for blockchain application developers, many of whom have migrated from other networks such as Ethereum after encountering scaling issues as their adoption increased, it says BSV is capable of scaling along with user adoption. Now, that's the key thing. They need more of that user adoption, right? Let's be, we got to throw that in there. So, which means developers can be assured that transaction fees will remain low and the interactions will be processed quickly. All this sounds amazing, but again, we need more of that particular adoption, kind of like in crypto. But I don't know what saves this, and I want to show you this real quick. All right, what saves this is kind of like what it says in regards to the circulation. All right. And it has the same type of circulating supply as native Bitcoin, BTC. Has the same max supply. It has the same total supply. Another thing that says this is it's only ranked 67th. It's a top 100 project. They do get a decent amount of volume. I mean, come on, 42,390,000, right? It is on a decent amount of markets. You can get this on KuCoin for centralized, right? Poloniex. There's some other ones. I mean, I don't mention some of these other ones because I'm not really familiar with them. But there's, plenty of exchanges, right, that it's at. There's only 2 decentralized exchanges you could get at: ForSwap and ViteX. Never you heard of them. But again, I'm going to reiterate this just a little bit more, pound it home just a little bit more. When you go further down on some of this, and I like CMC kind of gives you a summary on some of this. So, some people talk about, well, I don't know about BSV. I mean, is it even that secure? Well, here's the answer. It says BSV is secured by proof of work consensus mechanism as described by the Bitcoin white paper. This means that for block containing new transactions to be added to the blockchain, miners must solve complex mathematical problems, just like, technically how originally a bunch of miners came into Bitcoin like in 2010, 2011, 15, 17, and so on, right? They invested more into some of these graphics cards, right? GPUs to basically mine, right? It's the same concept that never really went away. So that, it's a similar use case for mining as native BTC. Of course, tells you where you could buy it and so on. But my thing also is, when I go to the community Twitter, and I'll pull that up real quick. Here it is. I mean, they have a decent amount of people that follow them, right? 23,000, but you would think something's huge like this would be like over 100,000. And when you get more into it, it says they do point out certain things. So like, 6 hours ago, 3rd record week for 24 million transactions on BSV. That in itself is big. And the reason why it's big is look at Hedera's H-bar. Remember how many times we talked about like, wow, man, Hedera did like, I don't know, was it like over 1 billion transactions or something like that in a month, or maybe it was a week? I can't remember. It was big. Well, you see a lot of transactions here, but you want that to be kind of up there, right? If Hedera's H-bar is doing 1 billion in 7 days or a month or wherever the heck it was, you want to see something like this that you're invested in with BSV to be way, way up there. You don't necessarily see it. That's not me making fun. That's just me being real. I guess there's an update. It says meet this particular project is a hashtag for those accepted into Nigeria's blockchain scholarship program. They got things like that. They posted something about what happened back in Bitcoin, Florida. Hold on, it says some of the devs in Bitcoin conversing about everything they're excited about. So, I mean, here's the thing, right? If I lived in Florida and I was into BSV, or even if I wasn't into BSV, and I could attend some of these particular things, like some of this, these are real devs. I'm sure some of these devs could really give you information, obviously, about what's going on with BSV and what makes them apparently like the greatest Bitcoin project since slice Satoshi sushi or something, no pun intended, So, I mean, they have these meetups, they talk about it, they're obviously passionate about it. They must know something that we don't know, right? There's nothing 18 hours ago. Next week, we're bringing big Bitcoin mainstream. Okay, so this answers some of my question because I want to see it go mainstream. I can't believe I'm doing this coverage. But anyway, next week, we're bringing Bitcoin mainstream by breaking a world record in transactions. So that's bold in itself. Think of how much heat this guy would take if that wasn't true. It says journalists, academics, and business relations are all watching. Oh my God, really? Okay, this is going to get chopped up, right? This wasn't planned. Nothing is ever planned with this whole thing with BSV. I will say this. The last video that I did wasn't planned either. It says journalists, academics, and business relations are all watching. I'm trying to keep my nerves down. Follow for updates breaking the world record next week. Let's blow that up. So this is on Mint Blue. It says we plan to show rather than tell. The public blockchain is ready for business and poses an alternative to the traditional cloud. There's more info in regards to this. Yikes. Make this pie completely green. Let's blow that up. Transactions in the last 24 hours. Of course, it shows some of the competition. I mean, of course, they're going to boast some of that. I mean, it's to be expected. This is a whole thread. Let me get back into this. I know I went off the rails with what was not planned. Hold on a second. So that was that on that. Hold on a second. Let's do one more on this, right? Too bad Cool Cat's not watching this. I think he would really enjoy this. So it says the Bitcoin Association's role is critical. It must preserve at all costs the unchanging protocol of Bitcoin. If it doesn't, then Bitcoin is corrupted and corruptible and is not a commodity. This is posted 15 hours ago. Latest micro article: money is the layer 0 protocol for humanity. When you get more into this, it says Bitcoin association importance, CBDC possibility and gravity, civic motivation, migratory versus capitalist society, population growth, and so on. Shows Moses with the 10 Commandments in original Hebrew and so on. But I don't know. I mean, I think they do decent amount of posts, but my main thing is this key takeaway from 18 hours ago literally answered my question, because I didn't know that they had anything going real mainstream. So when is this going to happen? Next week? Is there any specific date? Breaking the record next week. This is on LinkedIn. I don't know. I'll click on LinkedIn, but it's probably going to ask me to like log in and stuff. Hold on. All right. I guess I'll read this real quick. So this is something on LinkedIn. Again, extended coverage. Wasn't planning. All right. Common. It says, please define what record. Okay. So they're planning to break the record. What record? Please define. It says common thinking is that blockchains. I'm not going to click off of that because I feel like if I click the X, it's going to freeze the screen. So it says common thinking is that public blockchains are considered slow and expensive and not viable for large-scale deployment of use cases around data ownership, transparency, storage, and authentication. What if the common consensus on blockchain technology is false? Next week, we want to show rather than tell that there is no such thing as blockchain trilemma. Speed, scale, and affordability go hand in hand on public enterprise blockchain. Confused? Let's grab a coffee and bring your go-to blockchain expert too. This is what we're planning on. Okay, cool. Finally, they're saying it. We're planning to hit numbers that have never been done before. That sounds bullish. Think AIDN plus ideal combined type of scale. This way, we prove to startups and enterprises that a blockchain is open for business, just like any other technology. What news outlets should we know about? What news outlets should know about this? Whom should we chase? Like, that's a joke. They're not going to chase anybody. They want people to come. 15 hours ago, some guy says he loves this. Hold on a second. That's a left. We're breaking the record. Oh, man. You know what? I can't believe I'm going to say this. I'm going to buy Bitcoin SV. I'm going to buy some BSV. I'm not a big fan of buy the rumor, sell the news, but this in itself could be huge. I can't believe it. I'm actually saying this. I'm actually going to buy some BSV. I said I was going to be 4. It was on my list, but I'm actually going to buy some, buy some BSV. Oh, my gosh. That's crazy. All right. Sorry to kind of go off the rails with that one. That was not planned. Shout out to River. But yeah, these prices for BSV, $33.29. I'm not gonna buy a lot of it, right? Because there's still other projects I want to get into. But I mean, I could buy. I mean, how about this? It drops to 33 even. You could get 3 of these, right? $99. I mean, there's fees and stuff. Maybe I'll do that. I'll buy 3, 3 BSV. Anyway, I mean, let's say it only went up to 10,000 per BSV at some point, right? 30,000 $30,000 ain't too shabby. I think I can be rich, but hey, man, it's money for other particular projects and so on. But if you're like, oh my God, you don't understand, Max, this is the thing. It is the real Bitcoin. It is my financial freedom. Well, I can't tell you what to do. It's not financial advice. All right. Break the indoctrine. Best school. All right. Thank you very much. Crypto Mendizzle says, this is probably the best educated crypto community. Well, thanks, man. I mean, we do have a lot of smart people part of our particular community and so on. And you guys are always constantly getting into certain things, like even things I don't even know about, right? Like, I don't know what the heck XX is and stuff like that. And, I joke around. I say things like, oh my God, I'm a content creator who doesn't know about 22,000 different crypto projects. My God, what is wrong with me? Shame on me for not knowing those specific things. Shame, shame, shame. All right, let me refresh the other page because I don't want to ruin anything. But let's go further down into some of the other particular comments. Yeah, but breaking that particular record, if you don't think that's going to hit some kind of mainstream news. I mean, some kind of news. Crypto Twitter, somebody's going to cover it. I think Investor Place probably would cover it, but that's a huge positive catalyst. Is it going to be enough to raise it from, I don't know, $33 to 100 or whatever? Who knows? And I'm sure some people probably take profits on it, but it's definitely interesting. All right. Miguel says Cypherium. Yes, great project. Brian Dowie, these guys all go from Ripple to government to Federal Reserve. It's crazy. You're looking into it. Rosie Rios. Yeah. Yes, it's a great channel. Lots of knowledge spread every day. Thanks, Tim. Thank you, all you guys. I really appreciate you. It's really nice, kind words. Yeah. So let's see here. Robert Hayes says, has her name on all the money. Lol. Jetpack says, I think my camera, when it repositioned me, I don't know. Do you guys feel as though this is where I have? I think this is where I have my camera position. Yeah, I don't need to ask you. It is. Jetpack says, if I knew I could get a job as a researcher, how great would that be? Because I'm living my life that way anyway. Laughing my, what of. All right, cool. The SEC is holding back crypto sponsorship. They're holding back a lot of things. They're a pain in the giant butt. Max, you are a stellar brother. Yes, but I need more. So I originally got into Stellar like around 26 cents and so on. Bought a position of it and so on. And then the last time around, doubled my position at like 8 cents. I'm not satisfied. I mean, I feel like my bags are packed, but I feel like I also should pack more suitcases for more Stellar. Anyway, I'm still not completely satisfied. SEC is a show. They're always an ongoing show. They're a clown circus. Yeah. All right. Brian Dowie, ISO is part of the plan. 48 Pete's, 53 likes. Thank you for that. Robert Hayes says, yeah, SEC is helping XRP build the infrastructure. Very good point. All smoke and mirrors. See, again, a freaking carnival. We're talking about, clowns and so on, right? So that's the way I look at it. McDizzle says he's down 8K in the last 48 hours. Brutal, but I ain't phased. You want to know something? Let me see. I think I'm about close to what you're down. Let me double check that real quick. Last 24 hours. Let me see. Yeah. So I'm anywhere from 8 to 9K down within the last 48 hours. Yeah. It's painful. It's very, very painful. But I learned to get through it. Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate that, Larry. Appreciate that, Mr. Ooh, Larry. Show me your what did you guys say? Show Caroline how you bite. You're not the biter, she's the biter. What am I talking about? All right. Robert Hayes says, to make plebs think XRP is nothing. All right. Stellar and XRP are together. Rosie goes from Treasury to Ripple. Some dude from Ripple to high position Fed. It's all planned. Yeah, you know what? Brian's right, guys. I mean, that has to be more than coincidence. Calvin's in the house. Good to have you here, Calvin. Almost said Tim. He says, Tim Shea. Okay, that's where we're in. I agree. Too many people on the edge. Panic. So, again, he doesn't really retweet my stuff. I think overall he's a good guy. He follows me. I follow him. Cool and Chris has this thing. It says, trade with the chart, not with your heart. And when you read comments like this from Calvin, it says, too many people on the edge, panic and sell to regret it a month or two later. I've been that guy more than once. But it's part of what, Calvin? It's part of your particular crypto journey. You had to go through that a few times to understand where you're at now. And it does seem painful because, if we look at it from, how about this, guys? Can we look at it from this perspective? It's like this. Crypto, right? How about this? Like having a job that you don't necessarily like. We've all been there. Maybe some of you guys are there right now. You go to it And I remember one thing my dad used to tell me years ago. You know how you get through it, son? I said, how do I get through it, Dad? You just take one day at a time. You cannot worry about what's going to happen tomorrow. You cannot worry about what's going to happen next week or next month or next year and say to yourself, I just can't do this. The only thing you can do is take things one day at a time. I apply that to my particular crypto journey. I cannot focus on this negative crap about, Jerome Powell says that a CBDC, if we implement CBDCs, this whole thing's going to zero. And then I think, on the other side, what the heck, Mr. Sky Guo or Guo, wherever his name is, Gua, states that they got the thing with Fed now, and that they are going to be the gas of CBDCs. So if we have here soon instant payment services right around the corner, as Powell would say, being released to the public here soon, it just doesn't make any sense. So I can't focus on what some of these guys say. What I got to focus on is the research that I've done and the research that you guys have done. Don't ever forget that. Please don't, because if you forget those particular things, then you are going to trade with your heart or your gut or whatever. People say trust your gut. I get that. But there is something to be said about that particular saying. Trade with the chart, not with your heart. Or how about this? Trade with your research, not with mainstream FUD. There you go. All right. Kind of preaching there a little bit, huh? Yeah, don't really typically do that. So anyway, ISO Jetpack says, seems like trying to force us, to need them through testing, and white and black hats they are hired to hack and make sure to audit all mistakes. Interesting. USDC's dumping, huh? Let's see. Let's refresh that real quick. So we checked it out earlier. USDC circle. We'll do another double check-in. Something's definitely going on. Here's another particular update. So this is going on, but I see it's at 97 cents. See right here. Yeah. See that. So that's a deep peg for sure. That drop below 97. CMC is finally updating itself, basically. There's this particular comment 13 minutes ago. What are the USDC supporters feeling now? Some hardcore fans on CT feeling the pain. I don't know, man. At the same time, here's the thing, right? So some people say, well, it's depegging. All right. I get that. At the same time, you got to also understand people who they're going to do what? They're going to actually swing trade, maybe on the hour chart or whatever. They're going to swing trade this. Why would anybody want to swing trade a stablecoin? Well, think about it, guys. If this is at 97 cents and you're confident that it's going to jump back, that's a 3-cent yield, roughly, right? It's always 99 point something another. But safely speaking, it's about 2.5 cent yields. So think of how many projects you would like to get at least that much of a yield on, right? So with a correct bot, this thing's going crazy. Hence why you see in the volume up 252%. So while this is depegging, at the same time, keep in mind, you have a compensator of massive volume coming in. Now I get it. Some people will say, well, Max, that doesn't matter, because if institutional money dumps, then this is just a representation of retail. I get what you're saying. I'm not saying you're too far off. I'm with you. All right. I want to go further down. We got some other great comments. Did Shibarium drop? I don't think so. I heard it was supposed to be in beta and it's supposed to be this week, but I don't think so. I didn't see anything in regards to that. I think I would have saw it everywhere. All right. Let's see here. Who has the main say so for adoption? You should know that one. Mr. Klaus Schwab. You will own nothing. And don't you know ISO? You will be happy. He has the main say so. Not really. It's a bad joke. Tim Shea says, hey, Calvin, he's been guilty of it himself in the past. Overreaction can really cost you. Yep. It can. you guys aren't going to believe this, but you want to hear something? I have not overreacted at all when it comes to 90% of crypto. The only overreaction I guess I could say I did last year was in regards to VGX. I said to myself, I didn't want to wait for some of these other particular price levels. Some people were telling me at the time, no, you should keep holding on to it. It's going to go to $5. I said, you know what? No, I'm cool with getting out of this. So I took my profits, and I was glad I did, because shortly after that, it went the other way. Anyway, but you know, we all have our reasons for why we do what we do. All right. Robert Hayes says it's a retarded claim with KuCoin. KuCoin is getting sued. I mean, I'm not really. I saw that whole thing in regards to that particular lawsuit. I don't think they're sweating it. It's more of a American-based thing, and their attitude is like, you know, we'll continue to operate. We'll be, you know, we'll continue to be good. All right. I want to get back into the news. I did read a lot of comments. So, you know, we're 2 hours and 37 minutes into it. We do need to get back into the news. So, you know, thank you for that. I know I went on a tangent with the whole thing of BSV. Yes, I want to welcome Michael Montclair. Good to see you, Michael. Hopefully you enjoy your weekend so far. Let's jump back into the news because we need to do so. So we did that particular stellar outline. Glad to do it. Glad to provide it to you. I want to give you guys some XDC news. This is pretty good. So let's jump into that specifically. Here it is. It comes from crypto.news. Posted yesterday. XDC network surpasses Polkadot in total value locked on CoinMarketCap. Now, remember when I said a while back, actually, was it yesterday, many weeks ago, consistently, though, at least once a week, I feel as though I got to mention that with sideways consolidation, watch out for XDC to blow up huge out of nowhere. Is this furthermore proving that particular point? Not quite, but listen to what it has to say. So it says blockchain platforms are pioneers, as we know, in creating and managing an array of Web3 functions. The industry consists of, you know, so on and so forth. We get some of that. But when it comes to XDC specifically, it says that they're a network platform that's popular for its features, surpassed Cadena. I didn't know that. I didn't know they surpassed Cadena. But listen to this: Polkadot, VeChain, and Cosmos in total value locked, according to stats from CMC. And I get it. Sometimes people say, well, that's CMC. Now, it says TVL is a metric used to evaluate, as we know, the potential and overall health of a specific project. XDC network combines decentralization, high-speed transactions, near zero fees. Very, very true, right? It's literally the price of a Shiba Inu token, okay? On the CMC, XDC is ranked 91st in total value locked, above Litecoin and Polkadot. Now, why is this significant? Well, like an enthusiast has pointed out right here in his particular tweet, it's not always the price that defines the value of a project. And this is the key area that I want you guys to take away in regards to all this, right? So again, it's not always the price that defines the value of project. Rather, do your research and conclude. Henceforth, he contends that users should not blindly judge the value of a platform solely based on price. If you're basing everything on XDC at, oh, it's under 3 cents and this thing's garbage, oh boy, it's the saying goes, I have a bridge to sell you. The real potential might be concealed by its features and its value it adds to the community, its blockchain, its ecosystem, its use case, what they're doing in trade sectors and so on. Military grade technology. How about this? Metablocks. Have you checked out that particular metaverse? Because if you're into metaverse, oh my goodness, it's based off of real world locations. The one they have going on right now is in beta. It's in Paris, France. They have the Eiffel Tower and so on. It is huge. And by the way, with up to support for 300,000 users on that particular platform. And by the way, in the future, they're doing other cities like New York, if I'm not mistaken, London, so on, right? So think about this. If you're playing, like, you know, certain MMO RPGs like World of Warcraft and so on, those particular games have support with what, like 50,000 per server? Metablocks from XDC, 300,000. That's huge. all these other particular metaverse platforms. Why aren't more people paying more attention to XDC? And that's just the tip of the iceberg. XDC network at 91 in terms of total value locked out of 176 projects on CMC, way better than VeChain, Internet Computer, Cadena, Cosmos, Polkadot, Litecoin, etc. Do more your own reset, change your mindset. Look at this. Fastest growing blockchain on top of that, networks. The blockchain industry is one of the active and fastest growing technologies in building the future of digital infrastructure. According to statistics, global blockchain technology is expected to increase at a CAGR of 85.9% from 2022 to 2030. So all this talk and all this FUD that we're never going to get past some of the particular levels that we were at. If that was the case, you really believe for a moment's notice that some of these elites, if you will, putting all this money to build and be partnered. I know this is XDC, but let's throw in Hedera, right? To build a green platform or algo, right? Look at all those particular partnerships. Heck, even with Casper, right? The whole point is, if the numbers of what you see here were, as the mainstream would say, oh, well, we're only at, 5% adoption here in the United States. Okay, what about the rest of the world? Because everything is going green, whether you like it or not, right? I get the whole thing about people don't like the idea of carbon credits and stuff. Hey, guys, let's be real. That's a real thing. And it's going to be here sooner than we think. I'm preparing for it. And if anything, I'm positioning myself in these particular cryptos, Hedera, XDC, you name it, which has a broader understanding of what they bring to the table. I'm going to buy it at these particular levels. I'm not going to focus on like, oh, it's only under 3 cents. No. The accumulation phase. I talked about this in the bull run thesis. We are in the accumulation phase, whether people want to accept that or not. And I don't understand it's not a popular thing as a content creator. Oh yeah, I could easily hop on the bandwagon with all the other content creators saying, no, Max, we are not in a bull market. No, Max, you better hop on with the general consensus of people, or otherwise your channel is going to get wrecked. My thing is this: I take more of my own deep dives. I provide data. I base things off of data, not emotions. Shout out to Mike Cornwell. Numbers don't have emotions. He put it out, right? But I try to back it up with some actual detailed statistics in regards to that. And don't get me wrong, black swan events can happen in a bull run. They can happen in a bear market, whatever the case be. That is true. But again, 85.9% from 2022 to 2030, that is huge. Absolutely huge. When people talk about utility runs and what ones have solid utility and what ones will survive, the crash of 99% of all crypto going away. This is the perfect example of what they're talking about. It says, meanwhile, by 2026, the blockchain market will be valued at $67.4 billion as security and easy access to financial instruments enhance blockchain adoption. We all want adoption. The XDC community relies on the platform's optimized mechanism for addressing scalability, operational integrity, and interoperability challenges. With this, it aims gradually to draw more users and increases total value locked. Here's some more particular statistics in regards to that. So I'm gonna get further down to it. It says over 7 days, the increased percentage of money locked up in the ecosystem have put them on our particular radar. Of course, here's some various ones, not just XDC, right? According to Gen X Analytics, a platform that shares crypto markets data insights measuring total value locked metrics for the last week is Stars, XLM, Kava. My buddy is into Kava. Shout out to Aaron Fox, aka Foxman. If you happen to be watching on your lunch break, I miss you, man. I hope you're doing well. Are leading with 67%, 66%, and 63% increases respectively. Did you know that following that, XDC is 12% high in terms of total value locked metrics? There's a reason why I keep mentioning on this particular show that do not sleep on XDC. Am I just saying it because I have XDC, or am I just saying it because I recognize that Salamander has 1.5 million of these? It's just a popular thing to say because we get a decent amount of people watching us. No, I say it because we got to look at some of the particular stats. If you see this thing continuing to trade sideways, and we have, and you consistently see things like this, right? Look what it mentions. This illustrates the efficiency, or I'm not even pronounce that right, sorry, and development of XDC in the sector, further pointing to its potential. Tons of potential. It's a perfect example of what? The guy who stands at the ticket booth for, a lowball it. And this is lowballing. $20 in XDC. He stands with the herd. He stands with the sheep at $20 in XDC. But you and I at 3 cents in XDC to get that generational wealth, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Big stuff going on with XDC. Glad to share it with you guys. I know I got a little heated in regards to that. I want to give you just a tad bit more before we kick it back into the comments, because when it comes to XDC, it's absolutely huge. Here's the next particular segment. If you're just tuning in, you better darn well smash that the freaking like button anyway. I want to show you guys this real quick. I know we lost quite a few people, but you know what? It's okay. So it says digital globe trade, cross-border and correspondent banking traffic will move to ISO 222 starting March 2023. I don't know if it's somebody like Mike Cornwell or Brian Dow or whoever gave me this. That's beyond the point. I do thank you guys. Maybe I found this on my own. That was huge. But look at this. Look forward to XDC's listing on Binance after March. That simply makes sense. Why does that make sense? Let's blow this up. I guess that's the biggest it goes. So it says schedule for standards MT release 2023. This timeline gives a full development and implementation schedule for the FIN standards for 2023. Please note that the MT payments domain, no change requests were received, as traffic for cross-border and correspondent banking will move from Swift MTs, to ISO 222 starting March 2023. We're basically in it. We're talking about, roughly on March 20th, March 22nd, right? In that particular range. Till November 2025. And that has been consistent, right? Using usage guidelines provided by cross-border payments, so on and so forth. We, of course, talk about the whole thing of how big the R3 quarter thing is. But look at this. July 22nd of 2022, high-level information on standards MT release 2023. Summary of change requests received for SR 2023. Change requests are not yet approved, and some may be declined, but that doesn't matter because of what you see right here. Actually, I'm going to blow that up a little bit bigger on that particular one. Here we go. Will it do it? Will it make it bigger? Why not? Let's do copy image. Will that work? Yeah, PBS. There we go. Here we go. Here we go. See, I have my little workarounds. So you see this huge thing with R3 Corda. Let me do it. And I want to just draw more emphasis to this because, this is one of the most overlooked for whatever reason. Some content creators do a really good job covering it. Some of you guys understand it. But for you guys that are on the fence and not understanding how big R3 is, earlier in the particular show, we highlighted some of this, right? Shout out to Quant Papa for doing that whole thing with Quant, right? And then R3 and XDC and so on. But look at it, for instance, R3 quarter bridge. You may think, well, this is not that big of a deal. Are you kidding me? It's a huge, huge deal. So you have multiple core dApps allowed per Corda node. You understand what you have here, how it jumps over to the Corda dApps distributed applications, right? And even here from the XDC, the R3 Corda bridge, you have optional instant settlement mechanism on Corda. Optional, but it's instant. XDC on Corda DLT. And you see what is basically here, right? You want to talk about some of the logistics platforms and, the supply chain and banking and, hence trade finance and so on. Look where it breaks down to, right? DTCC plus R3 Project Ion enables DTCC and Swift with ISO 222 standards on Corda and accelerate instant settlement possibility. We talk about the Ripple connection. We always put a lot of focus on R3 because that's massive, right? But, we do need to also mention the whole thing of getting plugged into SBI Holdings, even SBI Ripple Asia. You see that particular connections there. Obviously, with the CBDCs from R3 to a CBDC to the Bank of International Settlements. Yeah, sorry. Hate to burst your bubble, but guess what? It's not just Cypherium. I'm not flooding Cypherium. I just want to throw that out there because let's face it. Some people are trying to set their own narrative when it comes to this. So it says R3 provides a ready-made network to integrate programmable money that can interoperate with currencies across different central bank networks. What networks? some of the ones you see even right here. How do we know that? You got the Banque de France. You got some of these other ones. Project Dunbar. How many times have you heard Crypto Lulu talk about Project Dunbar, right? Helvetia. Some of these other ones, right? We're not fans, of course, for the most part, Solana, but it's there. You have some of the other ones from legacy systems, ERC20 plus EVM smart contracts, and hence why I may go all out on Polygon, because I understand how huge it's going to be when it comes to some of the connections they have with some of the legacy systems. All right, so I just wanted to show you guys that. I mean, I thought it was huge news. Maybe some people don't think it's as big as it should be, but I thought it was. And if anything, you know, there's one last thing, and of course it's from, it says the Binance listing for XTCs is expected. It's debatable. We'll get more into that on a particular other broadcast. So anyway, let me see. Let me stop the screen. Glad to share that with you guys. So let's see here. All right. Maybe I didn't share the whole thing. Oh, I did. Okay, I'm just double checking that I did. Looking at the other screen, I was like, man, it didn't even show up. It did. All right, so let's get into where we're at before. I know there's quite a few comments, and that's good. It's good problems. All right. Where the heck are we at with this? All right. I did read a lot of that stuff. Let me go further down. I have lost my place, but you know what? I'm gonna get it here soon. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. All right. Let's see where we're at. This is where we're at. Is Stardog saying a wall? That cannot be where we're at. That's an hour away. Hour ago. All right. So we got Jetpack. He says XRP and XLM you want to use was made in the USA. All right. River says I just received my BSV. Nice. Congratulations. Yeah, that's what I meant. Casper's a big deal for corporations. Yeah, I'm glad that I got into Casper. I'm glad you tuned us into it, so I'll give you credit. If it wasn't for you, I probably wouldn't even know about Casper. I think I eventually would have known about it because I do listen to Richard Common Sense Crypto. So, yeah, I guess I would have eventually known about it. But some of the things that we reported in regards to Casper, there was like a make or break it moment for me when it came to it. I can't get specifically what it was. Man, I can't help myself. I've been reading too much today. Too many words, too many phrases, and it's just, yeah, I have a hard time. All right, Robert Hayes says, ugh, what happened tonight? Picture. To the picture. She bugging. All right, let me see where we're at. So, Crypto McDizzle says he's, buying KuCoin, sell everywhere, sell elsewhere. Yeah, okay. ISO Jetpack says it's about what will be used, but why would that place XRP? Well, I don't know what you mean right there. All right, let me go further down. I'll read this one. This one first. Coochie Boy. Why did the AG of New York declare ETH to be a security? The only thing I could think of is because it went from proof of, I'm going to go with the common thing on that one, Coochie Boy. And that is, you obviously know the answer, but I'm going to go with the common consensus, and that's because it went from proof of work to proof of stake. And they, on paper, want to make it look like the SEC is consistent, which is a load of crap. Anyway, teach his own. All right, so Brian Dowie says, ISO, they want to drop the price, get rid of us much as retail as possible, crash exchanges, and hand off to Wall Street is what I think. Yeah, truth. All right. None of you are Masons. Nobody knows the mysteries. Not yet. We should be seeing 70% plus adoption by 2023. All right. You have a question. Okay, good. It's good to have a question for a change. What crypto is unregistered security and which one is registered? I don't even care if it's security, if it's a registered, yes or no. Well, that's a good question. So, I'm not going to quite answer this 100% because, I mean, that's a deep dive in itself. But if you follow Rob Paul of, the former Goldman Sachs guy, he points this out, right? So his attitude is, all right, if Ripple basically, with XRP got labeled as officially security and went that particular route, his attitude was like, all right, he's cool with that because he would even still that much more invest into it. The problem is this whole suppression on the technology, and people have pointed that out in the past. It's not about, it's one thing to follow the activity of sinister people like Sam Bankman-Fried. It's another thing to suppress technologies, whether it's Ripples, you name it, right? Yeah, exactly. A little bit like what I was talking about, right? It's playing games with all that. Blackwood states Gary doesn't want simple. He wants Janet Yellen's job. That'd be far worse than the position he has now. Coochie Boy says, I think there's only one crypto that's registered as security. Yeah, that's a good point. What was that? Gary needs to swing next to Biden. Oh, God. All right, so Brian Dowie states, I don't think there's a lot of XRP on exchanges, but when it goes up to 10-15, a lot of retail will sell off. Big banks already own craploads of XRP. Yeah, and I think, if anything, that's where a lot of the scare of where people feel as though they're going to miss the boat. Because when that happens, this particular statement, right, when it comes to crypto or anything, really, it's all about supply and demand. So, we talk about quant as well, right? Scarcity and so on. So if you make things that much harder for retail to acquire, that in itself is a supply and demand mechanism. You should see significant price action, not financial advice. Robert Hayes, yep, there will be many different chains. He also says he agrees ISO is an international standard. That's what it means. All right. Yeah, that's a good point. Quant has its own ISO with ISO TC 307. You also got to keep in mind who wrote that particular standard. Gilbert Verdian. When did he write that? Was it 2014, 2015? Got implemented, I believe, in 2016. But there's all sorts of different ISO standards. There's all sorts of different ISO messaging as well. Brian Dowie, Baha, my son is 13, and all he does is walk around scratching his balls. That's good to know. All right, Robert Hayes says, what do y'all think about crypto GPT? It's kind of like when I first covered Chat GPT. When I first covered Chat GPT, the way I looked at it was there's going to be some particular crypto project that's going to claim that's tied into Chat GPT and being an ERC20 token. That, and specifically, crypto GPT, I had to look more into it. It might be a good, solid project, but I don't know. I don't know all there is to know about crypto GPT, but I knew it was going to happen, that more and more projects were going to have, I don't know, Chat GPT is kind of like their template blueprint to go off of, and they're going to run with it and so on. But who knows? Maybe crypto GPT is a great project. I don't really know. Check out their map and site. Okay. If we get more requests for it, we might look into that. We have a huge grocery list of cryptos. You don't believe me? I will get into this particular list for all those who think, well, you know what? Max just talks about it. He doesn't update any particular list. He's all smoke and mirrors. No, nobody really says that, but maybe there's somebody. Here's crypto research notes. Film Crib, Netflix Killer, ArcBlock, ABT, Morpheus Network, Cypherium. All right, we did that one. So Vector Space, EGLD, BRL, which we're probably going to do an AMA with them pretty soon. There's InstaDApp, there's SEEQ, obviously Flare Network. A lot of you guys are into that. VAIOT, shout out to Mass Debater, Scallop, Ollie, which I talk about a lot, ALI, right? ORAINAI. WatsPay, which is WTK. That one probably is going to go to the top of the list of the queue of research. Tonight I was planning on trying to include some of these as the thing I was doing with like intro. Not going to happen tonight. I'm just going to state that there's no way. Maybe on Monday, but anyway, it's KS, there's Realm, GQ Galactic Quadrant, of course, Energy Web Token, Shello, Ecomi, LXR, or Axlar, I don't know how to pronounce that one, ETF, Tazit Pay. We already did Hello, already did Velo. Shout out to Brian. I almost said shout out to Brian Cornwell. That doesn't even make sense. Brian Dowie, my God. See, here's the thing. When you read too much, you do too much content creation, it just gets all, I don't know. Anyway, Fear NFT, there's Affinity, Lattice. Already covered those. Sigma Glutide, which sounds like a prescription medication pill. Weave, Everscale, Caspa, XX, Trius. And then on top of that, I have people, and nothing against is Jay, aka Jose, who messaged me on Twitter and say, hey, can you look into this, that, and this? It's just like, my God, like, there's no way I'll be able to, even in a calendar year, I don't even know if I'll be able to look into all these. So there's some that get priority and there's some that don't. Robert Hayes, I'm thinking about picking up some XYO. Yeah, I mean, again, there's another particular one. Pi. Yeah, people mine on that. All right, I need to jump further down. Let's see here. Michael Cornwell says he's been DCing for a year plus. All juniors is in harder at the bottom. Jumped in harder at the bottom. What the hell? All right. Let me see where else we're at. You appreciate this? Yeah, you're welcome. I don't even know how far I am behind. Man, way behind. All right, so I'm just going to highlight that. Let's kick it back into the news. We're at 3 hours of this particular show. I was not planning on doing that. So I'm like, tonight will be the night where I just do 2.5. I think the biggest distraction was basically what? The biggest distraction was when my camera got all jacked up. All right, so give me a second. Hold on a second. I think my pop turned on the heater, and I'm absolutely melting in here. I'll be right back. Oh my gosh, that was ridiculous. It was like the heater was set to like 90 degrees or something. I was just like, oh my God, man. It's like I flip on this dang fan right here. Anyway, sorry for the interruptions. Thanks for still being here. Let me catch up to where we're at. Let me see. Cool Cat will be proud of me, Max. This is obviously very delayed. Think about it. You buy Quant on Coinbase and send it to Ledger, but anywhere else you need ETH with Quant to move it. Why? Think about it. You buy Quant on Coinbase and send it to Ledger, but anywhere else you need ETH with Quant to move it. That is a good question. All right. I'm going to jump down to KK. More Jasmy, then some more. All right. Maybe we can get some Jasmy news in a bit. Turn out the darn fan for a second. It's kind of getting windy. All right, so let's jump into some more of the news coverage we have. I might get right into Jasmy. I might not. It just depends on this particular outline. I don't want to screw it up because it got screwed up earlier, and I don't like jumping around so much because when I do that, it just makes it that much harder. So let's see where we're at. That is not where we're supposed to be at. All right. All right. So what's Nexera? Yeah, let's jump into that. So it's just some brief Nexera news, because let's face it, I mean, we haven't had a lot of news when it comes to Alliance Block and Nexera, right? So if you didn't know, here you go. We've been waiting for this for a while, right? A couple of weeks ago, I was mentioning to Mike Cornwell, you know, and he mentioned it to me about the whole thing of doing a search on CMC, and all we got at the time was a pairing listing for NXRA, right? Nexera with USDT, and the other pairing I think was ETH. And that's all they had listed. Now, as you can see right here, CoinMarketCap, it says the almighty Nexera on CoinMarketCap is looking great. Get ready to stack this killer alt, or you'll cry later down the track that you passed this opportunity that's sitting in front of you right now. Some people took advantages of those particular levels of where we're at for this ALBT V2, aka Nexera, right? And in the future, I'll stop calling it V2. Just start calling it Nexera. Now, I want to point this out because if you do go, he took a screenshot, not a screenshot, but a picture with his phone to show that. I'm going to show you guys right now as we speak Nexera's official listing, because this is something we've been waiting for. You know, a lot of people do use CMC. And here it is, guys. So I did add to my favorites, currently ranked 2808. You do see that this is up about 10%. It's actually down compared to that particular picture that person took. But I mean, you know, for some people, they look at this as like, man, this is not too bad. I mean, this is still significantly lower than where we're at before. The volume is just slightly up, right? About $1 million, 0.83. We don't have verified market cap from CMC, but this was just listed, so it's not that big of a deal. Now, if you're wondering about the self-reported circulating supply for CMC, they have 86% listed there, which is 732,500,000 Nexera. You got to keep in mind also, one of the positive things, I guess you could say, is that the max supply and total supply of Nexera is significantly lower compared to what it used to be with ALBT. Hold on a second. I can't believe this guy just turned on the heater again. It's 90 degrees in this room. Drink some water because you're probably dehydrated. Hold on a second. Give me a second. All right, sorry about that. My dad's old, he's 88, and he don't know better. All right. I mean, it's not that I want him to freeze, but at the same time, it's like, come on. It's not like it's cold in here. It's like, I think it's like 82 in here. That's too hot. To me, that's too warm. I like a 76. I'm also not selfish, but at the same time, it's like, I'm like baking over here. All right, so I wanted to point that out to you guys. Glad to share it with you guys. Blackwood says clowns holding back innovation in the U.S. because some mother effa from the 40s selling oranges had one too many bank accounts. This country is bafflingly stupid. Okay. Jetpack says, remember when they were fighting to go to the space first? No one was the first to have the best technology. Okay. Max Caroline bites down hard. Interesting. All right, exactly. Musk. All right, let me go. I'm going to read one more. I'm going to kick it back. We cannot be subjection to another place with better stuff. We basically have to keep up so we won't get enslaved. That's across the board. Okay, very cool. Thank you for that. So I did show you guys that in regards to Nexera. Glad to be able to do so. I'm going to get to LCX for a bit. So let's go ahead and share that. So here it is in regards to LCX. Now this comes from this particular person, Miles Braun. He states, only the beginning for the top upcoming exchange in the world. A lot of people, of course, feel as though that's why they get into LCX. They see more potential in the long term for LCX compared to like Binance, right? You understand Binance is the biggest player currently speaking, but just like, you know, investing into the ISOs, people look at LCX as like, man, one of the biggest opportunities. So Monty Metzger reports back on March 1st. You know, some of you guys may feel as though it's old news. It's not really old news. It was posted on March 1st, but there was not enough coverage in regards to this. And of course, this is why I wanted to bring it to you guys. So it says, this is historic. LCX is starting this as the first offering of its kind in the crypto industry. LCX Earn is based on an approved security prospectus. Now, hear me out on this in light of everything that's happened with staking and the SEC stance and all that nonsense. We have chosen this infrastructure to balance innovation and regulation. Here's the particular thread. But before I get into that, I want to blow this up. So this comes from the Financial Market Authority of Liechtenstein. I'm going to copy the address and try to make it bigger for you guys. Give me a second. Yeah, that's a lot bigger. So for you to view it a lot bigger, it says, from FMA, Financial Market Authority of Liechtenstein, we hereby certify the base prospectus detailed below has been drawn up pursuant to prospectus regulation, that one particular one that you see there, of the European Parliament and of the Council, and was approved by us on the 1st of February 2023, still somewhat recent. Name of issuer, LCX AG, registered offices, the particular address, type of securities, if applicable, debt securities of less than EUR 100,000, national prospectus identifier. You know, it just, you have it signed. But it's nice to see that Monty Metzger wants to present this to us to let us know the key thing of what? The key thing is that they're trying to be transparent as all hell in light of what's happened in the past with them being in the sniper scope, if you will, of the SEC, right? So when you see some of these particular things mentioned, it's worth showing. Now, I'm going to get back into this, but the key takeaway before I do so is these key areas that is mentioned, and I'll mention it again. Like he says, it's historic, but LCX Earn is based on an approved securities prospectus. Have chosen this structure to balance innovation and regulation. They have time and time again wanted to be like, they don't want nobody after them in regards to regulation, right? And of course, there's this particular thread. I'm going to jump into that. Actually, hold on a second. Is there another page? Yeah, there's another page. So this one just kind of gives you more of what was posted from the FMA, Financial Market Authority of Liechtenstein. I will get in this particular thread by Monty Metzger, okay? So when we go there, you will see, like it says here, LCX launches LCX Earn. Most of you guys are familiar with the whole thing of EURTZ. We covered it, right? But check out all these particular check marks in regards to LCX. So it says, introducing LCX Earn. You can earn a 7% yield on the EUR for retail investors, available in 30 countries in Europe, limited to 10,000 investors, or for instance, 10 million. I believe that's euros. I don't know. I might be mistaken. First LCX tokenized bond, which of course is the EURTZ. On top of that, LCX issues a $10 million tokenized bond. You guys know more about that. Security prospectus published, offering available to verified. Sorry about the sound in the background. Users in 30 countries in Europe. Okay. On top of that, he gives them, more and more of this particular outline, and we of course cover this particular part where we show you those papers. But Monty Metzger is really, really pounding it home, right? So he has this right here. He says that Jackson Wood HQ, if you don't know who they are a PM and advisor at Freedom Day MBA. They have a master's on Bitcoin since 2012. Anyway, so they wrote about the crackdown on staking services. And again, more reiteration on why we're mentioning this here, because again, the whole stance of the SEC. So it says their position is that individual staking and decentralized staking, both directly and interacting with the protocol, is not a security. Again, they're kind of like trying to protect themselves just in case the freaking SEC, goes after them. And I get it. Liechtenstein is not in the United States. But at the same time, they would hope and pray that, at some point, the United States will not be so hardcore with their stance on crypto or staking or whatever. They're trying to be transparent. So it says, but lending your crypto to a centralized entity is a security, like it says. And of course, CoinDesk has this particular outline. I will get into that for just a brief moment. I don't want to make this a super long thing, but you have to go back a little bit. So when we go back a little bit in regards to this was posted on CoinDesk, and I'm going to pause this for a second because I want to read a little bit about this. And of course, we'll play this particular clip. But it says the SEC's crackdown on Ethereum staking has silver lining. The SEC's recent actions shut down centralization staking services, but not individual staking and decentralized staking services. That could increase decentralization and help restore crypto's original mission. We want to see it be restored on this original mission, right? Everybody wants to see us get to the finish line. Are we close to that specific finish line? Now, what I want to do is I want to stop the screen and I want to show you guys specifically this particular clip in regards to what I was talking about. So you have this particular panel. They talk a little bit about this. Listen what they have to say in regards to this. What's at stake? Will Ethereum be classified as security by the SEC? Some of you guys are mentioning this in the comments. Here's a direct reaction to that. Let's listen to this. This is about 1 minute and 20 seconds. I'll be right back.
Kraken paid a $30 million fine to the SEC as a settlement, and they're discontinuing its crypto staking services for U.S. customers. What are some of the lessons learned from that case then?
So I think the lessons learned are to potentially have non-custodial staking with assets that are not commingled, and that staking vendors really need to operate as service providers, not entities that are essentially offering a certain amount of yield that you would see in an investment contract.
So you don't see it as a problem. Do you think it'll benefit you in any way by having the SEC crack down on the likes of Kraken?
Yeah. I think basically this gives regulatory guidance, and I don't think regulatory guidance and clarity by enforcement is the right way to go. I second Pierce's dissent.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, Pierce's dissent, where she said that we should have had ways to give regulatory clarity, but now we at least know the rules of the game and what the SEC was taking issue with.
By understanding the rules of the game, as he would say, they will at least give him and other people, other projects, and so on a better idea of how to combat it. And in my opinion, when you go back to what we saw here from Monty Metzger's stance, and I'm not done sharing this, so I'm just going to pull it up again. So here it is, and it's a reiteration of what he mentioned, right? Their position is that individual staking and decentralized staking, both directly interacting with the protocol, is not security, but lending your crypto to a centralized entity is a security. It's like, well, how do you combat that? He has a response to some of this. He says that's why they launched as an LCX, earn as a security offering with an approved prospectus, publishing all required risks, terms, and financial data. LCX is starting with this fixed yield offering of EUR today, but they plan to roll out other crypto assets. Very cool stuff. So, I mean, this comes from the horse's mouth, Monty Metzger. All right. I'm going to go further down into the comments. I like this one. Ironically, XRP and XLM do the same thing. It's because you can't have a monopoly. Let's see here. You guys are joking about Larry and Caroline. Interesting stuff. All right, hold on a second. I want to welcome Mr. Shaggins. Is in the house. And let's go further down. Smash that like button, says Mr. Larry. Oh, man. River says GBEX is getting a lot of new wallets every day and runs on XTC. Yeah, you guys really like the GBEX. I might have to pick some up at some point. I don't know how soon, but yeah. And let's see here. The market is manipulating, but nature stays the same. Good point. Tim Shea says, River, I like how GBEX is basically staked automatically if you hold it with in your DeFi wallet. Michael Cornwell says, I guess I had 2,700 Nexera on KuCoin, just noticed. Very cool. At least you did. Want to welcome Cody Core. He said, what's up, everyone? Good to see you, Cody Core. And, of course, he's going to do his traditional Tim Shea, Maximum Max, Blackwood. These schnozberries taste like schnozberries. All right, Brian Dowie, Max, check out XRP Healthcare. I have to check them out. We actually talked about that a few times. I don't know the last time we talked about it. We have talked about it a few times. Very, very impressive. I will say that. New numbers out on Circle. 3.3 billion of the reserves of the 40 billion is held at SVB. Wow. More and more will come out on this tomorrow, I'm sure. All right. Cody Core says Maximum Max. You got the skinny on what's up with H-bar? Yes, I do. We're going to get that in a little bit. I promise. 6 hours, Max. You could do it. Yeah. You could do it online. Well, anyway. Yeah. Hold on. Let me read this real quick. So the other 5.3 billion is held at the bankrupted Silvergate. Cody Core says, you could do it. All right. The Realist Channel. Thank you. Who else has done that? Go-ish. Go-ish coin ISO. You are a genius. So that's almost 8% of the market cap of USDC. Nice. Coochie Boy Black Swan event. You think so, Coochie Boy, huh? Crap, my math is wrong. That's closer to 20%. So it's worse. Oh God. Just when we thought it was bad enough with 8%, now you come up with 20%. Yeah, WoW is right. The bank run on USDC may destroy it. God, man, this is the next Black Swan's going to happen. Really? Oh, my goodness. Coochie Boy says they will need to mint more tokens. And Cody Boy says, Tim, I said Tim Shea. I say Tim Shea. I like that, yo. Do you ever need heat in Arizona? Yeah. You can get actually pretty cold at certain times. I know compared to back east, it's not. But for me personally, like I don't know, maybe once in a while you turn on the heat. Like I'm totally cool. I just put on a coat or a windbreak or something. It's not that big a deal. It's my dad. He has problems with his circulation and stuff like that. And that is, old people, you get cold. It's just how it goes. Yeah, I know. Trust me. I mean, I used to live up in Oregon. I was born and raised there, and it could get pretty cold there. So I've also been to Canada. I've been to British Columbia. And my God, I went there in 1992. The first time I ever went there was 1992. It was like 11. It was during the time of the LA riots, right? So just real quick, and we're going back into crypto. So I went there with my mom, my aunt, my other aunt, and some other family. They drove from LA. And they picked us up, and then we went to Seattle, and then we went to Vancouver, and then Victoria Island, British Columbia. And my God, I've never been to some place so damn cold in my whole life. Here it is, summertime, and I froze my freaking off, right? Like, oh my gosh. So it gets so cold in Canada. My God. Like, yeah, I gotta admit, man, I don't know if I can handle Canada. I'm sorry, Brian. Anyway. Brian, Tim, I did think they had a furnace in theirs. We don't have furnaces. We have central air and stuff like that. But yeah, not only that, but this little utility heater. My dad turned it up like full blast, and it's just like, oh god, it's so hot in here now. Yes, Liechtenstein, Sie Liechtenstein. Ja, wunderbares. Guten Tag. Welcome to Crypto Talk Now. This is the show you've been looking for. On today's show, we will take mine schnitzel of. Never mind. I'm not going to go with that. Brian Dowie says Blackwood XRPH up 14% today and 48% on the week. Interesting facts. GBEX or XSP? I don't know. I don't own either one of them. They're on my list to eventually get. I'll let the community respond to that. But Cordell Lewis, I'd like to welcome you. Consider changing your name to something that speaks more about who you are and what you're about. Guys, let's welcome Cordell. But Cordell, with that said, I'll give a plug because I didn't have a chance to give a plug earlier. My bad. I apologize, Larry and everybody else. I need to give a plug to the CTN Network site. And if you go here, it's absolutely free. It doesn't cost you a single thing. Okay. And the cool thing is, if you go here, we have obviously, we post like videos, we have crypto news. But as a member, if you need to get a hold of anybody, like right here, let's say you want to get a hold of Brian Dowie. You're like, oh my God, Brian Dowie's the bee's knees. Well, all you have to do is, for one, it's free, doesn't cost you anything. You can sign up with your email or Gmail or whatever, right? Ooh, Brian Dowie hates the website. So I won't use him as an example because obviously he's not going to use it. Shame on you, Brian. I just exposed you. But anyway, yes, I can basically message Mr. Shea. Unless you're he might be cheese on here. I don't know. That's another alias he has. So I could be like, yo, Tim, how's the Tom Shea butter doing? Well, you know what I mean? So like if you don't have Twitter and so on, you could do that. And on top of that, we have other, creators on here. Not just us. There's 2Bit Crypto, Bleeze, Classy, Chaka. So let's say, for instance, you're like, I don't care about all of that. The only one I care about is I want to see the lovely Maria Anderson. Oh, yeah. So you go over here and you click on Maria Anderson, and it takes you straight to her particular channel. She's doing pretty well, 7,000 subscribers. And you're like, you know what? Maria Anderson is the bee's knees. She got to interview some of these people I never heard of, right? And then you're like, you know what? I like how she explains what's going on for Bitcoin for beginners. So I'm going to subscribe. And you just click on subscribe. So it's just one example. And of course, we have forums and all that stuff. But anyway, thought I'd show that to you. It's our new site. He's been bang on with his challenges since I started following him. All right, let me get back into a few more comments and then I'll get into the news. We will see what happens when Coinbase resumes withdrawals of USDC on Monday, according to Mr. Coochie Boy. All right. Welcome to BC. Thank you very much. All right, let me go ahead and highlight that. And thank you guys for being here tonight. We do have some more news coverage for you guys. We talked about LCX just there briefly. On top of that, we're going to get into the Hedera HBAR news. So, I think it was Cody Core was asking, do I have a response in regards to that? Yeah, you don't have to wait that long in regards to that. So let's jump right into the Hedera HBAR news. And here it is. So Hedera came up with a particular response in light of everything that happened. We reported on it yesterday. Here's the response. But let's read some of this other stuff first. So this guy who is HBAR to the moon, 35,000 followers roughly. He says Hedera and community DEX projects have identified the exploit related to smart contract and working on a solution. Good. Props to Hedera and everyone involved for a quick response to the incident and putting users' safety first. Ecosystem will just get stronger from this experience. And of course, Here's the particular breakdown from Hedera. I'll blow that up. So they basically said yesterday, today's attackers, again, yesterday's attackers technically, exploited the smart contract service code of the Hedera mainnet to transfer Hedera tokens, service tokens held by quote unquote victims' accounts to their own account. Yikes. The attacker, if you're wondering, targeted accounts used as liquidity pools on multiple DEXs that use Uniswap's V2 derived contract code ported over to use the Hedera token service, including Pangolin _ Hedera, Saucer Swap Labs, and even HeliSwap DEX. Now, there's a little bit more in regards to this. When the attackers moved the tokens obtained through, when the attackers moved tokens obtained through these attacks over the Hashport network bridge, the bridge operators detected the activity and took swift action to disable it. That's good. The Hedera community, including Swirls Labs, some of these other ones like the Foundation, Pangolin, Saucer Swaps, and the HeliSwap DEX, teams worked together to investigate the attack. It wasn't just one main source. That was good. To prevent the attacker from being able to steal more tokens, Hedera turned off mainnet proxies. So for some of the other guys out there, and I did report on, some of the ones that did share this, who were kind of fudding this, saying, oh no, why in the world would they turn off the mainnet proxies? This is a bad thing. Think about it. They had to. Why did they have to? Well, by doing so, this removed user access to what? The mainnet. It's simple. The team has identified the root cause of the issue and are working on a solution. Once the solution is ready, Hedera Council members will sign transactions to approve the deployment of updated code on mainnet to remove this vulnerability, at which point the mainnet proxies will be turned back on, allowing normal activity to resume. Now, I want to say this real quick, okay? If you don't know what a proxy is, then you don't understand why we even have proxies to begin with. Perfect example. All right. So, some of you guys use VPNs and so on, right? Well, in reality, you got to connect to a proxy, because you don't want your original IP address to be exposed and so on. It's the same applies to this. So, yesterday there was, God, man, there must have been a handful of content creators. I'm not going to mention their names. Who pointed out that, basically FUD stating that it's ridiculous that we have the mainnet proxies turned off. Well, it seems like they do, it worked pretty well to solve this particular case because I'll reiterate it, that allowed the removal of user access to the mainnet. So again, it's a tunnel. It's not a tunnel from the original IP though, right? If they never had these mainnet proxies to begin with, then yeah, I would imagine that would be room for tons of fun. Why, a project Hedera of the size of Hedera, you don't have proxies? Well, what the heck are you doing, right? But that is not the case. So again, you have that particular solution. They found the root cause of it, and if anything, they deployed the updated code on the mainnet to remove the vulnerability. To me personally, it's not quite case closed, but they had a direct response and they went about it pretty well, if you ask me. So there's that particular update in regards to the Hedera response from the bad news from yesterday. Boom. There you go. All right. Let's kick it back into the comments just here briefly. It says Lazy Jedi killed that game show. Casper Dag, API 3, Zcash, or XDC Solo. So I own Casper. If I had to pick one of the whole group that you gave there, I'm going with XDC. All right. I don't hate the website, Max. Why are you saying that? Because you hate the website. Okay. I don't know, because I didn't see it. You might be listed as cheese. I don't know. Maybe you just haven't registered. I'm just giving you crap. You know how you give me crap? You're like, Max, you didn't read my comments. I'm just giving it a little hash dab back. No pun intended with the H bar. All right. just couldn't figure out how to play the game show. Yeah, it's all right, man. No worries. Saucer swap or LCX or so I haven't done a deep dive into, Watts Pay or whatever it's called, WTK. I gotta go with LCX. Even if I did more of a deeper dive into Watts Pay, WTK, I still probably would go with LCX overall. That's just me. All right. We have just a little bit left. I want to get into it. Hold on a second. Let me read this. Max, next game show, Tim and Sean can't be on the same team. Okay, fair enough. I agree. I totally agree. We'll rig that. We'll rig it. All right. So, the big update in regards to Hedera. I had to bring it. All right. So let's talk about Casper real quick. So some of you guys presented to me the whole thing of, Max, have you looked into this particular one before? And I said no. But it doesn't matter. Here it is. So shout out to Tokenizer. He covers, for instance, LCX. He covers, obviously, Quant, some other projects. He said, reminder, Casper's Highway Protocol consensus paper was between, excuse me, LF0 development team, Cardinal Cryptography, Casper Labs, and UC San Diego. The two teams from some of the strongest enterprise grades, layer ones, collaborating on a consensus framework, customizable finality, right? Casper times A0. Yeah, pretty cool stuff. Now, I know we haven't done a particular deep dive in regards to A0, but I'm fully aware of it. Let's jump into this for a second. So some key takeaways that you see here. It states all the way back to January 16th of 2021, but it's still very relevant. Again, take a blast of the past to have an idea what's going on here right now. So you do see that you have the highway efficient consensus with flexible finality, computer science engineering department. Again, UC San Diego, like they mentioned, Casper Labs, Cardinal Cryptography. Here's the key takeaway. In this particular abstract, I'm not going to blow it up more, but just hear me out. It says specifically block finality in highway is not binary, but is expressed by fraction of nodes that would need to break the protocol rules in order for a block to be reverted. During periods of honest participation, finality of blocks might reach well beyond a 1-3 as what would be the maximum for classical protocols, up to even 1 completely certainly. Basically speaking, it's going to allow nodes with lower thresholds to reach finality faster than the ones requiring higher levels of confidence. That's a good thing. Sign me up. I already am. I'm into Casper, not financial advice. But you also see some of these other ones who are part of this particular mix, like the CTO co-founder of LF0 from 2018 to present. Who's this particular guy? Adam Kaggle. Probably not pronouncing that right. You have a Rust developer for Casper Labs 2019 to, December 22, 3 years and 11 months. He was also a software engineer from Google. So when people say something like, Casper has that Google partnership, well, they also have a lot of other background with Google, not just through a partnership. They had people who used to literally work for Google. How do we know that? Look what's mentioned here on this gentleman's particular resume, Andreas Fackler, who's the software engineer at Linera. So in the other experience, you have the director of media relations and public affairs, again, from UC San Diego, Jacobs School of Engineering, who's Danielle Kane. Pretty impressive resume for a lot of these particular guys and gals, all right? So glad to share that with you guys. That's the brief Casper news. On top of that, I want to show you guys this particular one, and this is towards, we got 2 more ones to go into in regards to Casper, or not Casper, but the news, Cypherium. Now, this Cypherium segment, even if I might maybe losing some people because it's a long show, I'll state this. This might wake you up because, if anything, I wanted to originally share this at the beginning, but the whole thing with the camera getting all messed up and it just ruined the whole flow of the show. But anyway, this is some good stuff. I'm not even kidding. So I'm going to read some comments real quick. I'm going to jump into that. I'm logged in, and you do skip a lot of my comments. Oh, jeez. All right. Brian Daly, that bad Coochie boy. He says, Ish, I need to see which tokens I have that paired with USDC. You want to know something? I think I don't have any pairings with USDC. I think all my pairings are Tether. Anyway, I'm not trying to toot my own horn. I say thank you, Max. Someone's Max. You're welcome. 26% of reserves, according to Coochie Boy, is on Silvergate and SLB. I may be overthinking it, but dang, they only have $39 billion market cap. Oops, SLVB. Okay. All right. So here's the whole thing in regards to Cypherium. I'm going to pull this up real quick. So, oh, that's not it. My bad. Okay, here, Cypherium. Here's the Cypherium news. Listen to this. So this is, of course, back to August 31st of 2022. You know, this whole talk, I've been seeing it quite often. Some guys I'm following, right? They retweet my stuff. I appreciate it. Don't get me wrong. But, you know, I even see, for instance, you know, was it Sky Gua, or if I didn't pronounce that right, of Cypherium. You know, he's really gung-ho about, you know, what Cypherium brings to the table because the FedNow connection and so on. I want you guys to listen to some of this because this is really something else. In my opinion, it is. So again, back to August 31st, 2022, FedNow is coming next year, and the Fed's hope is a crypto killer. Now, again, back to like a little bit more of what I was talking about earlier. The Fed hope it's a crypto killer, but yet you're going to implement some of this crypto technology with blockchain, you know, blockchain technology, and you hope it's a crypto killer. Again, back to the whole thing with Jerome Powell, you know, oh, we're ready to go live with instant payments, release it to the public soon. And oh, by the way, if we ever get a true CBDC, it's going to go to zero. Okay. All right. So anyway, I'm going to play this real quick and we'll get into this particular outline. You want to hear this. This is again, it's so contradictory to where we're at right now. And then if anything, look at this particular one. The Central Bank of the U.S. has scheduled the launch of its 24/7 payment service called FedNow for July 2023. And again, a lot of times people are, you know, making that connection like, oh my God, I got to get more Cypherium before July. Just again, listen to this. So I'm going to share this, of course, in a way for you can hear it because I had to share the wrong way. So I'm going to play this. It's 4 minutes and 28 seconds. Let me know, whoever's here, if you're into this stuff, let me know what you think of this. Here we go.
FedNow is coming next year, and the Feds hope it's a crypto killer. The Central Bank of the US has scheduled the launch of its 24/7 payment service called FedNow for July 2023. FedNow is a system that can irreversibly settle international payments instantly at any time of the day, 365 days a year. The central bank will operate a pilot program beginning as early as September. More than 120 organizations, including banks and payments processors, will participate in the pilot. While many expected the Federal Reserve to deploy its own blockchain or use a central bank digital currency, FedNow does not use any form of blockchain technology to achieve these results. The value proposition of many cryptocurrencies, cheap, reliable, and irreversible.
Hold on a second. Did you hear what, guys, if you're just tuning in, what a time to tune in. Maybe I need to like just replay that just a little. Let's jump back for just a second. If for any reason you just missed that, listen to what he says.
Will participate in the pilot. While many expected the Federal Reserve to deploy its own blockchain or use a central bank digital currency, FedNow does not use any form of blockchain technology to.
What? FedNow doesn't use any type of blockchain technology. The hell it ain't. I mean, if anything, what about the Cypherium connection here, right? And I think that's obviously a little big wave of people coming to Cypherium, but it's very contradicting. I understand, you know, there's been other meetups since then and so on. But when you see this particular statement, the Central Bank of the U.S. has scheduled the launch of 24/7 payment service called FedNow for July 2023. That's like not even that far away from right now. We're going to play some more of this. Trust me, you have some juicy stuff to get into. This is kind of a deep dive, and I say this towards the end because the way I look at it is I was going to do an extended show I didn't know it was going to approach 4 hours, but you know what? I'm going to get into this whether we have 30 or 50 or 100 people here, because I think if anything, this is something that needs to be reminded to the people who are tuned in right now. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. Let's play some more of this.
To achieve these results. The value proposition of many cryptocurrencies, cheap, reliable, and irreversible payment settlements within seconds, is all possible with the FedNow system. How FedNow compares to credit cards or remittance providers. Today, nearly all commercial banks settle with finality on the books of the central bank. Only the Fed can ensure that one bank has debited dollars while another has received them with absolute assurance and irreversible finality. FedWire, the main payment network for settling interbank transactions on the ledger of the central bank, settles trillions of dollars every day. In a distant second and third place to FedWire are consumer payments networks Visa and MasterCard, which process hundreds of billions of transactions annually. Visa, for instance, handled over 164.7 billion transactions in 2021 and 140.8 billion in 2020. However, credit card transactions are not irreversibly settled until over 1 month after the original payment date. This allows time for chargebacks, fund transfers, and other dispute processes. Revocable credit card payments are faster, but still have to pass several hurdles before reaching the recipient's bank account, which can take days. Sending money through Western Union typically takes 24 hours for domestic transfers and up to 5 days for international transfers. How FedNow compares to blockchains. Blockchains certainly advertise faster settlement times than consumer payment options like bank checks or automated clearinghouse transfers. However, the irreversibility of blockchain payments usually depends on trusted operators of nodes or mining pools. Consider Bitcoin, the oldest and most decentralized blockchain network, which can trustlessly settle one block of approximately 2,000 payments every 10 minutes, plus good practice of waiting for 5 additional block confirmations to assure funds have irreversibly settled. In summary, Bitcoin can process about 12,000 payments per hour. Other blockchains advertise faster settlements by compromising on decentralization of nodes, block production security, or both, and so are not trustless in the sense of a global consensus of irreversible settlements. FedWire, by comparison, allows banks to trustlessly settle 811,472 transfers per day with other banks.
In the thousands. I mean, I didn't get the exact number there. In the really going to brag about in the thousands? Last I checked, even with Hedera's H-bar, like what they do, like $1 billion in a week or something like that. I mean, come on, they're not going to implement. They want this to be the crypto killer. Do they not understand that some of these banks are going to get hit with huge fees? This is a crock, to say the least. We're going to say the least. Let's get more into this.
Now will further accelerate payment settlement from days to seconds and give banks and businesses faster access to cleared money. FedNow also includes tools for fraud prevention and other value-added services. Most blockchains do not yet have sufficient decentralization, security, or scale to handle the settlement assurances of a central bank. If the Federal Reserve successfully launches its FedNow service in July, it could solve the needs of most consumers, businesses, and banks. Cheap, reliable, and irreversible payment settlements within seconds. For more informed news, follow us on Twitter and Google News.
All right, so you made me thinking, well, Max, again, that's just, a while back, so much things that happened from then and so on. Hey, I'm totally with you. And I do see some of you guys' particular comments in regards to, the deep pegging of USDC. We'll get more back into that in a bit. I want to show you guys just a little bit more in regards to this. So It says the Central Bank of the U.S. has scheduled, of course, the launch of its 24/7 payment service for now, July 2023. We know more about this, but says the central bank will operate its pilot program beginning as early as September. In regards to what you saw back then, that was again of last year. But here's the main thing I want to show you guys also, and that is, this right here, and this is the same lady who, she's part of Fed now, right? So we're going to play this. It says the value proposition of many cryptocurrency cheap route or reliable and irreversible payment settlements within seconds is all possible with the Fed Now system. Okay. Again, this is August 29th of last year. Let's play this.
I'm pleased to join you at the FedNow Early Adopter Workshop. With the technical testing phase of the FedNow service kicking off in mid-September, I want to particularly thank you, the early adopters, for the important investments you're making to prepare for the day when the FedNow service goes live. Together, we'll be ready to launch the FedNow service between May and July of 2023, bringing this innovative core instant payments infrastructure to financial institutions of every size across America. We've been working hard to deliver on time, but ultimately the number of American businesses and households that are able to access instant payments will depend on financial services providers making the necessary investments to upgrade our payments infrastructure. Together, we can ensure all Americans have access to a modern and reliable instant payment system. The payment system is a critical part of America's infrastructure that touches everyone. Americans rely on the payment system all day, every day to make purchases, pay bills, and get paid without ever needing to think about the complex infrastructure that's operating under the hood. The FedNow service will transform the way everyday payments are made throughout the economy, bringing substantial gains to households and businesses through the ability to send instant payments at any time on any day with funds immediately available to recipients to make other payments or manage cash flow. Immediate availability of funds could be especially important for households managing their finances paycheck to paycheck or small businesses with cash flow constraints. Having the capacity to manage money in real time could help households avoid costly late fees or free up working capital for small businesses to finance growth. During the pandemic, we saw how essential rapid access to funds can be, as so many households started spending their emergency relief payments on the day they were received. To deliver on the promise of a payment system for the future, the Federal Reserve has made a substantial commitment to the FedNow platform, which has benefited from the technologies and approaches provided by global technology companies that are vital for today's always-on digital economy. Our cloud-first design, unique among central bank instant payment services, positions us for the future by enabling not only the throughput and scalability required for high-volume retail transactions, but also broad geographic points of resiliency to ensure continuous service. Cloud-first design affords other key components such as self-healing processes and automation, which add to operational resilience. And our development processes are agile, allowing us to deliver new features faster to financial institutions of all sizes as they're ready to adopt them based on their priorities. We've also invested heavily in stakeholder engagement to ensure readiness for adoption through efforts like the pilot program, the FedNow Explorer resource, the FedNow Community, the Service Provider Showcase, and the FedNow Early Adopter Workshop. To advance our goal of nationwide reach for instant payments, we are working closely with the private sector RTP instant payment service on message specifications to ensure alignment and support of routing interoperability. Just as the Federal Reserve has made a substantial commitment to our new instant payments infrastructure.
Hold on a second. So let's just hear that just for a brief second. Let's go back for a second.
To our new instant payments infrastructure. Reserve has made a substantial commitment to our new instant payments infrastructure. We're calling on industry stakeholders to do the same. The shift to real-time payments infrastructure requires a
real-time payments infrastructure requires
focused effort, but the shift is inevitable. The time is now for all key stakeholders, financial institutions, core service providers, software companies, and app developers to devote the necessary resources to support instant payments. That means upgrading back office processes, evaluating accounting procedures for a 7 business day week, arranging liquidity providers, deploying a new customer-facing app, and promoting.
Lots of talk about apps, lots of talk about earlier, like with software.
Instant payments for key use cases to customers.
She talked about liquidity, key use cases.
As the service providers featured at this event will demonstrate over the next few days, parts of the industry have already seized on the opportunity to build new services and capabilities that support instant payments. These efforts will increase competition in the market for end user services and promote innovation. Key benefits from providing the FedNow service as a neutral platform accessible to financial institutions of all sizes around the country. Let me close by just again thanking our early adopters. The input you've provided has been instrumental for our team as they've designed and built this service, and the time and energy you've committed to this effort is critical for a successful launch. I want to call on additional banks and core service providers to join your commitment to prepare for adoption of the FedNow service. This time next year, I hope we can all have a great sense of accomplishment in our shared effort to transform America's payment system for the digital era. Thank you.
Again, it's just, I mean, it sounds good on paper what she's saying, right? Don't get me wrong. All right. So, you know, some of the key things that she mentions, you know, it has to be interoperable, the liquidity, the software. I mean, all these specific terms that just keep leading more and more back to what? Blockchain technology and things like that. I mean, heck, you can throw like Quant in the mix with interoperability, right? All the time, right? But the key thing is, you know, what you're going to see right here in regards to Cypherium, and I'm going to bring that up right now. So, you know, Cypherium, of course, was featured in the Federal Reserve's FedNow Service Provider Showcase. Cypherium is proud to be featured in the Federal Reserve's new FedNow Service Provider Showcase, an online resource designed to what, you know, connect financial institutions looking to adopt and innovate upon the FedNow service with service providers offering instant payment solutions. So when people, you know, take more of their own deep dive into Cypherium, you know, when you go from that particular interview to that gap in between of, I don't know, the end of August 2022 to what happened, I guess, at the end of the year 2022 and where we're at now, it's pretty crazy. Now, Sky Guo, who's the CEO of Cypherium, mentioned he's thrilled to be part of that new FedNow Service Provider Showcase, you know, to help other organizations implement instant payments with their solutions. Financial institutions, businesses, and consumers will be able to access the speed, convenience, and other benefits the FedNow service will provide when it launches in 2023. Now, I get the whole thing of other content creators. I mean, even Sean, you know, he did a really good job, you know, covering Cypherium continuously. He pointed out it's not that they, you know, FedNow has officially said that they're going to use Cypherium, but they definitely acknowledge Cypherium, right? It's listed there. Again, a perfect example is like, here's the this beautiful car in the showroom. It just needs to be, somebody needs to take it out and drive the darn thing off the showroom, right? But they acknowledge that it's there. Now, in regards to Cypherium, it says plans to offer instant payment services to organizations that are adopting the FedNow service. Cypherium is a blockchain platform for enabling faster payments and cross-platform interoperability. She did mention a few of the specific things. You know, I know I mentioned the whole thing with Quant, but here you have it, literally plain as day, written verbatim for you. Right? Cross-platform interoperability. Consumers may use Cypherium digital wallets to interact with the FedNow payment services. Look at this other particular quote from Frank van der Biel, if I'm pronouncing that right. He's the global collaboration manager from Randstad. He says, we appreciate the commitment of Cypherium enabling FedNow adoption and participating in the showcase. The time is now for organizations to identify and connect with partners they'll need to build the end-to-end solutions the market is demanding. And there's, of course, a lot of those particular demands. When we jump back in reflection to this particular outline, and if you're just connecting in regards to this, I mean, it's a nice time to connect, because when we get more into this, you will see this blast from the past, basically August of 2022, where it mentions that the FedNow compared themselves to credit cards or remittance providers. Now, listen to this. Back then, nearly all commercial banks, like they stated, settle with finality on the books of the central bank. Only the Fed can ensure that one bank has debited dollars while another received them with absolute assurance and irreversible finality. Understand this. When you have, what's his name, Augustine, you know who he is, the head honcho from the Bank of International Settlements, then you have a broader perspective of where it states that, you know, nearly all commercial banks settle with a finality on the books of the central bank, hence why he comes in with the BIS. So when we go further down, it says the FedWire, the main payment network for settling interbank transactions on a ledger of the central bank, settles trillions of dollars every day. When we talk about this whole thing about cross-border payments, you can even get, you know, much higher than that, right? Quadrillions. And of course, you know, this is where the whole concept of, you know, where is the value with how much these coins are going to be worth per token, per coin, right? A lot of talk about, you know, Ripple's XRP, you know, is it going to be worth 10,000 per coin? Even if they only take on a small percentage, or, you know, I don't know, was it something like 20% of all of this? How much is that really going to be worth? It's just, nobody could really, you know, come up with an accurate prediction. But when we talk about Cypherium being part of the mix, you know, if they get awarded this particular quote unquote contract to be exclusive to FedNow, then technically speaking, that would be all the money with specifically FedNow. Now, I get the whole concept of, you know, there's other bigger players, other particular central banks. It's not going to just be them doing business with FedNow. Yes, absolutely. That's not the case. You know, the central bank authorities of the world is a separate entity compared to the United States' FedNow services and so on. But you also got to keep in mind, like it also says right here, that a distant second and third place to FedWire are consumer payment networks such as Visa and MasterCard, which processes hundreds of billions of transactions annually. Visa, for instance, if you're wondering, handled over 165, might as well round it off, billion transactions in 2021 and 140.8 billion in 2020. However, credit card transactions are not irreversibly, settled until over 1 month after the original payment date. Hence the need for what? Real-time payment providers or instant payment providers, right? And we're going to see this go live here within literally the next few months. I know there's so much emphasis on ISO 222, right? And don't get me wrong, Cypherium apparently is part of ISO 222, but there's something to be said about what you see right here. So when we get further into this, it says that this allows time for chargebacks, fund transfers, and other dispute processes, and hence why it keeps delaying it and delaying it and delaying it. Why it could go up to a month. So it says, you know, this whole thing with credit card payments are faster, but still have to pass several hurdles before reaching the recipient's bank account, which could take days. Of course, there's the whole thing with Western Union that could take forever, right? For domestic transfers, up to 5 days. For international transfers, it's insane, right? But in regards to FedNow, they compare to blockchains. This is where they make this particular debate that, you know, killing crypto or whatever, right? So blockchain certainly advertise faster settlement times than consumer payment options like bank checks or automated clearinghouses. However, the irreversibility of blockchain payments usually depend on trusted operators or nodes or even mining pools. And that is true, right? Of course, we have to consider the whole thing of Bitcoin, but get down to this particular point, all right? So, you know, listen to this. It says, other blockchains advertise faster settlements by comprising or compromising on decentralization of nodes, block production security, or both, and are so not trustless in the sense of a global consensus or irreversible settlement. Now, in regards to FedWire, right? Not FedNow, but FedWire. Hear me out, right? Because I mean, when we talk about with Ripple's XRP, you're not dealing, like I said, with the retail side, right? So with FedNow is more like, I guess you could say, with peer-to-peer, if I'm not mistaken. But with FedWire, it's kind of like that same comparison, if you will, kind of like with Ripple's XRP. So you have the bank-to-bank. FedWire would be more of kind of like the same concept. So with FedWire, by comparison, that also allows banks to trustlessly settle 811,472 transfers per day with other banks. FedNow will further accelerate payment settlement from days to seconds and give banks and businesses faster access to cleared money. FedNow also includes tools for fraud prevention and other value-added services. So when we had the whole discussion a while back of, this whole thing of like, does your particular blockchain not only have smart contracts, but do they have secure smart contracts? Hence why, we talk about Quant, what they bring to the table. All right. Look at some of these particular terms, right? FedNow has a mechanism that includes some of those particular tools for fraud prevention and other value-added services. I'm thinking like, okay, maybe this is some of the quote unquote reasoning behind the consensus of, they're trying to say this is the, what's the original statement that said the crypto, coming next year, and they hope it's a crypto killer. I mean, is it though? Or in reality, it's just, again, adapting some of the particular technology of Cypherium. They realized at some point that they had to, because what their original plan was not going to get the job done. That's just kind of like what I personally think. I'm not saying I'm right, but look at this. It says FedNow will further accelerate payment settlement from days to seconds and give banks and business faster access to clear money. If that's the case, and you're, what's his name, Augustine, right, CEO of the BIS, Bank of International Settlements, this particular statement of FedNow will further accelerate payment settlement from days to seconds and give banks and businesses faster access to cleared money, that really like resonates deep, right? So while they recognize it's there, I'm telling you flat out, I mean, for them, for FedNow to recognize Cypherium and say, yeah, we recognize it and not use it, to me, that'd be ludicrous at this point. Unless they're going back on the whole thing of going back to this, and this is why I'm pointing this out to you guys, unless they're going back on the whole thing of like, you don't mention, you don't see really Cypherium being mentioned here. But when we went back to the other particular page straight from Cypherium, you do see that particular connection because literally it is there. It says most blockchains do not yet have sufficient decentralization, security, or scale to handle the settlement assurances of a central bank. If the Federal Reserve successfully launches its FedNow service in July, it could solve the needs of most consumers, businesses, and banks, cheap, reliable, and irreversible payment settlements within seconds. Now, before we take even that much more of this particular deep dive into this, and why some people feel as though like, why are you trying to make this controversial? I'm not trying to make it controversial, but I'm trying to have people realize of what, where we went from when this was originally published to where we're at now. And people also realize that when you have the certain banks like Bank of America and that particular Ripple partnership, like, what was it that was mentioned quite a few times? Bank of America has stated that, like if I should say stated, but there's everything in line to show support that if the SEC loses the Ripple case and it's a Ripple win, that literally Bank of America will fully utilize Ripple's services, right? And you already have that particular partnership. The key takeaway here is not that, it's Cypherium versus Ripple versus some of these other ones. The key takeaway here is what you literally saw on the other particular page. FedNow is just, they're not the end all be all for all the world's money. Let's face it, right? I mean, it's big for us here in the United States, but there's so many other bigger players. But that in itself, to see even some of these particular things mentioned, 811,472 transfers per day. I'm going to pull that up because I want to show you guys this for just a brief moment. And here it specifically is. This is part of my particular deep dive. So Fedwire Fund Service annual statistics. All right, this was actually updated on January 21st, 2023. If you want to have an idea of about how the combination of ISO 222 and the massive volume of things being implemented where you can see significant price action, this should give you like a brief idea of that. Because when I look at the overall market, I saw it tank something fierce today. All right, we'll jump into that right now. Actually, I'm pulling up Cypherium. Okay, and it's been really like fluctuating like crazy. So Cypherium is like, we saw this go back into the fours. I don't know, it's fluctuated between being up 8%, 16%, but there's a lot of weird, crazy stuff going on. And as you can see that on this particular graph, and even on the 7-day chart, right? It's kind of like all over the place. But I know I'm doing a bunch of, excuse me, jumping back and forth, but I do this for a reason. Now, let me go back to this. Here it is again, straight from the Federal Reserve, FRBServices.org, Fedwire Funds Services annual statistics. Again, January 24, 2023, pretty recent. You have annual Fedwire Fund Service statistics, right? Here's some of those specific statistics. Let's just go back to, for instance, 2022. You have transfers originated number 196,052,000, annual volume growth percent. Look at some of these figures. Value transfers originated in millions. You see that right here. Annual value growth in percent, 6.9%. Average value per transfer per millions. Now you may be wondering, well, why even point some of this out? You got to point some of this out to give you a broader sense of where we're going to go with some of this. So if you have the average daily volume of transfers, like you see right here, and so on, it should give you a broader perspective of how, I don't know, in my opinion, how big this could be. Because, I mean, this thing is going to go live here soon. You're going to see this specific mechanism kick into place. And here's the real kicker. As we know with certain cryptocurrencies, whether it's Ethereum and so on, if you have utility being activated over and over and over, that in itself is why we put so much emphasis on utility-driven cryptos. Combine this with Cypherium, with that utility again being used over and over and over, I just think this is a real sleeper, personally. All right. There's another thing I wanted to show you guys in regards to all this. Give me a second. Yeah, it's straight from the Cypherium site. And my thing is, I just want people to kind of have, I guess you could say, a little bit more of a broader perspective. You know what I mean? Here's the one last thing I want to show you guys, and this dates all the way back to March 8th of 2022, literally this time last year. So if you're wondering, this is not that big of a deal, I don't know where you're going with this and so on, well, maybe this will help you. So again, part of my deep dive in regards to Cypherium, so it says Cypherium featured in the Federal Reserve's FedNow Service Providers Showcase. All right, so of course, they were proud to be featured in that particular showcase. But again, it's this plans. Look at what it says right here. Cypherium plans to offer instant payment services to organizations that are adopting the FedNow service. So it's not just like, oh, hey, we got FedNow. This is a really cool thing. And, obviously, it's the utility going to be utilized. No, it's like it says right here, Cypherium is a blockchain platform for enabling faster payments and cross-platform interoperability. Consumers may use Cypherium digital wallets to interact with the FedNow services. So when you heard the comment, and I don't even know if he's listening, it's okay if he's not. Mike Cornwell mentioned all the way back to last summer, and he mentioned it numerous times. Okay, I have to mention him because I got to give credit where credit's due. Like, a lot of why we even have this channel is because a lot of his particular research and so on, like giving us a reference to all this stuff, tuning us into it. He mentioned specifically, when you have, there's going to be a moment in time where, like your grandma, yourself, whoever, you bust out that debit card, you don't even realize it's tied into crypto. How do you know that? This particular statement: consumers may use Cypherium digital wallets to interact with the FedNow services. So whether it's a physical debit card, like his particular example, or this particular example of a digital wallet to interact with the FedNow services, the whole point is using that utility of the FedNow services. And people will use those darn services. You better believe bet your sweet Aunt Mary on it. Look at this. We appreciate the commitment of Cypherium to enabling the FedNow adoption and participating in the showcase, said Nick Stanescu, I'm not pronouncing that right probably, Federal Reserve Bank Senior Vice President and FedNow Business Executive. The time is now for organizations to identify and connect with partners they'll need to build the end-to-end solutions the market is demanding. What do we know what's going on right now within the next few weeks? The market is demanding these particular technologies. Yes, you hear Powell saying, CBDCs 2.0, but on the other freaking hand, he's mentioning about instant payments. It'd be one thing if he mentioned, like, no, there is going to be no instant payments. Like, that would be something in itself. I'd be like, oh my God, that's a bombshell, right? But that wasn't the case. He mentioned specifically about this whole thing of instant payments and how it's going to be readily to the public. Are we not paying attention to this stuff? So look here, it says a little bit about Cypherium. I want you guys to hear this, right? I know I turned this to a big focus on Cypherium, but I really feels like we really need to pay attention to Cypherium, and hence why here at CTN we include it as part of the ones that we cover. Shout out to CryptoSmith, right? Sean the CryptoSmith. If you don't know about Cypherium, follow CryptoSmith, right? We'll give him a plug in a bit. But check this out. Cypherium, if you didn't know about it, layer 1 protocol designed to offer financial inclusion for its users while delivering operational efficiencies for its enterprise and institutional partners. What is the world crying for? Literally, well, at least us in crypto, regulatory clarity. Once you get regulatory clarity, you get that institutional money coming in. Efficiencies for enterprise, right? Not dismissing and slapping enterprise, but recognizing enterprise and institutional partners using a hybrid consensus mechanism. Key thing here. The Cypherium blockchain is designed to achieve commercial viability while preserving the characteristics of decentralization and distributed ledger technology. Understanding, look, we're not dismissing traditional finance, but we're at the same time, we are acquiring the new technologies to get the job done. Perfect example is like what Crypto Bellwether was mentioning in regards to Swift. It's not that Swift is going away. If anything, it's that Swift is still here, but they may be implementing some of these newer technologies. Now I get the whole thing of, what you were saying with comparing the competition, but I wanted to point that out. Now look at this. As proof of work blockchain, Cypherium does not run the risk of being classified as a security. God. So already you have something that, in my opinion, is going to be used by FedNow. It'd be ludicrous for them not to at this point, right? As the instant payment settlement rails, if you will. And then on the other hand, you have Ripple's XRP, which has been absolutely just disrespected, and they're in that situation they're in with the SEC. So my thing is this. I want people to know that I'm a huge fan of Ripple's XRP, and I'm not trying to sound like I'm more of a fan of Cypherium. That's not about that. But I want to have everyone pay attention, whether it's Jasmy, when I say something like Jasmy could be the one that gets me to, $1 million, millionaire status first. At the same time, do not dismiss Cypherium as being one of the players of your ISO portfolio that could very well get you there first. Here, of course, is why we're mentioning that. So, God forbid, I hope to God that, Ripple wins the case. We're all rooting for that. Are you kidding me? But at the same time, if worst case scenario happens and this gets dragged out through the mud, like what, CryptoSmith was mentioning, where there ends up being a trial eventually, when you see this particular statement here, Cypherium, and I would highlight it again, does not run the risk of being classified as a security. Now, I understand that this is just them stating it. What particular site is this from again? This is, PR Newswire and so on. So, I mean, this is a third-party outlet providing the news, but it does, make you wonder. I'm going to highlight that particular spot again because I don't want to lose it. Yeah, there it is. So, Cypherium does not run the risk of being classified as security. That's big. That tells me that somebody like the SEC would not necessarily go after it. Why wouldn't they go after it? Well, again, if you're tied into the FedNow system, that wouldn't make sense because that would be technically going after them as well. If they're, using this technology it's like a conflict of interest, if you will. All right, I'm gonna get a little more into this, and this is a real deep dive. And if you guys are still around, great. If you're not, that's understandable. I appreciate each and every one of you. So it says Cypherium's approach to creating financial inclusion between civilians, banks, government, and enterprises begins with their digital currency interoperability framework, which is called DCIF. The DCIF is Cypherium's proprietary architecture for allowing any asset, including central bank digital currencies, stablecoins, and digital assets to be received on, or I should say, received or distributed on chain or cross ledger. I came out with that other particular video recently. It's not that long. It's probably like, I don't know, 12 minutes or something like that. Talks about Cypherium basically being the gas for CBDCs, like digital oil, if you will. This kind of pounds it home a little bit more. It says, furthermore, it can be integrated with payment service providers, banks, and digital wallets. Now, in regards to the, the FedNow service and so on, they of course have specific information here and whatnot. But, one thing I want to mention is what they serve, right? Just in closing. So it says access will be provided through the Federal Reserve's FedLine network. Now that specific network serves more than 10,000, my God, financial institutions directly or through their agents. For more information, of course, and so on. So when we talk about all this focus about the central banks of Europe and so on, that's nothing to dismiss. And we have at least 100 plus of those central banks and so on. It's big. But when you see some of these, this was mentioned here, Federal Reserve's FedLine network serves more than 10,000 financial institutions. To think that, Cypherium won't be used here, and that this is just a giant waste of time, and it's just going to sit at where it's at, I'm extremely bullish on Cypherium. So I hope you guys enjoy this. Whoever's, I don't know, still around, maybe you guys already know about this stuff, but I really wanted to get into it. Yes, somewhere about the whole thing of the depegging of Circle. We'll get into that. We'll get back into the comments. I did see a few more people connected and so on. This is definitely a long extended coverage. I didn't mean to go 4 hours and 22 minutes. But yeah, I get it, man. You're messing around. USDC at 94 cents. So I'm gonna pull that up just briefly. Hold on a second. So Circle, where are we at with Circle? Oh God, it is doom and gloom. Let's share that. Jeez, all that whole time I was doing my rant, it's just crashing something fierce. Oh geez, that is horrible. So this is really bad news. Here it is. Read them and weep, guys. I mean, down to 92 cents. This is pretty monumental. Yeah, we have insane volume going in, but as the saying goes, kind of like with Terra Luna or UST, right? Terra UST. Remember what the problem basically was? More going out than what was going in. Is this another perfect example of that? So let's take a look more into that. We'll keep it highlighted for you guys. I'm gonna read some more comments. Crazy stuff going on. All right, let's go further down. Investors will be pissed if their stablecoin is down 25% and they can withdraw until, if they can't withdraw until Monday. I know that's a typo. Yeah, it's a typo. Coochie Boy says they may have to honor the 1-for-1 though. Anybody just connected, please smash that like if you don't mind. I would really appreciate it. I'll have to see how well we're doing on the likes tonight. We're at 67. Anyway, GS says BlackRock can either save them or let them fail. Interesting. All right, Watermelon Crypto Sugar High. You were here a while ago. And 11:03, about half an hour later, he says, "Good evening, Max, the CTN family. Sorry, I'm late. Just got off work. That's all right, man. Thanks for joining us here tonight on this extended coverage. This is the longest I ever gone. Was not planned, but I got really into what I was talking about in regards to XDC earlier and also Cypherium. Coachy Boy says Fed loan rates are way too high now. Crypto High says, anyone see the DPEG? Yep, we're watching as we speak. But yeah, hello to GS, Crypto High, and everybody. Constantine Beclea, hopefully you're still here. Hi Max, is Fed now working with Cypherium? Yeah, absolutely. We basically show that with the deep dive. Now, I mean, they're working with them, but they acknowledge them, I guess you could say. There is a partnership, I guess you could call it that, if you want to call that a partnership. The key thing is Fed now going to officially use them? And I imagine that they will. Nothing official, so you can't say that I'm telling you that. But I draw my own connections. I connect the dots, if you will, and that's why I got into it and so on. And that's why a lot of people have gotten into Cypherium. But Constantine, I want to go ahead and welcome you. If you're still here, consider change your avatar to more of who you are and what you're about. And guys, if you haven't done so already, please welcome Constantine. Coochie Boy states Coinbase has halted withdrawals until Monday. My God. I mean, that itself, I understand it, it's the weekend, but it's crypto. People should still be able to access it no matter what time it is. This is not the stock market. And, what's another particular exchange that pissed off a lot of people for halting withdrawals? You guys know what it was. It's freaking Robinhood, right? I know, different story, but I remember when that happened. All right, crypto high, Bitcoin and Ethereum still going up, even when USDC depegging. Yeah, so people are pointing that out, that with USDC depegging, you should see Bitcoin skyrocket. And I thought I was like, now why would that be? This is where the people have the debate that now the reason for it is because it creates more demand for something that's truly decentralized. And of course, some people would say, well, Max, USDC is technically decentralized, but look what's tied into. This is what gives more, again, anything, stock market, crypto, you name it, right? It's all about supply and demand. So as we speak with what we're seeing, that does technically give more demand for the likes of Bitcoin, because people do look at it as being the safe haven, if you will, or the true decentralized authority of the bunch, whether we want to accept that or not, right? Whether we're like, hey, what, Bitcoin is has no utility and all that. I'm just looking at it from a realistic perspective. The market is reflecting just that. And speaking of which, why don't we pull that up for a brief moment? So I'm going to pull that up and do the tab instead. So here it is with Bitcoin. I mean, some people may think, well, this is not too significant. It's only 2.60%. Come on, it's Bitcoin. Anything really over 1.5%, or anything is really significant. How do we know that? Well, earlier today, we saw Bitcoin well below 19,000. I mean, below 20,000 in the 19s, right? How do we know that? Let's pull that up for just a brief moment. So we see here that, Bitcoin this morning, 4:25 my time this morning, dropped to 19,628. See what I'm saying? So, yeah, it's a crazy day with this particular market, to say the least. We'll pull back that particular tab. Hold on a second. Here we go. Share this tab instead. We're down to 92.45. 92.4. What am I saying? 92.45, right? Slightly, 92.5 cents roughly. And that's dropping again, literally before our eyes. I mean, this could very well drop to 90 cents. It could drop to 89 cents. But once it drops down to like the 89 levels, it could be the ultimate doom and gloom. That's just my opinion. And of course, this is the black swan event you're looking for, Lionel Richie, right? No, I should say that, but it's horrible to see these types of things, to be honest. All right, so I'm gonna leave that chart up for you guys. April Cornwell said 11:05 my time, which my time is now 11:39. Hey, great show tonight, Max Flyers. Well, thanks, April. Appreciate the support. Love you, sister. How about that? We got brothers and sisters. Much love to April Cornwell. All right. Coochie Boy says the money leaving USDC has to go somewhere. A drop in stable coins is bullish for other cryptos. And again, guys, if you haven't done so already, please smash that like. I really appreciate it. Coochie Boy says stables are the only ones where red is good. Crypto high truth, especially in DeFi. Yeah, very, very true. Rafael Santos says, hello, Sir Coochie Boy. Hello, ma'am April. Hello, Mr. Santos. I like how people call him Mr. Santos. That's cool. April Cornwall says, tomorrow is McDiz's big day prayers. Big day. Oh, prayers needed. He's opened up a new spot in the mall. All right, man. I'm going to root for him. Absolutely. We're all going to, yeah, I'll pray for him for real. You know, I have people I pray for and so on. I'll definitely keep them in my prayers. You guys are, you know, friends, community, and so on. We all root for all of us to be successful. It's not just crypto, right? So, yeah, definitely will, April. Very cool. Thanks for letting us know about that. Boom. April says he's always doing big things. I'm always on the sideline clapping him on. That's awesome, though. I mean, I would kill for something like that, to be able to have that type of support, but I don't want to get into that right now. All right. April Cornwall said, hello, Blackwood. Welcome to Crypto Talk Now. Yeah, welcome. Hey, I remember you. Dexter Big Bag, Cypherium, Nexi 0.03-ish. Yeah, it's great prices. I mean, what a great entry point. All right. April Cornwall says, yes, we have a very loving and accepting family here. We do. Right now he says, does Cypherium do the same thing as XRP? Very, very similar, but here's the thing. So I don't want people, you know, to think, well, it's just like you got to pick one, XRP, you pick Cypherium. Also keep in mind, guys, are we dismissing, like, you know, I know you're not, Brian, but like, you know how you mentioned earlier, hey, Max, look into what, you know, like the XRPL and so on, like look at what Ripple is doing with healthcare and so on. So I mean, like, for me, and this is not me downplaying Cypherium and so on, but like obviously what really stands out is the main utility layer for Cypherium currently, and that is, you know, that's huge, right? To be mentioned with FedNow, that's like the biggest selling point, let's be honest, when it comes to Cypherium. At the same time, when you want to compare it to Ripple, I mean, come on, man. I mean, it's just they have, I guess you could say, like an ecosystem. People are building upon it. There's the whole thing with healthcare, how real estate, so on and so forth, so on. Can't even talk tonight. So on and so forth. So I don't look at it as being exactly the same, but in regards to payments, I still think that maybe they're similar, right? But I have to agree with Crypto Smith, and that is the whole concept that to think that Ripple is just going to do all of it. I don't think that's the case. I think they'll do a majority of it still. I still am with the majority of content creators, such as like Crypto Hulk and some of the other guys who said that, like Lulu, Ripple will do the most of it. But again, guys, I mean, why would I want to dismiss Cypherium? Why would I want to sit on the sidelines and say, watch the thing blast off into oblivion and not have any? No, I definitely got to have my bags packed with that. Don't quite have my bags packed. I have one bag pack. I want to get multiple bags. That's just me. Barnawi, Crypto Hulk showed how many banks are Ripple partners. I didn't even know that was going to be the next comment. Yeah, exactly. That cannot be something that's dismissive. So I'm not trying to make this tribalism, you know, with these. I just trying to point out some of these catalysts and so on, take more of a deep dive into it and so on. There's lots of hoorah for Ripple's XRP. There's lots of hoorah for Cypherium. But just like you guys are into the ISOs. Why are you guys into the ISOs? Because you understand it's not just like getting, you know, having all your eggs in one basket. That's the bottom line, right? Transactions per second seem really low. Well, here's another thing, right? So, you know, when you think about some of these, I mean, some of these ones that are out there when it comes to comparing one, you know, blockchain project to the other, whether it's Ripple versus even Stellar or Cypherium or some of these other ones. I mean, technically speaking, Hedera blows Ripple out of the water. But the point is it fast enough for what the banks need? And the answer is yes, consistently on both Cypherium, Ripple, XRP, and so on. All right, let me go further down. Mr. Lambo says, I just woke up and couldn't believe you guys are still on. Let's effing go. Yeah, I can't believe it either. Oh, snap. Why did USDC depeg? Some were saying that it was going to compete with XRP. Shaking my head. Yeah, another thing, here's another thing real quick. So we also got to keep in mind what Stellar has going on with USDC. So I don't know. I would be interested. I'm not going to do it now because, I mean, we're literally approaching 5 hours into the show. So, like, my thing is, I would be interested to see the stance or at least a response from somebody from Stellar, maybe Denell Dixon or somebody, like, sends out a tweet. Jed McCaleb or somebody, right, puts out a tweet saying, hey, you know what? I don't know, just something. I mean, to recognize what's going on. There it goes, guys. It just dropped below 90. So this is absolute doom and gloom. I mean, this is crazy. We talk so much about UST, right? Trying to get that repaid, but this is supposed to be the safe haven, guys, right? Remember how many times we used to talk about this for many months? Oh, you're good with Circle. Oh, you're more than good with Circle. You're literally witnessing whatever is a black swan event with this. I don't know all the ins and outs of like why this is going on. I mean, people are going to be mentioning the whole ties to Goldman Sachs and all these particular things and what is it, Silvergate and so on, right? I get that. Right. But for the longest time, let's be honest, guys, part of our crypto journey, we always felt as though that Circle was the better one to be into compared to Tether. Right. That was pretty much unanimous up until recently. And now you see some of this stuff going on. So, I mean, it's you better believe that mainstream media is going to pick up on this. They're going to run with it. Don't be surprised. You might even, I don't know if it'll make like mainstream news tonight. Let's be honest. But, don't be surprised you see this being negatively reported on. But at the same time, and when you see Bitcoin and whatnot go up, I don't know. I don't know how it's going to be. I don't know how the reception is going to be. But it'll be interesting to see how it all plays out. But some of you guys did basically say that you want to see, not that you want to see, that, you acknowledge that there was going to be another Black Swan event. Well, boom, here you go. Cordelis' price prediction for Cello, CPH, and XRP. For Cello, I don't have one. We covered Cello briefly here. I need to take more of a deep dive into it. It is part of the QFS, Quantum Financial System. But I need to take more of a deeper dive into it. But I do understand that you have Cello, I believe XRP, and I think maybe it was XLM. They had those big partnerships with some of the big credit card companies, like, was it Visa or MasterCard? Can't remember. I did. You know what? I'm gonna pull that particular page up because that makes me, I'm trying to remind myself, if you will, what that video was about. That was a while back. Let me pull that up real quick. So let's pull up our particular recorded section real quick. By the way, if you want to know about that particular video about CPH gas of CBDCs, there it is. Only about 6 minutes. I thought it was 12 minutes. It's 6 minutes, so it's not that long. I'm not asking you guys to watch it tonight or anything. If you never want to watch it, you don't have to do that either. But that global stablecoins, that's how do you guys say it? That's aging really well. The World Bank global stablecoin. So that's not looking too good right now. All right, so let me go further down. It is this particular one down here. There it is. XRP, XLM, and Cello, the silent partner of Visa. Yeah, I did a 14-minute video on that. You get a lot of views, like under 500. I mean, at least you got some, but yeah, that's the only time we really covered Cello, but they're definitely part of that particular mix, and they're part of the QFS. So yeah, I wanted to point that out. So anyway, here's this back to USD coin. Oh man, it's just still doing its thing, just dropping like a freaking rock. Later, guys. Great show, Max. Thanks, River. Cordell says, do you think 1XRP will be able to buy me a Chick-fil-A value meal someday? Or, oh, God, and then some. And then some, my friend. Yeah. 1XRP. So the way I look at it is people got higher than this, right? So at some point, I'm not saying it's going to be like within the next 5 years or anything like that, but it could very well be by maybe 2030 or before, maybe, right? Some people feel as though like could be 2025. I don't know. But I truly feel as though, and this is how long I'm going to be holding my XRP. So I do see XRP going to $10,000 a coin at some point. So when you say, could 1XRP buy you a value meal someday? Good God. I mean, nowadays you can't really buy like a value meal for, I mean, I guess you could say maybe $5. Like the days of $3, those are gone. Buying like a 99-cent sandwich, right? That's gone. But yeah, man, absolutely. I mean, and then some. If you owned, I mean, what, 100 XRP, you could buy your own freaking like the place that makes the value meals, you know what I mean? So IOTA or Singularity Net. Long term, I'm going to go with IOTA because it's part of the ISOs. Short term, definitely Singularity Net. We covered that many times here at CTN. I covered Singularity Net all the way down since 4 cents. So whoever got into that, shout out to you. Great one. Stand out project for the Cardano ecosystem. That's easy. Quant. All right, Balls Deep says Circle confirmed 3.3 billion stuck in Silicon Valley Bank. Yikes. All right. Tau Dot or A0. I can't recommend any. I can't actually give you financial advice on any of these. I'm aware of Polkadot. I'm aware of A0. But I haven't taken more of a deep dive into any of these. So, all right, let me go ahead and highlight that. I'm trying to see where we're at. I think we have Jasmy is the last one. Maybe not. Hold on. Oh man, I got so many tabs I need to close. Ugh. So many. Give me a second. I'm gonna retweet that for Mike. Just trying to, making sure I'm not skipping over anything because, I mean, there's some things I obviously want to save. Hold on a second. Can't believe I did that deep dive, more of a deep dive into BSV. And Cool Cat Crypto wasn't even here. But it's a Friday night. He probably has a life. Not that we don't have a life, but you know what I mean. Hold on a second. People, of course, reposting about the whole thing of, or sharing the whole thing with Circle. I give you a bunch of Cypherium news. All right. So yeah, let's get into this. So I'm going to share with you guys this right here. All right. Smash that like if you haven't done this already. This is the longest show I've ever done. So what is the utility of the Jasmy ERC20 token? Governance, metaverse utility. Did you know that? Metaverse utility? Yeah. Of course, I did a deep dive in regards to data access with, the deep dive in regards to data democratization. But so much more than that. AI, you name it, right? Look at who's tagged here, CZ, Binance, and so on. But look at this, HBAR movement. He originally reported this on March 8th. So there was a Jasmy article that was on Binance. Yeah, no kidding. This kind of flew under the radar, right? I think so. So it says Q&A's Jasmy CFO Hiroshi Harada on Jasmy Coin and the company's future. The future looks bright for this project in our opinion. But of course, there's always flutters. And here, of course, there's a few. Here's one of them. Pocket Monster. Just one utility. At least you recognize the utility, right? Scamming people around the globe. LOL. Yeah, you probably bought at the top of the mountain. Yeah. I don't know. But anyway, we're going to jump into that particular one from specifically Binance. So here it is. It says Jasmy article on Binance.us, Q&A, Jasmy CFO, Hiroshi Harada on Jasmy Coin and the company's future. Looks bright in his particular opinion. And then here it is. Actually, sorry, I said it was here it is before. So comes straight from Binance, and this was back on September. But again, guys, keep in mind, like a lot of stuff flies under the radar. So again, we're going to share it with you guys. Finally, Jasmy CFO Hiroshi Harada on Jasmy's company's future. And when we get into it, it mentions specifically about some of these big plans. So the Jasmy platform, as we know, was founded in Japan as a decentralized way to deal with the problems related to the centralized custody of consumer data. Give me just a second. I'm going to blow it up a little bit more for you guys. There we go. And, you know, their mission, as you can see here on the top paragraph, is to develop an Internet of Things. You know, with Quant, it's Internet of Trust, but it's still IoT ecosystem that gives businesses and users alike the ability to freely and securely share and monetize their data on their terms, right? Jasmy is an Ethereum-based token that serves as the primary payment currency within the Jasmy platform. Users receive Jasmy for sharing their data on the Jasmy marketplace. Founded in Japan, the platform has a unique designation of becoming the first legal and compliant, listen to this guys, crypto asset issued by a Japanese company and the first domestically issued cryptocurrency listed on a Japanese crypto exchange. Hence why it gets the reference of the Bitcoin in Japan, because again, this first domestically issued cryptocurrency listed on Japanese crypto exchange. Just means, just like with Bitcoin, that was the first for us here in the United States and around the world and so on. That's the way you're looking at it. Now, back in May of 2022, Jasmy was also featured as a new listing on Binance. Since then, they went and sat down with the CFO, who's Hiroshi Harada, to learn more about the platform, the token, and of course his plans for the future of Jasmy. Now, this question asks him, where did you work before Jasmy? Of course, most of us know about the whole thing with the Sony connection, but he states before joining the team, he specialized in audits and IPO at KPMG as a Japanese CPA, right? He's an accountant. He got into the blockchain crypto space after joining Jasmy. Me, myself, I have a associates actually in accounting. I didn't choose to pursue that particular route with my studies, but yeah, I still hold it. I don't really go around claiming it so much, because then people start thinking, oh yeah, you can do all the accounting for me. And I'm like, nah, I don't want that. So, I mean, I have my MBA, but it's in business administration, entrepreneurship emphasis. You know, maybe I could have made more money going the CPA route, but it's just, I don't know, man. After I got my associates in that, I said that was enough for me. Accounting was not my passion. Okay. So it says, how did you and the team get into blockchain crypto space? Our team's background, strengths are in security, PC-based networks, and devices such as Felicia or Felica. I want to say Felicia, and I also want to say bye Felicia and end this darn broadcast. But anyway, one of the earliest mass adoptions of NFC-based payment technology, encryption, decentralization, and anonymity through privacy enabling technologies have been at the heart of our past projects. So naturally, they adopted blockchain crypto as a pillar of their business. But again, the key thing here is understanding their position in regards to the privacy of data specifically, right? That's one of the key things. Give me just a second. So getting more into this, we're going to wrap things up here in a bit because I need to. This is where and when was Jasmy founded? If you're wondering about this, of course, it was founded all the way back in April 5th of 2016 in Tokyo, Japan. What was the purpose of the blockchain? And, you know, this is a good thing to answer because some people wonder this. Like, you know, it's one thing to get into Jasmy, but what the heck is the purpose of the thing, right? So it says when everyday devices and services are connected onto the internet, fundamental human needs and necessities such as clothing, food, housing, and transportation will change drastically. Yeah, no kidding. In such a world, the flow of data will be even greater than that of today. Jasmy's mission is to create a mechanism platform which allows all users to take ownership of their own data in a secure and private manner, instead of letting a handful of big tech corporations take control of each of such sensitive data, right? Yeah, the data democratization. You should look more into these data lockers that they have for Jasmy, right? It really makes Jasmy stand out. Now, Jasmy aims to help enable a world where everyone can feel safe and secure about the use of their own data. Now, a little bit more. How does Jasmy solve traditional data storage problems? This is another great question, and I'm really glad to bring this to you guys. I should have brought it to you earlier. Again, my whole outline kind of got messed up when I had the technical problems earlier, but it is great questions, and I'm glad that this person from Jasmy was here to respond to it. So Jasmy is constantly exploring ways to uniquely combine blockchain and Internet of Things technology to provide the optimal platform solution for customers around the world and across industries. They're working on a file storage solution, like I mentioned earlier, that allows the users to access their own data in a passwordless manner. Wow. Now, think about this for a minute, right? We always talk about not your keys, not your crypto, right? Think about Arculus's stance in regards to that, right? They don't cover all the cryptos out there. If they did, man, I'd be so into Arculus because I understand the need for ease of access. But check out Jasmy's particular approach. So they get the whole thing when it comes to file storage. They get the whole thing when it comes to the importance of privacy with your data, right? Users need to be able to access their own data in a passwordless manner without any super user in the middle. So when they say it's the democratization of data, it's also the decentralization of data by taking out the middleman. They hope to reveal more as development progresses. But again, going towards the bottom, it says, what type of data is Jasmy able to store? This is, again, a great question. I don't know why this flew under the radar so much, but things like that happen. Hence why we like to bring it to you guys. So it says, all types of data can be stored in their solution. It's not specific to any particular data type. If you're wondering what types of decentralized apps and projects can be built on Jasmy, this is big. I know some of these, but I want to learn more as well. So it says anything that can be built on Ethereum chain can be built on Jasmy. I know, I get it. Some of the people who are going to flood this are going to say, well, why the heck did you just build on XDC? I get it. It would have been a lot faster and better, so on, but that wasn't the case. They built on Ethereum. What is the difference between Jasmy NFTs and NFTs hosted on other blockchains? Now, a while back, we covered the whole thing of the Segu fan token, right? That particular team in Japan. And that was kind of like a similar use case to Chili's, right? Look at this. There are no fundamental differences technically, as the Jasmy platform is built based on the ERC 721 specifications. On top of this, Jasmy has added its unique extensions to offer more features. Do you have plans to make Jasmy NFTs available on marketplaces such as Binance, NFT, OpenSea, and even Magic Eden? To be honest, I mean, I never even heard of Magic Eden. I mean, I'm somewhat into NFTs. I own a few, but I never heard of Magic Eden. Maybe you guys have. That's okay. So the answer is it's certainly possible, and they're exploring the idea. Nothing has been decided at the moment, however. Do you have plans to build your own NFT marketplace? Now, before I get more into this, I want to say this. In regards to the Segu fan token, to me, that makes sense to have NFTs for what? If they already have a utility layer for the specific Chili's related-esque type of fan tokens, if you will, then why not make a fan NFT? If you're doing one for the team, why not do one for the players? If you're going to do one for the players, it would make sense to do what? NFTs, again, specifically for the players. So I see that as being a future thing for Jasmy. All right, in regards to the marketplace, they do not have any specific plans at the moment, although this is another possibility. What is the utility of the Jasmy ERC20 token? Governance, metaverse utility, data access, etc. Notice it keeps mentioning metaverse utility. We're going to see more of that in the future. We'll be glad to report on it. What does this mean for Jasmy to be the first blockchain approved for the listing on the Japanese digital currency exchange? Now, this is a great question. This gets brought up quite a bit. Crypto is regulated heavily and governed under strict rules in Japan. It really is. It really, really is. Look more into it. Being listed on the Japanese digital currency exchange is a great encouragement and validation for us in advancing towards our goals. What are some of the most exciting updates or developments coming in Q3? If you're just tuning in and you wanted the Jasmy news, this is probably like the biggest part of the whole Jasmy coverage. So June and July always gets brought up in regards to Jasmy. says here, they announced on July 2nd that they were developing fan tokens for Sagan Toast, right? We cover that. Professional soccer club that Jasmy sponsors. It would be the first step of the Jasmy fan token platform. We believe that would be exciting part of the Jasmy ecosystem. If you're wondering about that, we have a particular recorded video specifically about that. Next, they're developing a double D coin, the Japanese yen-backed stablecoin we will use in the Jasmy ecosystem. Now I understand the whole thing going on with USD, with Circle, right? Doesn't sound too good to talk about some of this stuff, but it is what it is. It's crucial because the new reward system to promote data utilization relies on it. DD Coin will be able to provide stable value for user data and help with regulatory compliance. Now, in regards to a little bit of regulatory compliance, all right, you got to keep in mind they're a country that is really, really strict on that. So when they blanket things across, whether it's the unbanning or the banning of anything, they don't just talk about it. They just flat out do it, and it's across the board. So it says they're working on what they call the Platinum Data Happiness Discovery Project. There's a project to work with users to identify which data is closely tied with the user's happiness. My goodness, using AI-based analysis. For their participation, users are rewarded with Jasmy tokens. Currently, we only have Japanese participants in the trial, but hope that one day we would be able to launch this project in the US and other countries. So I was glad to bring that to you guys. I'm very bullish on Jasmy. This whole talk about 100% of the supply being out there by the end of the year, and on top of it, by Q4 2023, having Jasmy become deflationary, right? Combined with them taking a large amount of Jasmy and taking it out of the circulation for 1 year. I'm telling you flat out, I'm so glad that I doubled my position in Jasmy. So it is what it is. All right. I'm going to give us one last plug for a particular site before I kick it back into the comments. If you haven't done so already, check out ctnnetwork.net. And when you go there, this is the screen that's going to pop up, not that particular screen, but this particular screen right here. You have creators, community, CTN Studios, members, crypto news. Let's go over to community real quick. And again, all you have to do is just sign up with your email, or you could actually use Gmail or Facebook if you like. You're going to notice that it says join CTN Network on Spaces by Wix. So if you're the type of person which you watch CTN normally with your phone, you don't have a computer or stuff like that, TV, whatever, you can use the particular app. Just type in CTN Network, CTN Space Network on Spaces by Wix, right? And then you could download the particular app. Pretty cool stuff. But yeah, we got this. We're trying to get this thing going on with the forums. I'm going to show you some particular categories. General discussion, questions and answers, staff only, ISO 222 crypto. So I'm going to play more around with this, and then I'm going to, lead by example, if you will. So, I mean, I understand a lot of you guys are like making Facebook groups and stuff like that, but sooner than you think, I'm going to make the CTN site be kind of like a go-to platform. I'm going to post a lot of links that you see also on Twitter. I'm going to post it over here in regards to articles, videos, you name it. So we're just still in the process of getting this sorted out, but you're still more than welcome to go over here. And how do you know that you can do that? Well, if you go over to where it says members right here on the main page, you will see some of the other community members that are already on there, like Rafael Santos, Bobby Loretti, thank you for that. Pulse Unity, there's even Steve the Canadian, the Lazy Shaman Show, so on and so forth. Rayan, Crypto Puppet, Starlord, West Chase, Riplar, Calvin, Chaka, you name it, right? And of course, you can message any of these particular people, even if you don't want to use Twitter. You can just do it right here, like, hi, MJ. So there you go. I would show you guys that, and I'm gonna read a couple more partnerships, a couple more. There are a few more few more comments, man. Yeah, this is 5-hour long show. My God, I can't believe I went that long. Cordell Lewis, what partnerships does Jasmy token have? So they have, for instance, one. I'll show you real quick on this particular one. They have Sony, but it's a subsidiary, so I don't want people to think it's like a direct with them. But you got to keep in mind, I mean, you know, there's one thing to be said about subsidiaries, right? So I'm gonna share this real quick. And I want you to see this specific video that kind of breaks down some of this. So we have a lot of Jasmy coverage and so on. But, you know, down here, let's see where we're at. I think it's the FUD Special. So Jasmy, you see where it says Jasmy FUD Special? Because there's a lot of FUD, and I squashed the FUD in that particular deep dive. So Jasmy's partnerships, here's a few of the standout ones. So partnership with Sony, a subsidiary of Sony called Akashi, and then with Toyota, a subsidiary of Toyota referred to as WITS. And we do confirm those specific partnerships with confirmed proof in my particular FUD Buster deep dive. And when I did that, the FUDders, it was just all crickets. They were all like, oh man, fudding the hell out of it. But when I came out with that video, it's been crickets ever since. Why? Because fudders just take what they can off the surface, kind of like skim milk, if you will, right? These take what's off the surface, but they don't. Once you challenge them to real solid stuff, they don't got time for that. You know what I mean? A lot of times when it comes to these fudders, let's face it, they buy on the top, like basically $4 or $5 of Jasmy. They load it up. The thing is at 0.005 and they're angry. So again, guys, part of doing your own research when it comes to all this stuff. All right. Dexter says, I think it has connections with maybe partnerships. So yeah, right. Cordell says, thanks, Dexter. Appreciate it, man. And Cordell says, any thoughts on Filecoin or Moonbeam? Thoughts on VeChain or Morpheus Network? I'll read this last one. I'm going to wrap up the show for real. So in regards to Filecoin, that was one that is on my list. I'm an annual subscriber to a premium service called Investor Place. Investor Place did feature them recently as one of the ones to get into. And when it comes to Filecoin, I'll share this right now on my screen for you. So when we go further down in regards to Filecoin specifically, so they're right now at 524. If the market tanks even further down back into the fours, I mean, I might go all in on Filecoin. Filecoin is a very, very safe play. You know, I said I was going to wrap it up. I'll do this one last thing, and I'm going to really wrap it up. So I'm going to show you this particular bonus piece from Investor Place. I'll probably, you know, try to chop this up maybe and make a video out of it, like as a short little news update or whatever in regards to Filecoin. But there's some recent news that came out, very, very bullish to say the least, when it comes to Filecoin. I believe they got the label of the Coca-Cola of crypto. Now, why would they get the label of the Coca-Cola of crypto? Well, it's kind of back to, as the saying goes, Coca-Cola is a safe bet when it comes to specifically stocks, right? So hold on a second. Let me go back. Gosh dang it, I could pull up the wrong thing. Hold on a second. Gotta go to my accounts, my services. I know you guys don't see this real quick, but hold on. So I believe that there was here we go. So I'll share this. So, you know, this is a premium service. I mean, I do pay for it and so on. No, I'm not paid for them. Why would they pay me if I'm paying for something? Anyway, they posted this on March. They're executing their first round of buys in this boom cycle. They want us, of course, to recognize ETH, right? But look what they mentioned in regards to Filecoin. They want us to basically get into Filecoin up to $7. Like that's the max to get into it. At these particular price levels, as you can see, Filecoin sitting at 523, very, very attractive. For me personally, I'm waiting for more of a pullback. We saw some big things happen today. So, I mean, if this gets down to the fours, I might possibly go all in on Filecoin. When I say all in, I mean, you know, with what I was planning to invest for the month. Because, I mean, I look at Filecoin as being a safe bet, both on the short term for swing trading and also for the long term. How we know that? We base it on a lot of things that you see, even on the 1 month. I mean, it's just kind of a healthy chart for the most part. Let's see, on the 1 year. I mean, look at this. You know, it's just kind of like held its own. So if you look at like the collapse of Terra Luna right here, all right, this is basically right here is the collapse of what was formerly known as Terra Luna before it became Classic. And then for even the longest time, this just on a weekly chart, you could buy this and swing trade on a weekly chart, even on a bi-weekly and a monthly. It's just consistently a good one to be into. Not financial advice. I'm just saying what I'm looking to do personally. I may get it to at this particular price. I don't know, but I got a feeling that maybe we go down below 5. But I want to point this out. And hold on a second. Let me pull that up. So back to this particular page. So it says today's the day we're, this is back on the 3rd. We're finally going to do our break our drought and issue a new buy alert on crypto for the first time in about a year. This will mark what we believe to be the first of many buying streaks in this new emerging boom cycle for cryptos. I talked about this particular bull run thesis, boom cycle, and so on. I have data. Check out my particular deep dives if you want in the video section, if you choose to do so. They recommend ETH, and so I hold a little bit of ETH. Nothing like monumental, right? I keep a little bit of ETH in store just in case I want to get into, I don't know, get tempted to get into a meme token project or something like that, something low cap. But anyway, look at what it says about adding Filecoin to the particular portfolio. So I'm going to skip the part in regards to ETH. You can do more on your own deep dive. This show's really gone over 5 hours. My God. But what I want to mention here is a potential huge winner for Filecoin. All right. So it says Filecoin's origins. If you don't know about this stuff, it's good to basically mention this. Sorry, man. It's just kind of starting to stick to this darn chair because it's hot in there. Filecoin's origins can be traced to 2014 with the invention of the IPFS, or Interplanetary File System, by Juan Bennett, the founder of Protocol Labs. IPFS is a peer-to-peer network protocol designed to allow users to store and share files in a distributed and decentralized manner. Now, you got to keep in mind, when I got into some of these file-based coins, I decided to go all in with BTT. Why did I do that? Well, at that particular time, this is like, I don't know, summer of 2021. You got to keep in mind, I came into crypto altcoins January of 2021. So I'm still fairly new to a lot of this stuff. And I looked at, BTT as being like, which is called BitTorrent, as being like, I could buy a whole bunch of this for very, very little. Hence why a lot of people get the Shiba Inu and so on. Oh man, 5 zeros in the number, this is amazing. And if it goes to a penny, oh my God, right? Yeah, I get it. Kind of the same type of attitude, and applied it towards these file type coins, right? So anyway, getting back to the subject, in regards to IPFS, it's designed to allow users to store and share files in a distributed and decentralized manner. Sorry if I read that again. It works by breaking files into smaller pieces. This is what separates the discussion of Filecoin compared to other projects like BitTorrent and so on, which are then stored across multiple nodes on the network. This makes it more resilient to censorship, as files can be accessed even if certain nodes or servers are down or offline. It's a genius idea, but like it mentions right here, let me just double check my settings. The problem is that with IPFS, that no one was incentivized to maintain storage due to the cost of that storage, namely electricity cost, right? That exists with Bitcoin. Anything that's proof of work, this is going to be a problem. Now with Filecoin, they were essentially launched to add an underlying incentive structure to IPFS and make it work at scale. Now that was really big in itself. And of course, in previous years, and let me show you what I'm talking about here. This was big because the reason why this was big, if you look at the all-time highs for Filecoin, you do see that back on, April of 2021, this went up to 184, close to $184 per coin. Now, keep in mind, you also saw BitTorrent go up to all-time highs at that particular time too. Not even close to, anything significant like $1. It was like literally change, right? But the point was all these ones that had to do with like file storage data and so on, they all shined during that particular time. All right, so I didn't get a chance to show you that. So here's that particular one. See, 185. So even before that, I mean, back in July 2020, it was up as high as $20. But man, 2021 really stood out, and it stood out for a lot of particular cryptos. And if you understand these particular 4-year cycles, understand that we are at the beginning, even when there's a lot of doom and gloom going on, we're still at the very beginning of, in my opinion, a bull run. I know I'm in the minority stating that. Check out my particular bull run thesis, part 6 in the video section that outlines that. And I actually show you real data. I might get back to this particular one because this is good stuff if you're wondering about Filecoin. So yes, it was a genius idea. But Filecoin was essentially launched to add an underlying incentive structure to the IPFS to make it work at scale. Several firms today are using or exploring the use of Filecoin for various purposes, including the Internet Archive, UC Berkeley, AMD, right? AMD is basically used, for processors and so on, right? I remember my first gaming rig, right? It had an AMD Athlon Barton 2500. I was so proud of that thing. And that thing kicked the butt of any Pentium 4 at the time. But anyway, Seagate, OpenSea, Zero, Mirror, Zora, Texile, Arweave. Some of you guys are saying, Max, research Arweave. Maybe I need to if it's mentioned here. NFT storage, and even ChainSafe. The reason we are super bullish, they as an investor place, on Filecoin as a great, quote, first buy in this new boom cycle is because this is a high value add project led by a stellar team. No pun intended, not related to, XLM. And with a long track record of operational success, that's a winning recipe for crypto in this new boom cycle where we believe established, trusted, respected cryptos will lead the way. Filecoin has all 3 of those attributes. Very, very bullish to even read that, right? I know this is a lot of it's verbatim, but that's the way I look at it as well. I've been following Filecoin for the longest time. I talk about it on the show quite often. Talk about some of the other ones like ALI and so on. But Filecoin, I always mention like, man, I'm really on the fence going like all in on particular, like Filecoin and so on. So they at Investor Place think that Filecoin has one of the lowest risk profiles in the entire crypto universe. And let's face it, you saw some of this news going on right now with Circle. You need to hear some kind of news in regards to like, all right, I need something that's kind of low risk but high return. All right, with what? Yeah, like it says, lowest risk profiles in the entire crypto universe with one of the highest upside potentials. That's why they're buying the coin today. They did. Here's some of their final thoughts. Well, today marks the first time that they're buying cryptos in this new boom cycle. It won't be the last. They're happy, of course, to add ETH. I know we did talk about that in Filecoin to their portfolios. They'd be happier to add even more cryptos as this boom cycle gains traction and the crypto investment thesis gets de-risked. And it says until then, basically buy Filecoin up to 7. That's the limit that they have. And currently speaking, when we look more into it, I mean, I'll just remind you guys. I didn't share that tab. My bad. So here's what I was talking about, in regards to all that, potential huge winner in Filecoin. Sorry about that. But jumping back, here it is. And like you see right here, I mean, it's sitting at 509. So, I mean, I think it's very well possible this will drop below 5. And, this is a real winner. But there's a lot of like ones that I'm really looking closely at. I'm looking at this very, very closely. I'm looking at Polygon very closely. Earlier today, it went down to like 94 cents. I should have picked it up at like when I saw it originally at 96 cents because we have some big news in regards to that as well. Check it out in the recorded section. And then the other one I'm looking at real closely is Stratos. And I mean, it went back up. So it's been kind of fluctuating. But again, if this goes down to like 42 cents, I think I'm in. But anyway, these are not ones I'm looking to hold long term. I'm looking to hold these as what I call as power swaps. So if this drops down to 42 cents and I put in like say $7,000 or something like that, I hold the asset until it goes to like 72 cents, right? And that could very well happen in basically a month. Then I basically sell that. I take my profits. My profits could fluctuate anywhere from like 3 to I don't know, 4 or 5 grand, depending on the market. And then I do what they call a power swap. And then I power swap these to these other particular cryptocurrencies. I'll show you in a second. Hold on a second. The quantum financial system, so you can see. And yeah, it's these right here. So these are all part of the quantum financial system. Most of them are ISOs, but Polygon is not part of the it's not ISO 222 coin, token or whatever. But I swap them to like maybe more XRP, more Stellar at these particular prices, HBAR, right? Quant has gone up, so maybe I want, maybe I don't do that yet. But Algo, right? Algo below 20 cents is an absolute steal. IOTA at 18 cents. I don't hold IOTA yet, but I know about it. Absolute steal. To see Algo and IOTA at the same particular prices, absolute steal. XTC network, always undervalued, always overlooked. Don't sleep on XTC. Not financial advice. Casper, already have that. Flare is part of this particular mess. We talked about Cello a little bit earlier. I don't know if Cello is a steal. I got to look more into it. Energy Web token is kind of a little bit more expensive when it comes to these ones, right? But keep in mind, when it comes to the circulating supply, there's only 30,062,000 of these. So it's not like there's billions of Energy Web, right? LCX is still, within the last day or so, it's been under 10 cents. Earlier it was 8 cents. This has gone up 7% within the last 24 hours. There's other ones here. Obviously, Constellation Day. Keep in mind the Air Force connection. Investor Place did cover the whole thing with Electronium a while back. The Stronghold token, right? Like a micro cap based off of or small market cap, I should say. Built through Stellar, if I'm not mistaken. I know Alliance Block is there. Technically, that needs to get delisted. It should say Nexera. Of course, there's Corium. But that's my thing. I would basically take my profits off of Polygon. And the reason why I want to state this real quick. So, if I can get Polygon to basically go down to, I don't know. I mean, it's not that big of a deal, but I mean, it does add up. Like, let's say this goes back to 96 cents. Maybe I do go all out. And I want to show you this real quick. I want to bust out the calculator to give you an idea of what I'm talking about. So if I get back to, and this stuff excites me, and this is why I talk about crypto like crazy. So let's say this goes back down to 96 cents, and I buy, I don't know, man. Like, let's say I just buy like, I don't know, 7,000 of these things or something. Maybe I buy more than that. Let's say I buy 8,000. 8,000 times 0.96. Yeah, it's like 7,680 of these things. Let me bust out another calculator. All right, so that's 8,000 Matic. And then 8,000 Matic, according to this thing right here, we've seen it numerous times. I'm going to show you guys this real quick. So, because, I want you guys to know this. I talk about this power swap thing quite a bit, but people don't quite understand it. So this has consistently been like over $1.50 over the last month or so. Even in the last 3 months, I mean, you consistently have kind of like seen it. I mean, at least $1.30, $1.50. I just think it'll get back to that and then some. And with this thing with ZKVM or whatever it's called, with the virtual machines at the end of the month, that's a huge positive catalyst for Polygon that could cause it to go parabolic. I did a deep dive in it. Check out the record section if you don't believe me. I'm not making this stuff up. Not financial advice. Please don't sue me. But I'm looking at it from that perspective because that's supposed to come out like on the 27th. I understand that buy the rumor, share the news, but I've been monitoring Polygon very, very closely. I'm watching it like a freaking hawk. So my thing is, even if it doesn't achieve some of these, like it doesn't go up to $2 or something like that, with this huge thing that's coming out at the end of the month, even if it just goes back up to $1.50 at these particular price levels, because this is distressed, right? So if I get that pullback I'm looking for again, and I took advantage of it this morning, that's my bad. So I take like 8,000 of these things and I times it by, I don't know, dollar, just say $1.50 even. I mean, that's right there. That's 12 grand. So basically what I look at, if you compare the other calculator, at these particular prices, if I get it as, it's 96 cents and I put $7,680 into it, I get 8,000 of these things. And I take 12,000 minus 7,680. Well, I walk away, well, not quite, but with fees and so on, roughly around 4,320. So let's say it was just even 4,000. I do what is referred to as a power swap. And then because I can't be taxed on it, that's the nice thing about it. You know, you only get taxed when you cash out. So then I power swap this and I go with, where's my quantum financial system thing, whatever. I don't even have that anymore. But anyway, yeah, I go with like something like, buy a whole bunch of XDC, for instance, at these particular prices, or, more XRP or XLM or HBAR, you name it. So I just want people to understand that even if you are currently doing that, that's the way that I'm looking at it from that particular perspective. So hope people enjoy the extended coverage. I don't think a single person was here the whole time, but maybe you guys were. I don't know. So Rand says, are you guys live at 2 a.m.? Well, this is the show you're looking for, Rand. Lionel Richie. What do you think? You think this is recorded, my friend? Yeah, we're live. So good to see you, Rand. And any thoughts on flow? No, we're done. You might be trolling me at this point. All right. Energy Web Token, Filecoin, Financial Advice. Yeah. Ella DeGeneres. Jeez. My God. Yeah. Anyway. Wrapping up the show. Can't believe I just went almost 5.5 hours. I had to give a shout out to the Lays and Shaman show, Stephen Canadian, those guys. I guess they went 6 at some point. I wasn't trying to compete with those guys. That's not the point. For whatever reason, I felt like really going the distance tonight by bringing it. So if anything, if Larry's watching, he's got a work cut out for him. He knows what I'm talking about. But check out the site, ctnnetwork.net. Pay attention to the market, know what you hold, why you hold it, why you do the research, and look out for some more recorded content. I'll give a plug one last time for a particular channel. Here it is. And check out a few things that were released earlier. Brief intro to Velo, built, like with Stellar and so on. Is Cypherium basically the gas of CBDCs? Is it digital oil? A new video on Jasmy. That's the lowest amount of views we ever got on Jasmy, so I don't know what's up with that. Anyway, Project Icebreaker in regards to Bank of International Settlements, the Quant connection, that did pretty well. And if you're wondering about that particular deep dive in regards to Bull Run Thesis, there it is, Bull Run Thesis Part 6, the accumulation phase. And I explained with actual data why I feel that we're into that particular phase. Of course, I have another particular deep dive in regards to Vodafone, Quant's Overledger's integrated SIM cards. So there you have it. I'm going to wrap it up for sure this time. And I want to thank you guys again. Rena Klimas says hello from down under. Thank you for being here. I appreciate your work and good show, man. Thank you, Cordell. Appreciate you being here as well. Dexter Big Bags, thanks for the info. Cypherium up to 4 cents ish. Right on. Rena Klimas, but you're welcome, Dexter. Thank you. Will the DPay crash all crypto? I don't know. It ain't gonna help. It ain't gonna help things. I'll tell you that much. I'm gonna check it one last time. Well, we were down 89 cents. Now we're back up to 90. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. It could recover, but we'll definitely pay attention to it. I mean, Bitcoin actually went up while this all happened. So we'll see what happens. All right. Rena Klimas says Quant is the king. Yes, I totally agree. Don't like dismiss Quant. Not financial advice, obviously, but in reality, let's use common sense. All right, Rena and whoever else, Cordell, consider changing your avatar to something that speaks more about who you are and what you're about. That is the show, the longest show ever done in the history of Crypto Talk Now. Live shows every single day since April 18th, according to Larry, of 2022. The longest show that we ever did in the history of this particular show. Looking at the total, 5 hours and 24 minutes. That's got to be some kind of crypto content creator record, possibly. I don't know. Thank you. Love your work. Quant is my biggest hold. Right on. Night, Max. Night, everyone. Yeah, getting sleepy. All right. I'm finally going to get some late night din. So if you're not convinced that I love talking about crypto, then I don't know what to tell you. I went from a gaming channel to where I'm at now. And I enjoy talking about crypto because of how it's personally affected me in my life. I'm not wealthy yet, but back in 2022, my story is I turned, or 2021, excuse me, turned 10K into 120K with Dogecoin, Shiba Inu, and Crow. And learn more about the utility coins and so on. And I welcome you to do the same. Go after the utility. You will not be disappointed. Have a great night.